Chapter 1637 Xinyuan. Xinhao managed to suppress the seventh slayer and steal the spot of the Emperor Star Realm. The Central Emperor Realm now occupied 2 spots. However, this was also normal. After all, the Central Emperor Realm was the center of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Be it in terms of number of top forces or the ability of their cultivators, the Central Emperor Realm was more superior than other realms. Xin Clan was one of the most powerful forces in the Central Emperor Realm. Xinhao was the strongest cultivator among this generation of cultivators in the Imperial Realm. He stood head and shoulders above the rest of the Xin Clan members of the same generation. He had forged a flawless divine wheel of the Great Path. It was impossible for the seventh slayer to be able to stand against him in a battle. Moreover, this was just the beginning. After this, most likely other cultivators from the Central Emperor Realm would continue to seize other spots. Due to great distances between realms, the cultivators in the 9 realms actually knew very little about each other. They only recognized the top forces and the top figures. They wouldn't know much about the younger cultivators. This trip to God's Relic had gathered all of them together. Other than judging one's ability based on their divine wheel, another method was looking at their origins and which force they had come from. Everyone here more or less knew about the forces which stood at the peak in each realm. For instance, it was unlikely for one to not know about top forces such as Tianshan Academy and Xin Clan. Another example would be the Divine Palace of the Higher Heavens Realm. It was also a renowned place for cultivating. In terms of ability and teachings, the Higher Heavens Realm would be ranked first. Solar Divine Palace of the Solar Realm and Yu Divine Palace of the Shadow Realm were both the strongest forces in their realms, respectively. The former focused on the teachings of the utmost Yan while the later focused on the teachings of the utmost Yin. Their ways of teachings were also overpowering. Tianxian Temple was the holy land for Buddhists in the mountain realm. It was located on Buddha Mountain and was praised as the greatest temple in the mountain realm. Compared to these forces, although the position of Slaughtering World in the Myriad Realm, as well as the position of Clan of the God of Ghost in the Hidden Land Realm, was considered among the top forces, they were different from the forces mentioned before. They were not at the absolute peak of the pyramid and were not as immovable. Thus, it was more likely for Qin Lin from Slaughtering World as well as Lian Jiuyo from Clan of the God of Ghosts to be chosen as targets. Aside from them, there was also Futian from the Heavenly Mandate Realm. For many people, they thought that Futian would be the easiest pushover. However, the members who previously traveled together with Jian Qizhu and the others, as well as those who had battled against Futian, such as Xiaomuyu from Xiao Clan, would not think so. That fellow was definitely not an easy target. At this moment, another silhouette walked out. When she emerged from the crowd, countless gazes landed on her person. A fairy-like aura swept over them. In reality, prior to this, many people had noticed her presence. This was because the woman had a stunning appearance. Changxi from Yu Divine Palace was already considered a stunning beauty. However, this woman was actually even more outstanding than Changxi. Her body emanated a fairy-like aura, as though there was a formless light that would cause others to feel ashamed of themselves at a glance. She was a female Renhuang. That was the reason she had such a supernatural temperament. Even the gazes of the top figures of the Central Emperor Realm revealed looks of appreciation when they looked at her. Emperor Nan inspired awe throughout the realm and was a huge and legendary figure in the Central Emperor Realm. This woman was the only daughter of Emperor Nan. She was the princess of Nantian Divine Kingdom, Nan Luoshan. Emperor Nan's wife's family name was Luo, so he named his daughter Luoshan. This was the origin of Nan Luoshan's name. Jian Qingzhu was also looking at Nan Luoshan. This princess of Nantian Divine Kingdom would certainly claim a spot. When Nan Luoshan walked out, a divine light radiated from inside her body. Her divine will could faintly be seen. Unparalleled divine light enveloped the heavens and the earth. At this moment, it was as though she was a true goddess that could not be defiled. Flawless. Futian exclaimed internally when he sensed her divine wheel of the Great Path. Based on what he knew, perfect divine wheels were extremely rare. Even among proud sons of heaven, they were rarely seen. However, just today, he had encountered several, one after another. It even made him feel as though flawless divine wheels were not rare at all and could be found everywhere. "What do you think of this woman?" Dou Zhao asked through transmitting his thoughts with a smile, when he saw Yi Futian's look. "Who is she?" Yi Futian asked. Dou Zhao revealed a bizarre look. This fellow truly knew nothing about the Central Emperor realm. "She is Emperor Nan's only daughter, Nan Luotian, the princess of Nantian Divine Kingdom. Based on what my old man said, Emperor Nan's ability can be ranked among the forefront of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path." Dou Zhao transmitted his thoughts. Yi Futian blinked. Was this woman from such an incredible background? It seemed that they were a force that could compare with Shin clan. "What are you scheming?" Dou Zhao muttered when he saw Yi Futian's eyes shining. It was possible that this shameless fellow was planning something. "Am I that kind of person?" Yi Futian speechlessly looked at Dou Zhao. What kind of person did Dou Zhao imagine him to be? "I haven't said anything, and you have already understood what I wanted to ask you on your own?" Dou Zhao said in surprise. Yi Futian felt accused. "I understand. The daughter of Emperor Nan is the dream companion of countless monstrous figures in the Central Emperor realm. She is definitely the first choice of many," Dou Zhao explained with a smirk. "There is not much hope for you. Take a look at what sort of background Jian Qizhu and Shin Hao come from. It is not that the other top forces of the Central Emperor realm are not powerful. It's just that the strongest cultivators of those top forces are coincidentally not at the same plane, so the other top forces stand out less." Yi Futian naturally understood that encountering flawless Renhuang required some luck as well. However, he had met enough top figures this time around. "The two of you, what are you whispering?" A mutter sounded from beside Yi Futian. Yi Futian glanced at Xia Qingyuan, who was standing beside him. "Nothing," he said. "This maiden is really beautiful," Xia Qingyuan said while looking at Nan Luotian. Even as a girl, Xia Qingyuan was amazed by the beauty of Nan Luotian. Yi Futian nodded his head in agreement. Xia Qingyuan turned to look at him. He truly wasn't subtle about it. Nan Luotian's gaze looked towards Lian Jiuyo of the Hidden Land Realms clan of the God of Ghosts. She said, "Do we need to fight for the spot?" Lian Jiuyo felt the pressure coming from the other party's divine wheel. He was speechless. A flawless divine wheel. He had long heard his seniors mention this before. A flawless divine wheel had an overwhelming advantage against other divine wheels that could not be overcome. However, even though Lian Jiuyo had spent such a huge effort to come here to God's Relic in order to break through to the Renhuang Plain via a fateful encounter, he still fell short and could not succeed. He naturally knew who the woman opposite him was. There were few women in the 9 realms who had such an appearance and temperament. This daughter of Emperor Nan had also reached the Renhuang Plain. Due to her father's presence as well as her absolute beauty, it was easy for people to forget about her astonishing talent. "Since Princess wants this spot, you may have it," Lian Jiuyo responded. He gave his spot to Nan Luotian right away. Of course, even if the two of them battled, he had no hope of securing his spot. He might as well reserve his energy for later. It was just that he had not expected that Nan Luotian would pick him as a target. Now, the spot of the Hidden Land Realm had been snatched away. The Central Emperor Realm had claimed 3 spots as of now. "Jian Qizhu, just now, you mentioned that each force could only challenge once. The winner will stay while the loser will be eliminated," Shin Hao suddenly said. "However, since we are selecting the best 9 people to crack the statues, the forces who are capable should be able to claim more than one spot. Don't you think so?" Jian Qingzhu looked at Shin Hao, inquiring. "What do you mean by that?" "I think if a force is capable, its cultivators should claim more spots. Here, power is law. There is no need for us to take care of the weak," Shin Hao explained. After pondering for a moment, Jian Qizhu looked at the crowd, asking, "Shin Hao's words are not wrong. What do all of you think?" All of them wanted to crack the statues. Naturally, they should choose the strongest cultivators to do so. If any force could provide more than one powerful cultivator to take on the task, by right, it shouldn't be a problem. Everyone revealed shocked expressions when they heard Shin Hao's suggestion. The cultivators of Shin Clan did not attempt to mask their greed at all. They were not satisfied with having only one representative. I don't mind, Nan Luoshan said nonchalantly. Apart from Shin Hao, she did not see the others from the Shin Clan as worthy of being threats. No one opposed this suggestion. After all, most of them were not involved in this matter. The only people who were affected by this suggestion were the few who were elected just now. Clearly, nobody would raise any objection and offend Shin Clan. In that case, feel free to do as you please. Jian Qingzhu said nothing more. In his opinion, it was not an easy feat for Shin Clan to snatch another spot on top of defending their current spot. Xin Yuan, you should go, Shin Hao said to a youth beside him. The cultivator from Shin Clan took a step forward. The aura on his body was astonishing. Yi Futian had seen this person before. Back then, in the Tianhe realm, he was together with Xin Yao. Xin Yuan most likely stepped forward because of Yi Futian. As expected, Yi Futian saw Xin Yuan's gaze land on him. There was a natural look of arrogance in Xin Yuan's gaze. It was as though he was someone who stood in the heavens above and was looking down on the people below. Shin Clan had a long history. They were established in the Central Emperor realm and had been powerful and prosperous for generation after generation. Even the top forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm were no different from aboriginals in the eyes of the core members of Shin Clan. In their opinion, the top forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm were merely from a slightly better background from the rest. They only considered a few of the large top forces in the Central Emperor realm to be worthy of notice. As a junior, Xin Yuan did not know much about the incidents back then. However, he had also heard the legend of this peerless woman of Shin Clan. He did not understand why she had married Sky River Great Elder. With their Shin Clan's proud bloodline, she had married a person beneath her status, and ended up being betrayed by him. In Xin Yuan's eyes, the actions of the Sky River Great Elder were a betrayal towards the Shin Clan. Now, the Shin Clan had captured Qi Xiangang. They did not care much about this inheritor of Sky River Great Elder, and had allowed him to live. However, Xin Yuan still walked out, wanting to walk all over Yi Futian. He wanted to do so for no other reason than the pride of their Shin Clan. He would not allow their name to be stained. Some cultivators of Shin Clan wanted to avoid humiliating the Sky River Great Elder, but Xin Yuan had no such concern. He even did not understand why the senior figures of the clan still bore some respect towards Sky River Great Elder. Hence, Xin Yuan's gaze turned towards Yi Futian. His cultivation was at the peak of the Saint Plain. Aside from wanting to seize a spot, he himself had come for Yi Futian. I am Xin Yuan from the Shin Clan. Xin Yuan's tone was slightly arrogant. His eyes revealed a haughty look. Xin Yuan seemed to be reminding Yi Futian that he was from the Shin Clan. Yi Futian naturally could sense the arrogance coming from Xin Yuan's gaze. Yi Futian's expression was calm, without a trace of being affected by Xin Yuan. I am Yi Futian, disciple of Sky River Great Elder, Yi Futian said. He added another line internally. I am Yi Futian, disciple of Qi Xiangang. Chapter 1638. Can you withstand a strike from my sword? The corner of Xin Yuan's mouth twitched to reveal a mocking smile. Was he the disciple of Sky River Great Elder? In the past, Sky River Great Elder betrayed the Shin Clan, and all 3,000 of his disciples were eradicated. Now that Sky River Great Elder was in his twilight years, he had taken in another inheritor. Was he plotting on making a difference? Xin Yuan strode towards the ancient road of the Great Path. Clearly, he intended to fight Yi Futian under the authority of the Emperor. Under the pressure of a huge might, their battle would be a clear-cut fight. It would be difficult for them to even dodge each other's attack. They could only battle head-on. Xin Yuan had absolute confidence. He would crush Yi Futian with the most decisive method. Similarly, Yi Futian walked forward and entered the ancient road. The might emanated by the heavenly palace enveloped both of them. However, both of them appeared unconcerned and continued to advance. In the past, in order to find Fei Xue, the Shin Clan launched a destructive war. They went to the extent of obliterating the Tianhe realm, resulting in the death of countless people. The 3,000 disciples of Sky River Great Elder were almost wiped out. If their master had stayed in the Tianhe realm to cultivate quietly, all of them would have had a bright future. However, everything had changed due to that war. Based on this instance, one could discern how overbearing the Shin clan was. Anyone who disobeyed the Shin clan would be killed. Shin Hao turned his gaze towards Shin Yuan. Among the Shin clan, although Shin Yuan's talent was not on par with his, he was also an extremely extraordinary figure among the juniors. Shin Yuan had trained and developed together with Shin Hao. His ability was very powerful. Now that Shin Hao had reached the Renhuang Plain, if he could bring Shin Yuan along to pass these statues, there might be a chance for a fateful encounter for Shin Yuan. As for Futian, Shin Hao did not care much about him. What Shin Yuan wanted to do to Futian was of no consequence. Among the ancient path, two silhouettes came to a stop. Under the pressure of the might of the great path, powerful might of the way burst forth from their figures. They were extremely frightening. The cultivators of various forces turned their gaze toward the two silhouettes. Some people sympathized with Futian. After all, from their point of view, Futian was a pushover that was destined to be taken down. Even if Shin Yuan had not made his move, others would have done so. However, there were some people who did not see it as such. Yuan Hong from the Yuannang clan was also from the Central Emperor realm. Prior to this, he had known that there was certainly a grudge between Futian and Shin clan. However, he had not imagined that the disciples of Shin clan would directly come looking for Futian. Although Shin Yuan was not as famous as Shin Hao, he was also a monstrous figure of Shin clan. His ability was extremely powerful. However, Yuan Hong still thought that Futian had the upper hand in this battle. After all, the Renhuang of martial god clan Wu Meng had not returned alive after leaving with Futian and Yu Xing. In the battles that followed, no one could withstand a strike from Futian's spear. Such combat ability was already at the true limits of the Saint Path. Yuan Hong suddenly revealed a bizarre expression. He still believed that Futian would win this battle. However, if Futian defeated Shin Yuan, how would the members of Shin clan take it? Xiao Muyu from Xiao clan stared at the battlefield. Up to this day, she was still brooding over the fact that Futian had plundered the lotus and gifted it to Xiao Qingyuan. Now that Shin Yuan had made his move, it would be best if Shin Yuan could crush this fellow and help her vent her frustration. The crowd all had their own thoughts. They did not know whether Futian from the Heavenly Mandate realm could hold on to his spot. If he could not, it was possible that the Central Emperor realm would dominate with 4 spots. Will this be a battle with ritual implements, or a battle with only our own ability? Futian asked as he stood across from Shin Yuan. Since the very beginning, his gaze had been very calm. His voice was also indifferent, his mind as steady as still water. Up to you, Shin Yuan replied as he looked at Futian. Regardless of which type of battle it was, the end result would still be the same. All right. Futian did not pretend to be polite. He nodded and said, Then, let's not rely on external powers and battle it out with our own abilities. Shin Yuan laughed sinisterly. It seemed that Futian also knew that Shin Yuan was from the Shin clan and that the Shin clan's ritual implements would certainly be more powerful, and thus had deliberately said so. If Shin Yuan had known that Futian had managed to seize a treasure trove not long ago, would he still have believed that he had an advantage in terms of ritual implements? Let alone the mountain of treasures, even the spear that Futian was using was already an extraordinary divine weapon. Rumble. A dazzling golden aura burst forth from Shin Yuan's body. Even under the authority of the Great Path, he still stood firmly, and his body was bathed in the brilliant light. A terrifying might of the Great Path volleyed and thundered. A beam of divine light lit up on his glabella, as though it was a pair of divine eyes. It shot directly on Futian. For a moment Futian felt that his spiritual soul was under the control of the gaze of his opponent. He saw illusions in his eyes. It was as though he was not facing Shin Yuan, but a deity. Futian had experienced this kind of power before. It was an innate talent possessed by Shin clan. In the past, when Shin Yao led the members of Shin clan to intrude the Tianhe realm, Shin Yao had attempted this method on Futian. He intended to pry into Futian's memories for any secrets inside. Now, this skill was once again used by Shin Yuan. Divine eyes of Shin clan. The cultivators of the Central Emperor realm were well aware of the tyranny of Shin clan. The pair of divine eyes was enough to drive anyone into endless despair. Bang! Shin Yuan took a step forward, and his great path fulminated. Endless golden lights surrounded his body. His cold voice sounded. Can you withstand a stare from my eyes? His stare pressured the spiritual soul of Futian. Futian felt as though a deity was walking towards him. The deity was undefeatable. Futian's eyes also changed. His pitch-black eyes seemed to transform into deep, endless darkness. Faintly, a frightening spiritual storm seemed to be contained within them. The light within the storm seemed to be able to see through nothingness. They directly pierced through the power of the divine eyes and looked towards Shin Yuan. What's so special about your eyes? Futian calmly said as he also took a step forward. This caused Shin Yuan to frown slightly. Futian had actually ignored the effect of his eyes. The light from his glabella became even more dazzling. It kept surging into Futian's mind, attempting to trap Futian within his divine eyes. However, Shin Yuan only saw an endless storm. He could not locate Futian's spiritual soul. What are you looking for? A silhouette emerged from the deep and endless storm abyss. It was the silhouette of Futian. He directly transmitted a thought into Shin Yuan's mind. The two of them were conversing with their wills. Shin Yuan's will, which had transformed into a deity-like illusory figure, approached Futian, intending to reveal Futian's spiritual soul. However, the storm retaliated. It transformed into countless swords made of will, and they swept out towards Shin Yuan. The storm flooded everything, including the deity-like illusory figure. An alarming sword will shot out from Futian's eyes. It penetrated the divine eyes of Shin Yuan. A terrifying imprint appeared on Shin Yuan's glabella. His head shook, and the light in between his brows dissipated. His divine eyes had been sealed. That's all you got? Futian said as he looked at Shin Yuan. The facial expression of Shin Yuan changed slightly. The few words seemed to be mocking him. That's all he got? From behind Shin Yuan, a horrifying pair of golden divine eyes appeared. Shin Yuan's pupils turned exceptionally radiant as well. Under the gaze of his pupils, all the will in the heavens and earth seemed to have materialized. What was even more frightening was the golden light that burned brightly on Shin Yuan's body. Similar to the flame of God, it hurt the eyes of those who looked at it. It even injured their spiritual souls. Suddenly, myriads of golden lights beamed from his body, shooting straight towards Futian. These divine lights actually caused people to feel a strong sense of danger. It was as though a deity was emanating its halo. The lights could pierce through one's body. They could even threaten one's spiritual soul. Celestial light shone from Futian's figure. A faint celestial soul seemed to appear behind him. His opponent could constantly attack the spiritual soul of a person. However, Futian was also proficient in a similar ability. It was a mystical way of the celestial gate of vast heaven, celestial soul attraction. Innumerable sword will suddenly appeared all around his body. Celestial soul attraction merged into the sword will while it collided with the divine lights. Endless brilliant divine lights plummeted. They suppressed Futian's sword will and intruded his body continuously. Shin Yuan was staring at Futian. His gaze was extremely frightening. His body emanated a divine halo that could counter all law powers. So domineering. Many spectators of the battle exclaimed internally. These divine lights seemed to be able to suppress the way of others. The divine lights invaded Futian's body unceasingly. Futian glanced at his opponent. As expected of Shin clan, the top force that stood at the peak of the Central Emperor realm. They naturally had extraordinary talents and had received remarkable teachings. It was just that this battle had a special meaning for Futian. Hence, no matter how powerful Shin Yuan was, the end result was the same. Brilliant divine light radiated. Ancient characters floated around Futian's body. It was the deed of thorough comprehension. At this moment, his body had become a divine furnace of the great path. The ancient characters of Qian, Kun, Li, and Qin floated in midair, forming halos of great path that blocked the golden divine halo from invading his body. As for inside his body, the spirit of the world tree swayed. It merged with every part of his body. At this moment, majestic will within his body was frenziedly being released. In his blood vessels, skeleton, organs, and limbs, will furiously circulated. As he howled, he entered the divine furnace of the great path. The power of the great path in this place also trembled. It seemingly also surged into Yi Futian's body, becoming a part of the divine furnace of the great path. The ancient characters that circled the heavens and the earth suddenly transformed into swords. They emanated astonishing sword will. Countless sword chi was created in the surroundings, rivaling the divine halo that shot out from Xingyuan's body. Rumble. The divine furnace, transformed by the body of Yi Futian, roared and churned. Under the light shroud of the ancient characters, the divine furnace extracted the great path of all things. Countless divine swords buzzed, stirring up a destructive storm in the space. The divine swords tore the space apart. The facial expression of Xingyuan changed slightly. The halo around his body shone even more brilliantly, transforming into layer upon layer of golden divine walls. The divine walls would block all attacks. A sword appeared gradually from Yi Futian's body. It was a sword forged using the way by the divine furnace of the great path. Countless divine swords hummed as though musical tones were being played in the space. "Can you withstand a strike from my sword?" Yi Futian's gaze swept towards Xingyuan. Once he said this, his sword struck out. The divine sound of great path lingered and followed the sword. Around it, countless divine swords merged into one. In the instant before the sword slashed forward, they merged into the divine sword. Right now, there was only one sword on the battlefield. Xingyuan's expression drastically changed. Innumerable divine walls flickering with golden runes appeared in front of him. When the sword closed in on him, one by one, the golden divine walls were blasted into pieces. Bang! There was a huge rumble. Xingyuan sacrificed a ritual implement to block the attack. However, his body was still sent flying outwards. At the same time, the pressure of the great path in this space came pressing down on him. He let out a low grunt. His body slumped down, half kneeling on the ground. His expression was pale. Chapter 1639 The Nine Representatives. Under the might of the great path, the ancient road was dead silent. Countless gazes focused on Xingyuan and the white-haired silhouette. The former was half kneeling on the ground while the latter stood opposite him, looking indifferent. The situation now formed a strong contrast as compared to that of before. Before the battle, Xingyuan was arrogant. In comparison, Yi Futian had remained calm throughout. However, right now, Xingyuan's once proud figure was kneeling on the ground. A strike from Yi Futian's sword. Could Xingyuan withstand a strike from his sword? Xingyuan, a monstrous figure of Shin clan, did not manage to withstand a strike from Yi Futian's sword. This outcome caused many people to reveal strange expressions. Was Yi Futian really as easy a pushover as they had thought? Defeating a talented figure of Shin clan with a strike, how many cultivators in the Nine Realms could do so? Aside from those few monstrous figures at the peak of their respective realms, there were definitely not many others who could do so. Right now, Xingyuan was as humiliated as he was arrogant prior to their battle. The clothes on Shin Hao's body fluttered even though there was no wind. Faint aura emanated from his body. His gaze was staring straight ahead at the battlefield. Clearly, he had not anticipated such an ending to their battle. Yi Futian was the last inheritor of Sky River Great Elder. Sky River Great Elder had sent him into God's relic. It seemed that Xingyuan had grossly underestimated the inheritor that Sky River Great Elder had found. Yi Futian represented the heavenly mandate realm. Prior to their battle, it seemed that no one had objected to him being the representative. That meant that Yi Futian had quite a reputation in the heavenly mandate realm. Xiao Muyu from Xiao clan was staring intently over in their direction. Xingyuan had lost? Although she knew that Yi Futian was very strong, she had not expected him to be so powerful. He had achieved this victory with a domineering strength. Deed of thorough comprehension, Jian Qingzhu from Tianshan Academy mumbled. As the inheritor of Sky River Great Elder, when challenged by Xingyuan from the Shin clan, Yi Futian must have intentionally revealed his deed of thorough comprehension. He must have done so to prove something. However, the end result of this battle was also within expectations. After all, Yi Futian was the same as Jian Qingzhu. Both of them had opened the door of the relic. Of course, Xingyuan himself also understood why Yi Futian had released his deed of thorough comprehension. This was to inform all that Xingyuan, a monstrous figure of Shin clan, had lost to the inheritor of Sky River Great Elder. "Do you want to try my sword again?" Yi Futian asked as he looked at Xingyuan, who was half kneeling on the ground. Yi Futian's voice caused many people to reveal bizarre expressions. This person was truly going too far. He had no intention of avoiding humiliating Xingyuan. However, this was also normal. Xingyuan had challenged Yi Futian and had stood before him with an extremely haughty attitude. Now, why would Yi Futian spare him from any embarrassment? When Xingyuan heard what Yi Futian said, his heart twitched inside. He gradually stood up and looked at the silhouette opposite him. Did he still want to try Yi Futian's sword again? Should he try, or should he not try? If he tried to face the sword, what would happen if the end result was the same? If he did not try to face Yi Futian's sword, it would be such an embarrassment. The divine light on his body shone. His eyes revealed a look of dissatisfaction. Frightening light shot out of those eyes. Even if he took another hit from that sword, what could possibly happen to him? He was not prepared when the sword came down just now. He would not repeat the same mistake. "Xingyuan!" At this moment, a voice suddenly called out. Xingyuan turned around and looked in the direction of Shin clan. Shin Hao was speaking, saying, "Since you have been defeated, step down." A look of discontentment flashed past in Xingyuan's eyes. Nevertheless, he also knew that he had already failed. He still dragged his feet back to where Shin clan stood. From behind, his silhouette looked kind of bleak. Yi Futian looked towards the Shin clan and saw that Shin Hao's gaze was directed at him. This time, Sky River Great Elder had found an impressive inheritor. Was Yi Futian the hope of Sky River Great Elder's twilight years? It still could not change anything. Yi Futian naturally understood the meaning behind Shin Hao's gaze. Yi Futian smiled. The proud Shin clan that stood at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path had many powerful cultivators in their clan. They had many more monstrous figures aside from Xingyuan and the others. This was only the strength of the younger generation of the clan. The backbone of the Shin clan was built on the Renhuangs that were already at the peak. How could Yi Futian, who was still at the Saint Plain, compare to these Renhuangs? Back in the day, Sky River Great Elder and his 3,000 disciples were eradicated with just a word by the Shin clan. In the Shin clan's search for divine items, they even eradicated an entire realm. What could Yi Futian amount to? Even if his talent was extraordinary, that was all there was to him. Why would Shin clan be concerned about him? Especially Shin Hao, who was a candidate for the successor of the Shin clan. Once he became the person at the helm of Shin clan, he would be a truly major existence in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. With a mere thought, he could control the lives and deaths of countless people. Yi Futian walked out of the ancient road and returned to his position. After witnessing this battle, those who wanted his spot would most likely need to think it over. Defeating Xingyuan would have saved him a lot of trouble. As expected, no one else came out seeking Yi Futian. Instead, they challenged another person, Qin Lin, who was from the top force of the Myriad Realm, Slaughtering World. However, a few challengers lost consecutively at the hands of Qin Lin. His slaughtering divine heart was extremely frightening. It directly activated the slaughtering way to the limits. The divine slaughtering matrix was terrifying. There was a person who was even directly executed by Qin Lin on the spot. This made many people realize that the remaining 9 representatives were all tough targets. Qin Lin from Slaughtering World could be the next outstanding personage of the Myriad Realm. His combat ability was exceptional, on par with that of those top figures of the Imperial Realm. There were other people who challenged Di Wu of Solar Divine Palace as well Chang Shi of Yiyu Divine Palace and similarly lost. These 2 personages of the top forces of the Solar Realm and Shadow Realm had abilities that lived up to the crowd's expectation. They were extremely powerful. After a round of battles, aside from Shenhao and Nan Luoshan at the very start, no one actually managed to seize another spot. It seemed that it would be very difficult to want a spot now. In the end, after one last battle, no one else made a move. It was still the same 9 representatives. When Jian Qizhu saw this, he said, "We chose 9 representatives so that we could crack these ancient road statues in one go. No one knows what will happen after this yet. Let's stop our exchanges here. After all, no one knows when the doors of God's relic will close shut. We do not necessarily have a lot of time." The crowd did not say any more. They seemed to have acknowledged his words that it was too difficult to seize a spot and that they might as well sit back and wait and see how the 9 representatives cracked the statues. If the 9 representatives succeeded, there was indeed no one who knew what would happen after. Seeing that no one objected, Jian Qingzhu's gaze swept across the crowd as he said, "If that is the case, let us begin." As he said this, he walked forwards. The other 8 representatives also advanced, heading towards the ancient road. Very soon, 9 silhouettes appeared at the same time on the ancient road. They looked majestic. Shenhao from Shen clan replaced the 7th slayer of clan of the 7 slayers, while Nan Luoshan of Nantian Divine Kingdom seized the spot of Lian Jirio from clan of the God of Ghost. Apart from that, the cultivators in the lineup remained the same. Each person will take on a statue. We must succeed, Jian Qingzhu said. After he finished giving the order, he took the lead and walked towards one of the statues in the middle. At the ancient road, the might from the heavenly palace enveloped the 9 representatives. All of them advanced towards their targets with resolved looks in their eyes. These 9 people were the most powerful cultivators among those from the 9 realms who were currently in God's relic. If they couldn't crack the statues, the others would have even slimmer chances of doing so. Futian moved forward along the ancient road. Unbeknownst whether it was coincidental or intentional, Shenhao ended up right beside him. Neither of them spared a glance at each other. Step by step, they strode forward. The might of the great path emanated from the heavenly palace became stronger. The statues were located at different spots. Hence, some of them had arrived at a statue while some of them were still moving towards their targets. Nobody knew the strength of these 9 statues, so it was meaningless for them to be picky. When Futian approached a statue near him, a terrifying will swept out towards him. The great path fulminated and flooded the space. In an instant, he was drowned in the illusions of the great path. Futian was not alone. The other 8 representatives encountered the same situation as well. The 9 representatives came face to face with the 9 statues. All of them were surrounded by an alarming aura of the great path. Moreover, the illusions that they experienced were different. The space that Futian was in seemed to be a primeval battlefield. He was no longer standing in front of the statue. Instead, he found himself in the middle of the primeval battlefield. His gazes turned extremely sharp. He intended to see through the illusions. However, he was still trapped in this space, unable to decipher anything. Clearly, it was impossible to decipher the secret of the statue with this method. Such a strong will! Futian exclaimed internally. Everything before his eyes was so real. It was as though he had arrived in another domain. On the battlefield, many armored soldiers who guarded the heavenly palace appeared. They wore dazzling silver armors and emanated an intense, murderous aura. They dashed towards Futian. Futian was very aware of what he was up against. The master of the statues might have fallen eons ago, but there were still remnants of his will lingering here. The remnants of his will felt so real. No matter how high Futian's plane was, he was still affected by it. Rumble. Frightening light burst forth from Futian's body. The will of the great path howled. The shadows of armored soldiers directly passed through his body. They were not real existences. However, even though they were the ethereal power of will, they still made Futian feel as though there was an ancient suffocating pressure acting on him. Many people had tried before, but they could not withstand the pressure and ended up collapsing. In this place, success was unrelated to one's plane. Of course, it was also possible that cultivators at the Renhuang plane had stronger wills. Yi Futian's expression changed slightly. Another shadow of an armored soldier charged towards him. A very real murderous fighting will oozed forth. It invaded his body, as though it wanted to kill him off. He attempted to release some aura to block the attack, but his efforts were in vain. The murderous intent still penetrated through him. Yi Futian had never felt this way before. He looked ahead. He felt as though the statue was alive. He could actually sense that the statue was moving, and a pair of eyes were staring at him. With a glance from the pair of eyes, the majestic might of the army troops enveloped his body. At the same time, war drums sounded. The beating of the drums reverberated in the space. Dong! With a loud thud, Yi Futian felt his spiritual soul tremble suddenly. His heart was beating fast while his breathing came to a halt. He felt terribly sick. He raised his head. His gaze was piercing. No wonder everyone before this had failed the mission. Prior to them, there were many monstrous figures who had attempted this task, yet they had all failed. Hence, Jian Qinzhu had come up with the idea of having the 9 strongest representatives attacking simultaneously. Right now, beside them, countless cultivators of the 9 realms were spectating the battle. They saw illusions everywhere. The 9 top figures were situated in 9 different environments, but they were all experiencing tremendous pressure. Even those at the pinnacle, like Jian Qizhu, Shen Hao, and Nan Luoshan, were not excluded. Chapter 1640 Giving Up. Who could crack the will of a statue first? The crowd exclaimed internally. The 9 representatives all did not disappoint. They all displayed extremely powerful abilities as they battled the wills of the statues within the frightening illusion. After all, they were exceptional figures chosen by the cultivators of the 9 realms. They were personages at the peak of the 9 realms. People were most attracted to the trio from the Central Emperor realm, Jian Qizhu, Shen Hao, and Nan Luoshan. With their origins and their talents, they were destined to receive more attention than the others. Of course, the other representatives were not weak too. Right now, Master Gui Zhang from Tianxian Temple at Buddha Mountain of the Mountain Realm transformed into a golden Buddha. He released beams of golden light. He was a true Buddha. Anyone who became a Rahuang would be crowned as a Buddha at the Mountain Realm. The golden Buddha put his palms together, and his demeanor was solemn. The halo of Buddha shone for miles. He remained steadfast when he was attacked by the powerful will. Di Wu of Solar Divine Palace transformed into God of Sun, shining down light on the world. A golden raven, the divine bird of the sun, circled over his head. It was enchanting. On the contrary, a cold moon appeared behind Changxi of Yiyu Divine Palace. The space around her turned into night. Both Changxi and Di Wu could alter nature. Even Qin Lin, who was the most overlooked, stepped onto the divine slaughtering matrix, and was slaughtering all in sight. It seemed that no human nor will could shake his slaughtering divine heart. Compared to these cultivators, Yi Futian's area was the calmest. Although there was also light shining from his body, it was not as dazzling and eye-catching as that of the others. Right now, on this frightening battlefield, countless armored soldiers were swarming towards him. The sound of war drums thundered, attempting to shatter his spiritual soul. He looked forward while guarding his mind. The statue seemed to have completely come alive. It was like a divine general on a battlefield. When it glanced at him, countless war drums thundered at the same time. The innumerable armored soldiers roared like a tide, swallowing everything in the path. In this illusion, Yi Futian felt that he was minuscule. His spiritual soul was constantly trembling. His will was shaking, and even his body quivered slightly. It was as though he was about to collapse from the attack of the will. When the spiritual will and way of cultivators at the Renhuang Plain combined, they could forge a domain of the Great Path with just a single thought. The master of this statue must have been a peak existence of the Renhuang Plain when he was still alive. After he died, even his remnant will become a domain of way. Yi Futian thought to himself. He released the might of his deed of thorough comprehension. A celestial soul appeared behind him, and he could detect all within this space. Within Yi Futian's body, the branches of the world tree extended to every part of his body. It was as though his body had become a divine tree that was rooted firmly in the ground. An unparalleled, majestic way of life enveloped his figure, causing his aura to grow even more powerful. His powerful life force swelled to its extreme. His spiritual will also became stronger and sturdier, seemingly becoming indestructible. Futian sat cross-legged. He actually sat down in the middle of the ancient road. His eyes were closed. He allowed the sound of war drums to attack his spiritual soul and let the monstrous will sweep over his figure. Even though his body trembled and his spiritual soul shook, he still remained firmly rooted to his spot. Will enveloped every inch of his body. What is he doing? Some people revealed bizarre looks when they saw what Futian was doing. He actually sat down. It was as though he was meditating and cultivating in the midst of that frightening will. Due to the fact that Futian was acting differently from the other 8 representatives, many people were looking at him. Xinyuan's gaze was also fixed on Futian. Was he having difficulty standing against the will of the statue? The will of the statue will not disappear on its own. How long can he withstand the will by doing this? Someone asked. Wasn't doing so the same as waiting to die? How could he crack the will of the statue in this manner? The other 8 representatives were all withstanding the will of the statue. They were not just withstanding it, but they were also seeking the method of cracking the statues. They were searching for ways to defeat the will of the statue and crack the statue. Only by doing this could they make it past this ancient road and head to the sky stairwell that led up to the heavenly palace. At this moment, from inside the body of Futian, who was sitting cross-legged, a formless will swept out. There was actually a faint sound of a guqin playing. This caused many people to reveal strange expressions. This is flesh becoming way. His way is that of rhythmic sorcery? Someone questioned. Before this, when Futian and Xinyuan were battling each other, Futian had not displayed such an ability. Flesh becoming way preserved the way in the body of the cultivator, allowing the cultivator to resonate with the world. Since the sound of guqin could be heard, it meant that Futian had merged rhythmic sorcery into his body of the Great Path. Rhythmic sorcery started playing amidst the howling illusion. A terrifying sword will accompanied the music. Sword will and the music merged harmoniously. When the music of rhythmic sorcery collided with the beating of the war drums, it formed a complex symphony. On the battlefield, the sounds of guqin and war drums competed with each other, revealing murderous intent. The brilliance of the Great Path gradually lit up around Futian, subtly resonating with the heavens and earth. Is he cultivating? Xiaomuyu had been paying attention to Futian all this while. This fellow left a very deep impression on her. He had snatched her divine lotus and given it to another girl. Moreover, he shamelessly declared that he wanted to be the son-in-law of the Xiao clan. Hence, among all representatives, she was most curious about Futian and was very attentive towards him. Right now, when she saw how Futian handled the illusion, she had a feeling that Futian was utilizing the illusion to comprehend the Great Path. He was meditating. Out of the 9 selected representatives, almost all of them were Renhuangs. Only Futian and Qin Lin were at the peak of the Saint Plain. The rest had found their own fateful encounters of the Great Path in this god's relic and had broken through to the Renhuang Plain. Originally, Xiaomuyu could have such an opportunity too. If she had gotten the lotus, she would have had a high chance of breaking through to the Renhuang Plain. In the end, what happened had indeed proven that the lotus was even more extraordinary than what she had imagined it to be. However, there was no use in asking what if. The lotus had been snatched by Futian, and the girl beside him had used the lotus to advance to the next plane. Unfortunately, she did not use it to become a Renhuang. She was practically wasting a rare item. So now, was Futian meditating amidst this illusion in order to comprehend the will and break the shackles between planes? Perhaps he is using his own way to defend against the invading will. A cultivator of Xiao clan who stood beside Xiaomuyu said. Meditating under such circumstances was indeed too daring. Was Futian not worried about his body of the Great Path shattering and his spiritual soul being severely injured if he made a slight mistake? He was under the domineering might of the Great Path. The rhythmic sorcery of the Great Path surged out, attempting to control the battlefield. A Duchin appeared in front of Yi Futian. His eyes were still closed, but his fingers were placed on the strings. He played without looking. The sound of Guqin echoed in the battlefield, resonating with the great path and his body of the great path. What song is this? As soon as the crowd heard the song, someone sensed that this song was remarkable and asked about it. It is the song of the lost divine from Taishan Mountain. A cultivator of the higher heavens realm answered. Lord Taishan. Some people revealed looks of surprise. Lord Taishan from Taishan Mountain of the higher heavens realm was proficient in rhythmic sorcery. He had acquired the song of the lost divine during a fateful encounter. Rumor has it that Lord Taishan did not have exceptional talent. Initially, it would have been hard for him to achieve his current plane, especially in terms of breaking the shackles between planes. All his current achievements were, however, due to the song of the lost divine. Is Yi Futian a cultivator of the Tianhe realm or a cultivator of the heavenly mandate realm? Why is he suddenly related to Lord Taishan? Someone asked quizzically. Yi Futian had introduced himself as a disciple of Sky River Great Elder, yet he represented the heavenly mandate realm. Now, he showed off the song of the lost divine that he had learned from Lord Taishan. This man is from the heavenly mandate realm. He used to cultivate in the celestial gate of vast heaven of the heavenly mandate realm. After that, he escaped to the higher heavens realm and studied in Taishan Mountain. Gai Shur of Golden Divine Nation explained. Clearly, he knew more about Yi Futian. Lord Taishan and Sky River Great Elder are good friends. A cultivator of Shin clan added. It seems like Lord Taishan sent him to the Tianhe realm so that he could study under Sky River Great Elder. Yi Futian was still so young, yet he had trained in so many places. In the 9 realms, unless the cultivators had reached the Rehuang Plain, otherwise they seldom crossed the realms to cultivate. Only those at the Saint Plain and above were qualified to cross the realms, but it was still very risky. The sound of rhythmic sorcery grew stronger, transforming into a terrifying storm and eradicating all things in its path. When the sound of the war drums closed in on Yi Futian again, the sound of the qin could actually penetrate it. Slowly, the song of the lost divine affected the whole illusion. He has actually mastered playing the song of the lost divine. Princess Luoyu of Taishan Mountain, who had followed Yi Futian here, got emotional when she heard the song of the lost divine. Grandmaster had an inheritor now. However, she was puzzled as to the reason why Grandmaster refused to accept Yi Futian as his disciple. Although Grandmaster had sworn to never take a disciple again due to the death of youngest Uncle Master, when Grandmaster came across such a person, why didn't he make an exception? It would have been wonderful if Yi Futian could have cultivated in Taishan Mountain. He is seizing the initiative. Right now, the crowd felt that the pressure of the will of the statue that Yi Futian was experiencing seemed to have weakened. Or it should be said that it seemed to have been weakened by the song of the lost divine. The sound of the qin could already gradually suppress the will of the statue. An alarming storm swept out, as though the great path was flowing back out. The storm that was frightening beyond comparison started spinning outwards in the other direction and headed towards the statue. Bang! There was a huge shocking sound. The statue trembled violently. After that, the crowd saw the statue being knocked back until it was below the sky stairwell. From the heavenly palace in the sky above, a beam of divine light shone down upon the statue. The illusions around Yi Futian disappeared without a trace. He cracked it. When the crowd saw this scene, their hearts trembled inside. Yi Futian was actually the first person to crack the will of the statue. Yi Futian was still performing. The robes on his body danced about, fluttering in the wind. The light of the great path descended upon him, surging into his body. The crowd saw a beam of brilliant divine light burst out from inside him. The current of the great path of the heavens and earth frenziedly gushed into his being. This is... Many people had astonished expressions. Excited looks flashed past in Xiaoqing Yuan and Yaya's beautiful eyes. Even Yu Xing was clenching his fists in anticipation. These were the signs that Yi Futian was about to break through to the next plane. Yi Futian's body seemed to have become a bottomless pit. It frenziedly devoured the will of the great path and his surroundings. The sound of the qin gradually came to a stop. Yi Futian retrieved a fruit of the way and immediately threw it into his mouth. A crisp chewing sound could be heard. Very quickly, he had consumed a fruit of the way. He took out a second, and then a third. Xia Qingyuan stared wide-eyed at the scene. Other people were also equally speechless. Had anyone broken through to the next plane in such a manner? How many fruits of the way did he need to replenish his way? A frightening roar of the great path came from inside Yi Futian's body. However, just as the crowd believed that he was about to forge his divine wheel, Yi Futian suddenly opened his eyes and stood up. What was he doing? Many people looked at Yi Futian. Why didn't he directly break through to the next plane in one go? Yi Futian turned his gaze towards the heavenly palace. He had a look of anticipation in his eyes. Right now, it was not yet the time to break through to the next plane. He was still waiting for an even greater opportunity. Chapter 16:41 Plundering and Fighting. He was too arrogant. Many people thought this as they looked at Yi Futian. He had seen the gateway to becoming a renhuang and had not taken it. How arrogant was that? There were countless cultivators who would never reach the renhuang plane in their entire lives. When one became a renhuang, they would automatically be considered a great figure within the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Although perhaps this did not count for much for those who were here today, they were all from the top forces of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. In the Divine Prefecture, many of the lords of various realms were nothing more than ordinary, lower-level renhuangs. What is he trying to do? Everyone tried to guess as they stared at him. The fact that he had chosen not to break through to the next level showed that he had even greater ambitions. He wanted to forge an even more powerful wheel of the Great Path. He must have some opportunity in mind. The celestial palace that was floating in the air was near. Could it be that he thought his chance might come there? But would he really be able to forge a more powerful wheel if he waited until then? It made sense that it would, but if he did not become a renhuang now, how would he compete with the others for it? It could not be forgotten that Jian Qinzhu of Tianshan Academy was beside him, as well as Shen Hao of the Shen clan, and Nan Luoshan of the Nantian Divine Kingdom. Moreover, they were all at the renhuang level now and had forged perfect wheels of the Great Path. Even if he himself were at the renhuang plane, Yi Futian would have a hard time fighting them, to say nothing of the fact that he was still just a saint. Bang! At that moment, someone was breaking through the statue's will. It was Jian Qinzhu from Tianshan Academy. It was just like it had been when they reached the god's relic. Yi Futian was there first, and Jian Qinzhu had followed after. More sounds rang out, one after another. It was as if the powerful figures of the 9 supreme realms had talked it over. Now that Yi Futian had figured out how to proceed, they were breaking their shackles as well. Shen Hao, Nan Luoshan, Gui Zhang, but at that point, Yi Futian and Jian Qinzhu were not thinking of the others. Their gazes were fixed ahead. They saw all of the statues below the stairway as if they were still guarding it. But brilliant, golden divine light was falling from the palace onto the statues, making them seem illusory. It was as if they could disappear at any time. There was a frightening look in Jian Qinzhu's eyes. It was as if he could see through anything. Soon, he could sense incomparably powerful will seeping out from the illusory-looking statues. It seemed as if all the will the god had possessed before he died was being released now. The inheritance? Jian Qinzhu's eyes became extremely sharp. Yi Futian could feel it as well. Under the divine light, the broken statues no longer seemed solid. They seemed to have transformed into pure will that was spreading outward. The will was coming from the statues was a little bit similar to that which he had sensed earlier. It put a lot of pressure on him, just like a god of war on a battlefield would. As he was sensing the will from the statues, another person broke through. Before too long, the 9 great cultivators had all succeeded, breaking through the statue's will. It was just like Jian Qinzhu had thought. The most powerful people from the 9 realms had been selected to inherit the statue's will, and thus they had been able to break out. Even more powerful divine light shone from the palace. The statues gradually transformed into pure will, and they seemed to become even more illusory and insubstantial. We have all done this together. Each of us may inherit one of them, said Jian Qizhu. As he said this, he took a step forward towards the statue that he had broken through. He stepped right into the now illusory figure, letting it overlap him. At that moment, divine radiance covered him as he was enveloped in pure will. "He truly is a worthy heir," everyone said as they watched. This was an incredible opportunity for him. Not only was the inheritance falling upon him, but even the will that was falling down from the palace began to disappear. This made a powerful aura sweep out over everyone until they began to tremble. Whoosh! Shenhao, Nan Luoshan, and the others began to come forward one by one, each of them entering their own statue. Yi Futian did not move. Instead, he called out, "Yu Xing, you go." He was already at the edge of breaking through to the next level and would be able to do so soon. However, Yu Xing still was a little ways away. Moreover, the power that he had sensed earlier was very well suited to Yu Xing. Thus, he was prepared to give this inheritance to him. When he heard this, Yu Xing stepped forward towards the statue. But just as he did so, a Renhuang-level force descended, covering him. It seemed to contain fierce killing will. Yi Futian looked over his shoulder, then yelled, "Be careful!" Yu Xing naturally sensed this as well. He suddenly turned and raised his bat'liques. He lashed out with it without any hesitation. Destructive demonic light split the earth and sky as the axe descended, leaving a slash of dark light through the air. But something took control of the dark light, and an incomparably brilliant golden radiance descended, lighting up the whole area. A destructive golden spear pierced through the bat'liques, releasing a burst of power. Bang! Yu Xing was sent flying backward. He landed on the ground, making an incredibly loud sound as his feet hit. The arm that was holding the bat'liques was shaking. Someone who could knock Yu Xing back with divine power was clearly not someone at the same level as him. The person standing before him was a Renhuang, one from the Golden Divine Nation. Among the other cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation behind him, Gai Shi's eyes were cold and full of killing intent. Previously, he had not competed for the God's Relic, knowing that he would not be able to win. The battle outside the Divine Palace had ended badly. Yi Futian's glory was practically unlimited, and his name shook the higher heavens realm. Now, he was still showing his brilliance in the God's Relic, taking a place among the best of the 9 realms. Moreover, he had succeeded in breaking through the statue's will. He had the right to inherit it. Unfortunately, the authority of heaven of the Great Path had disappeared, and the will from the statues was gone as well. Under the same situation, Yi Futian had chosen not to enter the Renhuang Plain. He had chosen to go down this dead-end path, so what could he use to compete for the inheritance? And it was not only the Golden Divine Nation who thought this. The other cultivators had made their move as well, all of them rushing over here. Their most important targets were Yi Futian and Qin Lin of the Slaughtering World, for no other reason than the fact that the two of them were not Renhuangs and thus were the weakest and easiest to defeat. The other 7 were all Renhuangs and were top-level figures anyway with perfect divine wheels. Even other Renhuangs would have trouble defeating them, to say nothing of saints. They would not try and defeat them as they could not guarantee they would survive the attempt. So, the only ones they could deal with were Yi Futian and Qin Lin. If Yi Futian had decided to enter the Renhuang Plain, they perhaps would have been hesitant to attack him. But with the opportunity they now had, they could not afford to miss it. The road to the palace was quite long, but to cultivators of this level, the distance did not matter. Even if a battle erupted, it would be extremely close range. This was especially true for people on the Renhuang Plain. They could cover the entire area with a single thought. At that moment, the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation unleashed his wheel of the Great Path, and golden radiance shone from it. Incomparably sharp golden knives shot towards Yu Xing while terrible golden cauldrons pressed down from the sky, burying Yu Xing within them. His wheel of the Great Path had been forged of divine cauldrons. Under the power of the wheel, the cauldrons crushed everything beneath them as they tried to smash Yu Xing's body to bits. The countless points of incomparable pressure smashed into Yu Xing, but a dark demonic airflow swept out from him. The images of ancient demons appeared all around him. A figure like a demonic god appeared behind him. With a terrible roar, a black dragon wrapped itself around him, its dark eyes full of life. It looked at the Renhuang from the golden divine nation coldly. A look of surprise came over the Renhuang's face. He felt like an actual demonic dragon was looking at him as if it had not just been formed out of will. "Kill him!" came Gai Shirshi's cold voice. It was not only Yu Xing whom he wanted to kill. After they killed him, he also wanted to kill Yi Futian. This was a once-in-a-lifetime chance. They would not only be able to deal with Yu Xing and Yi Futian but the other cultivators as well. At that moment, many people rushed over towards Yi Futian, hoping to fight him. There were so many powerful cultivators from the 9 realms here. How could they just sit back and watch Yi Futian and Xin Lin, 2 saint-level cultivators, inherit the will from these statues? Was this not the time to fight? At that moment, Lian Jiuyo, the cultivator from the clan of the God of Ghost in the Hidden Land realm who had been eliminated by Nan Luoshan, moved towards Yi Futian as well. Nan Luoshan, a perfect divine wheel, and was the daughter of Emperor Nan, making her the only princess of the Nantian divine kingdom. Thus, there was nothing Lian Jiuyo could have done to defeat her. But now, there was a place in the inheritance of the god's relic that could belong to him. He strode forward, his body seeming to burn with dark flames. Destructive death power spread out from him. He made a single thought, and suddenly Yi Futian felt like he was trapped in a dark prison. Whoosh! Cold, dark, ghostly flames swept out towards Yi Futian. The cultivators of the clan of the God of Ghost in the Hidden Land realm kept their methods relatively secret. Since they did not adhere to moral principles when they fought, once they had decided to seize something, they would kill those who stood against them to prevent them from being a threat later. After all, Yi Futian was already at the gate to the Renhuang Plain. If they gave him any time, he could possibly break through to the next level. Then, it would be much harder to kill him. So they had to solve this problem as soon as possible. Yi Futian's life aura surged, and a light curtain of the great path appeared around him. However, the dark death flames fell, burning the light curtain away to nothing. These were flames from the underworld and were at the Renhuang level. A cold look came into Yi Futian's eyes, but at that moment, Lian Jiuyo's expression suddenly changed. A powerful killing will covered him. He suddenly disappeared from where he had been standing, transforming into a dark airflow. In the instant that he disappeared, a spear full of slaughtering will pierced towards him, leaving a black hole in the air where it hit. It had come from the 7th Slayer of the clan of the 7 Slayers. He, like Lian Jiuyo, had tried to seize an opportunity, and had been eliminated by Shen Hao. But now, he was acting against Lian Jiuyo. Up in the air, Lian Jiuyo frowned and said, "There are 2 places left, we can each take one." He thought that the 7th Slayer wanted to take Yi Futian's place for himself. The 7th Slayer ignored him. He was good at killing, so there was no need to speak too much. He charged towards Lian Jiuyo. Chapter 1642 Death 3. At first, the 7th Slayer had fought Yi Futian at the underground palace, but he had been defeated and thus no longer had a chance to compete for the spear there. Later, they worked together at the spatial sacred hall, where he had made a surprise attack on a Renhuang from the martial gods clan's alliance. He had been wounded then but had chosen a divine arm that had helped him reach the Renhuang Plain. Although there was not the least bit of friendship between him and Yi Futian, he had had some modest success on this trip to the god's relic, and his previous defeat at Yi Futian's hands had not been too hard on him, and Yi Futian had not been cruel to him when he was wounded. As far as the 7th Slayer was concerned, he had received Yi Futian's favor. Now that Lian Jiuyo was attacking Yi Futian, he would act in order to repay him. Lian Jiuyo was a top figure in the God of Ghost clan and was a Renhuang just like the 7th Slayer. His tricks of the 7 killing gods could hinder his opponent, but whether or not Yi Futian could deal with the others would be up to him. The 7th Slayer summoned up his fighting prowess, then forced Lian Jiuyo back up into the air, not letting him affect the battle below. On the other side of the battlefield, the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation was crushing Yu Xing with his cauldrons. The black dragon that circled around Yu Xing got a cold look in its eyes. With a sky-shaking roar, it surged forth, sweeping out towards the cauldrons. There was a loud ringing sound as the cauldrons were sent flying backward. The terrible dragon circled in the air, swallowing up all the will. Yusheng appeared upon the dragon's head. The Renhuang from the golden divine nation frowned. The feeling he had had before was even more clear now. When the dragon stared at him, it felt like he was being stared at by an actual demon emperor. "You are seeking your own death," said the dragon, making the Renhuang gasp in the surprise. What was going on? How was there an actual demon emperor within Yusheng? If that was the case, that meant that the will of the empty imperial palace was behind him. That could not have happened under the watch of the divine general of the empty imperial palace. No, even though he has the aura of a demon emperor, he is not truly one. A look of surprise came over his face. Could he be a dragon spirit? A great demon emperor had given a dragon spirit to Yusheng? This would be equivalent to the emperor crippling himself. Why would it be worth it for him to do that? Even many of the disciples of a demon emperor would not be so fortunate as to have that happen for them. At most, they would leave a little bit of will behind when they were weak. But at their current level, just a little bit of will would be useless. The little bit of will would only be useful when they were weak so they could protect themselves. But now, it seemed that a demon emperor had not cared about the cost and planted his dragon spirit into this demonic cultivator. This even shocked the cultivators of the divine dragons. Longchen stared at this scene before him. No one understood the divine dragons more than he did. The elder who had been imprisoned in the abyss had actually done this for Yusheng? This meant that he looked at Yusheng as his heir. Since he himself was imprisoned, had he placed all his hopes on Yusheng? How much trust did he place in him? Threads of demonic power rolled off of Yusheng as he began to take in all the power in the area. He rushed forward, the dragon merging into him. At that moment, his body seemed to be that of a dragon as well. Dark demonic light fell from the sky. As Yusheng lashed out with his axe, the image of a terrible dragon surged forth with it. The Renhuang from the divine golden nation shot forth brilliant golden light from his divine wheel. He raised his hand towards the oncoming attack. It was a truly shocking scene. Bang! There was a loud noise as the Renhuang from the golden divine nation suddenly came under a ton of pressure. Both people were sent flying backward. To his shock, he found that Yusheng, whose eyes had turned black, had inherited the power of a dragon, and thus had the power to resist a Renhuang. Futian watched them fight. When he saw that Yusheng was unharmed, he relaxed. It seemed that the divine dragons had given him a trick to hide up his sleeve. In that case, he would not worry about him anymore. Many of the cultivators from the heavenly mandate realm had gotten involved and were blocking him, including the demon emperor from the sky demon court, who was a Renhuang. There were many cultivators there, and they were only targeting two people. One of them was Qin Lin, and the other was Futian. This showed how seriously they took him. 3 Renhuangs by themselves would not have been enough. Qin Lin of the slaughtering world was in a worse situation than he was. He was completely surrounded. Futian slowly rose up into the air, holding his spear. Fighting will surged out of him, and he unleashed the deed of thorough comprehension as well. Golden light wrapped around him, and his body seemed to become golden. The terrible sound of elephants trumpeting rang out within him. Many illusory images appeared in the sky, looking like gods. Gai Sure looked at Futian, and a dark look came over his face. That was the sigh of the divine god. Futian was throwing it in the faces of all the golden divine nation, using the technique that he had stolen from Gai Sure. This was, without a doubt, intended to humiliate him. If anyone wants the inheritance, they must gamble their life to get it, said Futian coldly, his voice shaking the air. Attack! Came a cold voice. There were so many forces there. How could they fear the combat ability of one man? Some cultivators directly attacked him. A terrible pattern of suffering appeared above his head like a formation of dark gods. Destructive black lightning flashed from it, destroying everything in its path. Futian looked up at the cultivators in the sky, then took a step forward. He stabbed out with his spear, and his fighting will surged into the sky and swept out in all directions. Golden light burst from the spear. Everyone saw the black lightning smash into the golden light. Powerful light stung everyone's eyes as they watched divine golden lightning shoot up into the air and destroy the black lightning. It smashed into the formation, completely annihilating it. But at almost the same instant, destructive killing power came from all other directions towards Futian. For example, a mountain range in which each mountain was as sharp as a knife fell on him, and destructive spatial swords shot towards him, all arriving at the same time. Given the distance between him and his opponents, the attacks would only take a moment to reach him. The divine elephants within Futian trumpeted as he stepped through the air. A mighty and radiant golden elephant covered his body. As the attacks fell upon him, they were destroyed. Even the spatial swords only made a high-pitched sound as they hit him. They could not pierce through his defenses. There were few people on the same plane who could hurt him. Everyone looked shocked when they saw this. Did he really have such amazing defenses? None of them had been able to hurt him. Every step that Futian took made the air shake. He disappeared from his original place. The gods in the air around him were sighing the sighs of death. He stabbed straight forward with his spear. It pierced through the air, shocking all the cultivators in front of him. The countless divine swords flying through the air formed a sword matrix, but under the attack of the spear, the matrix was utterly shattered. The spear cut through it like a knife through bamboo. Crack! One of the cultivators was pierced through, an unblemished saint from the heavenly sword hall. He looked at Futian in shock before his body shattered. And he was not the only one. All of the cultivators from the heavenly sword hall around him were sent flying back, many of them with blood streaming from their mouths. The spears had cut through their flesh and crippled them. "You should not have made the same mistake again," said Futian. He had not fought them at Sword City, and even during the struggle at the spatial sacred hall when they had allied with the martial gods clan against him, he had not done anything to them. Now, the heavenly sword hall was attacking him again. Why should he let them live? The other cultivators all looked back at Futian. Even when they had attacked him all at once, his spear had been unmatched. The Renhuang-level fighting will seemed to slam into them, and even the cultivators who had not been directly struck were wounded by it. Futian stood there, gripping his spear. He swept his gaze over the other cultivators and said, "Before I told some people that it was not worth fighting any further, and then we opened the door to the god's relic and came here. I don't care that you followed me here. But if you continue to fight me, then no matter what, I promise you that you will not leave this place." He was naturally speaking to the people from the martial gods clan and the school of the Emperor Star. They bore him a grudge due to their earlier conflicts, and thus wanted to attack him. He had let them go once already, but this time he would show no mercy. Indeed, his words had a great demoralizing effect, which made the cultivators who had been rushing forward stop in their tracks. Even Wu Zhan of the martial gods clan looked shocked. Their only Renhuang had been killed. Although they were one of the top forces of the Central Emperor realm, their power in the god's relic was limited. The important thing was that Futian had taken many opportunities away from them. And now he was threatening them. But his tone of voice actually made him feel threatened. He was shocked. He was of the martial gods clan and could contend with the top powers of the Central Imperial realm. He had never felt like this before. "You opened the door to the god's relic?" said someone else with a look of surprise. Futian had said that he was the one who had opened the door. Hadn't it been Jian Qingzhu? "Wu Zhan, your previous battle with Futian has proved some things. Futian was the first to open the door to reach this place. What would be the point of continuing to fight him? He has already shown you mercy, and if you force his hand, things will not go well for you," said Yuan Hong of the Yuanyang clan. A desire to retreat gripped many of the people who had come from that direction. They understood that though they may not like it, Yuan Hong's words were true. "He was the first one to open the door?" Many of them looked at Futian in shock. "Wasn't it Jian Qingzhu?" Futian ignored their attention. He stepped away from them towards where Gai Shishir was standing there with a dark look on his face. When he saw Futian coming towards him, his eyes narrowed. He felt a powerful threat to his very life. Chapter 1643 The Perfect Level. Futian stepped forward, holding his spear out towards the people from the divine Golden Nation. Since Gai Shir had come to him asking for trouble, he would help him find it. The enmity between them had come to its inevitable conclusion. His opponent had a strong desire to kill him, and the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation had tried to do so to him and Yu Xing. In that case, he had no choice. It was kill or be killed. Boom! At that moment, a powerful surge of the energy of the Great Path shot out towards him. A golden cauldron fell towards him, seeming like it had fallen from the heavens. The Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation had acted. Although he was fighting Yu Xing, he was still a Renhuang after all. Using his divine wheel, he could cover the entire area, including where Futian was. Seeing the power that Futian had just unleashed, he could not just let him attack Gai Shir. It was too dangerous. Bang! There was a loud noise as Yu Xing's power struck him as he was dealing with Futian. The wild power sent him flying. A Renhuang had been knocked back, his divine will trembling. Futian struck out with his spear at the same time, smashing it firmly into the falling cauldron and shattering it. "Careful, there is someone behind you trying to take your place," someone told him telepathically. It was Do Zhao. Futian looked behind him and saw a cultivator rushing towards the statues. He wanted to take the inheritance. Moreover, he was a Renhuang and had many other cultivators around him. A dark look came over Futian's face. There were too many cultivators here, making the situation very complicated. It was hard to deal with everything at once. "I will watch them for you." A seal of a god of war appeared upon Do Zhao's brow. He moved forward towards where Gai Shir and the others were. The cultivators of the Do tribe surrounded the cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation. A wild burst of pressure swept out. Gai Shir stared at Do Zhao saying, "Why are you interfering with the affairs of the Golden Divine Nation?" The Do tribe of the Ziwei realm was an ancient family with incredible combat prowess. He had no desire to provoke them. "Don't you feel that it is rather shameless to sit there and attack people when they are distracted?" asked Do Zhao. "Moreover, do you really think you are worthy of fighting him?" He was confident that there were few among the 9 supreme realms of his generation who could defeat him. He was not familiar with Gai Shir, but he showed scorn for him anyway. Even if he had reached the Renhuang Plain earlier, he would not have worried. An ugly look came over Gai Shir's face. Do Zhao's words seemed to have hit a sore spot. After all, Futian had beaten him quite severely. "Then I wish to see just how powerful the will of the Do tribe really is." Gai Shir released his aura, and an image of a celestial god formed in the air above him. Do Zhao looked at him with disdain. More and more seals appeared on his brow. Beams of divine light shot through his body as his will became even more powerful. His aura continued to rise, and the image of a fighting god appeared behind him. Bang! He stepped forward, staring at Gai Shir. He raised his fist and lashed out. The sound of a god sighing rang out. Gai Shir gripped his spear and thrust it out. Golden lightning clashed in the air as a wild pressure swept out. Gai Shir was sent flying backward. And it was not only him. The other cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation around him were all knocked back by the storm. Truly weak. Do Zhao's eyes were full of disdain. This made a dark look come over Gai Shir's face. On the other side, Futian was naturally watching the others trying to inherit the will from the statue that he had left for Yu Xing. But at that moment, a strong force moved over there, pushing through the crowd. A Renhuang-level figure was among them as they moved towards the statue. It seemed that they wanted the inheritance as well. They were very strong and seemed rather unyielding. Previously, other cultivators had been fighting them, but they had been swept aside. They were from Celestial Worthy Temple in the Central Imperial Realm, one of the top powers of that realm. Previously they had only been observing. Although they had not directly competed for the statue's will, there were 9 places, and one of them should naturally be there. The Central Imperial Realm was at the center of the 9 realms and had the most forces within it, but they had only won 3 places. This was not nearly enough. Although the people from Celestial Worthy Temple were not the most powerful members of their generation, they still deserved a place. When Yi Futian turned around, the Renhuang from Celestial Worthy Temple looked at him and said, "You may have unlocked the statues, but there is no place for you here. Go and find something else to do." No matter how talented Yi Futian was, it meant nothing. Talent was talent, and background was background, but you also needed to consider one's background. No matter how powerful or talented you were, it was not enough for the people of the Central Imperial Realm. Even if you were at the peak of your abilities, what did it matter? Yi Futian gripped his spear tightly, and Renhuang-level fighting will surged out of him. But this was not a place where he could unleash his will of the Emperor. The Renhuang before him seemed stronger than Wu Meng of the Martial Gods clan. If he couldn't unleash the will of the Emperor, it would be tough to deal with him. Seeing that Yi Futian was still standing there, the Renhuang from Celestial Worthy Temple raised an eyebrow and asked, "You are not willing to fight?" If he didn't want to fight, then what was he doing? Powerful fighting were wrapped around Yi Futian, growing stronger and stronger like a terrible storm. Feeling the aura coming off him, the Renhuang did not continue on to the statue. Instead, he raised his arm and waved his fingers through the air. In a flash, a suffocating power covered the sky. Yi Futian felt the world change, like a supreme being was pressing its fingers down upon him. Each finger was like a golden mountain, thick enough to crush the sky, yet sharp enough to cut through the very air. He was crushed within them, and he felt like he could not breathe. Impossibly brilliant fighting were wrapped around him. He stepped forward, and the sound of an elephant trumpeting shook the sky. There was another sound of a god sighing, and he pushed his spear forward towards the 5 golden fingers. Bang! There was a loud noise as the two incomparably strong forces collided. The 5-finger mountains shattered with a booming sound and peace rained down. But Yi Futian was knocked down to a lower part of the sky as well until his feet landed on the ground with a slam. The arm that was holding the spear trembled. This man was clearly much stronger than Wu Meng. "You won't be able to handle the inheritance," Yi Futian said to the cultivators of the Celestial Worthy Temple. "You may speak to me only once you have reached the next level," said the Renhuang. His aura was overpowering. He knew that Yi Futian was about to break through to the next level, and had conquered realms before, but he did not care. Even if he broke through to the next level, what would it matter? The Renhuang would already have the inheritance. At that moment, powerful sword was shot over from a distance, and the Renhuang felt an aura of the same level as his own. A Renhuang's thoughts were sweeping towards him. He looked up into the air, and his expression changed. Brilliant golden divine light appeared in the sky. He could sense even more powerful sword will. He raised his hand and shot a palm print across the distance. The 5-fingered palm print shot up into the air, where it split the sky. A brilliant divine sword was falling from the heavens, leaving the line in the air as it fell. Whoosh! A powerful aura descended along with the sword as it cut through the palm print, turning it into nothingness. The sword had lost some momentum though, and it shrieked as it stopped in the air, then flew back up. In the distance, a figure stepped forward through the air. The sword entered his body. It was clearly his sword. "Who are you?" The Renhuang from the Celestial Worthy Temple could feel a powerfully threatening aura. He narrowed his eyes as he looked at the figure in the distance. Yi Futian looked at the descending figure as well, then a smile appeared on his face. "So he's broken through to the next level," he thought to himself. The person before his eyes was the sword master of Lihin. He had now become a Renhuang. He had only rushed here after cultivating for a long time. He had finally reached the legendary realm that he had always wanted to reach. This was definitely something worth getting excited about for the sword master of Lihin. Now, the sword master of Lihin's aura had changed. The great path was one with his form. He stood there straight as a sword reaching up to the heavens. "Congratulations, Sword Master," said Yi Futian with a smile. The Sword Master of Lihin looked at Yi Futian and inclined his head with a smile. This was something he had dreamed about for a long time, and he had finally achieved it. Not only had he reached the Renhuang plane, but his entire self was also transformed. The endless sword will of Sword City had baptized him. Yi Futian had given him this chance. This went far beyond just a gift. He even dared to wonder if he was more powerful than His Majesty Emperor Xia now. He swept his gaze over the Renhuang from the celestial worthy temple, then towards Yuxing's battle. Yuxing was facing a Renhuang as well. "How can we deal with this?" he asked. "Attack!" answered Yi Futian. It was as simple as a single word. The sword master of Lihan said nothing else. Incomparably brilliant divine light shone in the air, lighting up the sky. Below him, Yuxing and the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation felt a threat to their very lives. They both looked shocked. They suddenly looked up and saw incomparably dazzling divine swords falling from the sky. The Renhuang's will of the great path surged with power, making more cauldrons descend from above. Crack! The sword light pierced through the sky, descending towards the earth. In the next instant, the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation froze in place. "Impossible!" he yelled. Just as he said this, his body split in two. "No!" The cultivators from the Golden Divine Nation watched this in shock. They all began to feel afraid. Their Renhuang had been killed. Moreover, he had been killed by a single sword. "Are you at the perfect level?" Yi Futian asked the sword master of Lihan, joy in his eyes. It seemed like the sword master had gambled correctly. He had destroyed his own path and reforged his sword, putting the sword will from Sword City into it, and baptizing his body and soul in it, thus forging a wheel of the great path. He had had a perfect opportunity to forge a perfect, unblemished wheel of the great path. This was something that would have been impossible before. Chapter 1644 Fallen. This sword was brilliant. It had slain a Renhuang with a single strike. Everyone could feel the aura of the Swordmaster's divine wheel. Its brilliant, perfect radiance covered the area in sword will. Even the people from top forces looked surprised by this. Everyone knew a little bit about the divine wheel's level, but those core few who were from the top forces without a doubt knew the most. Especially the people from the Heavenly Mandate realm, the Higher Heavens realm, and the Myriad realm, who had seen the Sword Master of Lihan be defeated by the swordsman from Heavenly Sword Hall. They looked more surprised than anyone else. He had improved so quickly. Was it even possible for him to have changed so much? So what was the meaning of being a so-called proud son of heaven? This obviously went against common sense. Yuan Hong of the Yuanyang clan had been at Sword City. He looked at the sword master of Lihan. He had really forged a perfect wheel. The great emperor had unified the world, and every 50 years opened up the god's relic. It was said that there would be opportunities to forge perfect wheels within the god's relic, giving it an independent place in the world. It had the same use as some of the secrets of the top powers, but it was even more unique. Thus, the people who had come here before did so both for the god's relic itself but also for the chances it afforded to prove themselves worthy of advancing to the next level. Shenhao, Nan Luoshan, Jian Qi Zhu, and more had all forged perfect divine wheels here. However, although the god's relic was an extraordinary place, it was not guaranteed that one would be able to forge a perfect divine will here. It still depended on the opportunity that one received and their base level of power. The sword master of Lihan had clearly been lacking quite a bit, and so he should not have been able to do what he did. The only explanation could be that at the battle at Sword City, the sword master of Lihan had destroyed his own foundation in order to forge it anew. That would have taken great courage. Moreover, he had had no choice. He could only fight for his life. Either he would have died under the divine sword will, or he would have broken and then stood up again later. All the sword will in Sword City had gone into him. However, this had all happened by chance. If the choice was given to him now, would he have the courage to gamble again? Yuan Hong thought there was about a 50-50 chance that he would. Perhaps this was the chance he was waiting for, Yuan Hong thought as he watched the sword master of Lihan. He had entered the Renhuang plain at its highest point, ignoring the fact that he had not been talented enough in the past. He had completely changed. If he got another opportunity like this in the future, he would likely become one of the most powerful figures in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. This was not only true for the sword master of Lihan. Anyone who created a perfect divine will would stand among the top figures of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Indeed, many of the rulers of the 9 realms did not even have perfect divine wheels. As a descendant of one of the top figures of the Central Imperial Realm, Yuan Hong was very clear about his own quality. When Jian Qizhu, Shen Hao, and Nan Luoshan had succeeded, he had not been too disturbed. After all, they were already fated to be the future rulers of the 9 realms. But the sword master of Lihan was different. This was truly shocking. Without a doubt, the people who were most shocked were the people from the Golden Divine Nation, Gai Shi and the others. The person who had been killed was their Renhuang. They had lost the Renhuang, and the sword master of Lihan had arrived. The tables had turned completely. If Futian wanted to kill all of them, how could they stop him? Bang! An incredibly loud sound rang out as Gai Shi was sent flying by Dou Dao's fist. He could hear Dou Zhao's voice rolling like thunder. Now, do you know what fear is? Previously, when he had taken advantage of these people when they were weak, he had not been the least bit polite. When the sword master of Lihan killed the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation, those cultivators who had wanted to steal Futian's statue fled. They seemed to have abandoned their previous plans. Why hadn't they dared to do this earlier? It was because the others were all very strong. Talented Renhuangs were the top figures here in the God's Relic. Now that the sword master of Lihan was here, Futian's side had won as well. If they wanted to steal from them, they would be seeking their own doom. After killing the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation, the sword master of Lihan began moving towards Futian. With every step, brilliant sword light shone, descending upon the cultivators from Celestial Worthy Temple. Sword will filled the air. The Renhuang from Celestial Worthy Temple frowned. He could feel his divine will come under a great amount of pressure. Although he had not been able to forge a perfect divine wheel, his was still at the celestial level. When added to his position as the proud son of heaven of Celestial Worthy Temple, he was incredibly strong. But even so, he still felt like he was under pressure. He raised his fist, his fingers like 5 divine golden mountains. He reached out towards the sword master of Lihan up in the sky. Endless sword will appeared in the air, swallowing up all the radiance. The sword master of Lihan moved, and his sword flashed out. With that one slash, it looked like thousands of swords were born. Each of the fingers were cut through, one by one, and shattered violently. The sword master of Lihan pierced forward towards the Renhuang from Celestial Worthy Temple below him. Up in the air, a falling sky sword was descending. It transformed into countless swords that seemed like they would destroy the entire area. Feeling that terrible sword power, the cultivator from Celestial Worthy Temple unleashed brilliant light. The sword master of Lihan's sword was incredibly fast, and it reached him in the time it took to think a single thought. But it was blocked by a golden mountain. Below it, the Renhuang from Celestial Worthy Temple was waving his hands. "Go!" he said. The other cultivators from Celestial Worthy Temple disappeared from their original places. Bang! There was a loud noise as the swords fell and destroyed the mountain. But the cultivators from Celestial Worthy Mountain were already far away, turning into golden afterimages. And they were getting even farther away. A ritual implement. Futian stared at his opponents. They had moved extremely quickly. "There's one more over there, Sword Master." He was looking up into the air. The Demon Emperor from the Sky Demon Court was fighting another Renhuang. It was another person who wanted to steal one of the statues. "All right." As the Sword Master of Lihan said this, his figure disappeared as he flew quickly through the air. Brilliant sword light appeared in the air, and blood seemed to be dripping from it. Everyone's hearts beat faster when they saw this. There was another sword. 2 Renhuangs had been slain by a single sword, and the one from Celestial Worthy Temple had only escaped due to his ritual implement. It seemed that there was no longer any doubt about who would get this inheritance. No one could compete for it. "Yu Sheng, go ahead," called Futian. Yu Sheng retracted his aura and walked towards Futian. "Go on." Futian looked at the statue and saw the divine light falling upon it. It was glowing brilliantly. Yu Sheng did not say anything, he just walked over there and stepped into the statue. Futian watched him. Previously, Yuxing had been at a lower level than him and had never been as close to the Rehuang Plain. Now, this inheritance would be enough to let him overtake him. He would rush all the way towards the Rehuang Plain. He turned his gaze to the other battlefield. He narrowed his eyes. Killing what was spreading out. He was not thinking of giving up now. Dou Zhao had been pressing Gai Shishir all this time, but when he saw Yi Futian coming, he made way for him. The Dou tribe had surrounded the cultivators of the Golden Divine Nation. None of them had escaped. Yi Futian looked at Gai Shishir and saw that his face had gone pale. There seemed to be a deep fear in his eyes. He could see the killing intent in Yi Futian's eyes. "How do you want to die?" asked Yi Futian. His voice was extremely calm, but it made a dark look come over Gai Shishir's face. Yi Futian had truly come to kill him this time. Last time, when he was leaving the Divine Palace, Yi Futian had not dared kill him. But now, he was not sure. At the very least, Yi Futian's desire to kill him was clear in his eyes. Yi Futian reached out, gripping his spear, fighting while wrapping around it. Terrible spear light shone from it. "If you can survive this spear strike, I will let you go." Yi Futian pointed the spear at Gai Shishir. There was a gloomy look in Gai Shishir's eyes as he stared at Yi Futian. Was he seeking to humiliate him? A single spear strike. But given Yi Futian's power, Gai Shishir could not be sure of surviving even a single spear strike. He said nothing. The golden blood that flowed through his veins surged, and his body became golden. It was as if he had been forged of it. He gripped his golden divine spear and stepped forward. His endless will transformed into the figure of a celestial god. He stepped into the air. He was Gai Shishir, the foremost junior of the Golden Divine Nation, with enough talent to shock the world. Could he really not bear a single spear strike? "Are you ready?" asked Yi Futian. Even more powerful fighting will burst out from him towards Yi Futian. At this moment, Gai Shishir felt that he was not facing Yi Futian, but a god of war. Whoosh! Golden light shone brilliantly as the sound of a god's sighing rang out. A golden ancient god descended from the sky towards Yi Futian. Gai Shishir was not going to take his lying down, but would instead attack. He was skilled at attacking, and in fact, there were few in the higher heavens realm who could match him in that regard. He had the initiative, so he would naturally take that opportunity to attack. He would like to see Yi Futian try to kill him with a single spear strike. Yi Futian saw Gai Shishir coming towards him, then stepped forward, making the air shake. He struck out with the spear, as powerful as a dragon, and a terrifying storm whipped up. Neither of them tried to avoid their opponent's attack. The spears collided, unleashing a terrible, destructive light as they clashed. Everyone saw the divine spear trembling, and then they saw Gai Shishir's arms shaking. Then his body. Bang! A terrible sound came out of his golden body. Then, as everyone watched in shock, many booming sounds rang out from his body. Then he began to crack apart. No! A look of shock came over Gai Shishir's face. When he said this, golden blood began to pour out of him. His body disappeared, leaving no trace. He's really dead. Everyone trembled as they saw this, particularly the people of the higher heavens realm. That was Gai Shishir, of the bloodline of the Golden Divine Nation. Yi Futian had really killed him. Moreover, what kind of power was this? A single spear strike had destroyed Gai Shishir's body. Just how strong was he? He had absolutely crushed Gai Shishir. What kind of level was this? One of the top figures of the higher heavens realm had fallen in the god's relic. Chapter 1645 Altar. The god's relic was the burial place of many proud sons of heaven. This time was just like it had been in the past. Many people had fallen here. However, it was very rare for people of Gai Shishir's status to fall here. For one thing, everyone there was very strong, and for another, their opponents would usually show mercy. After all, he was the heir to the Golden Divine Nation. If other members of top forces fell here, it is possible that the people here would not care. After all, there was nothing unusual about that. But they would definitely care about someone like Gai Shishir dying. Even though in the past, people of his level had been killed, they had been killed by people who were even more powerful than them. For example, the people of the Central Emperor realm could ignore it if their fellows were killed by people from the other top forces since they were very strong themselves. But Yi Futian was someone without any background. He called himself the disciple of the Sky River Great Elder, and had killed Gai Shi. This was not something that made sense. But everyone knew that war was chaotic, and when deep enmity was involved, things did not always make sense. After all, the people from the Golden Divine Nation had attacked him, and Yu Xing. If Yu Xing had not been strong enough, he would have died at the Renhuang's hands. Yi Futian stood there in the sky, holding his spear. He swept his gaze over the people from the Golden Divine Nation and said, "Get out of here." He had not slaughtered them all, killing only Gai Shi and the Renhuang. They were the main figures of the Golden Divine Realm here anyway. As for whether the rest of them lived or died, he really didn't care. If he let them return, they could report what had happened to the Golden Divine Nation. They would tell them who had struck first. The people from the Golden Divine Nation turned and left. What would be the point of remaining there? They had not gained much from this trip to the God's Relic, and most of what they had gained had gone to Gai Shi. With his death, it could be said that the trip was a complete disaster. It would be difficult for them to explain themselves when they returned. "You're letting them go?" Dou Zhao whispered. Yi Futian was very kind. If it had been him, he would not have let even a single one of them go. He would have slaughtered them all. "There would be no point in killing them all," whispered Yi Futian. He turned and walked over to the statues. He could see Yu Xing bathed in the statue's light. Brilliant divine light was falling from the palace in the sky, making Yu Xing's body change continuously. His eyes were closed, and it seemed like he was calmly taking everything in. The great path was resonating within him. The inheritance that had been left here must be good. Although it would be difficult for it to let Yu Xing directly break through to the next level, it would probably put him within a step of that level. This would be a great boon to his cultivation. "When will I get a chance like this?" Dou Zhao watched Yu Xing enviously. That guy had been able to defeat him when he used the will of the sevenfold will of the fighting god even though he was at a lower level. Once he had forged a law body just like Dou Zhao had, he would get even stronger. At that point, even the sevenfold will of the fighting god wouldn't be enough. "You are truly not polite at all," Yi Futian praised him. "We're all family here, why should I be polite?" said Dou Zhao cheerfully. He hadn't forgotten that this guy had many treasures taken from the sacred hall. "You are right," said Yi Futian with a smile. Dou Zhao was well suited to his own temperament. His combat ability and capacity for violence were similar to Yu Xing's. His personality was not that sincere. He was brazen and shameless. It could be said that he was a combination of Yu Xing and Little Condor. "Since you also say we are family, I will also not be polite the next time I need a weapon," said Dou Zhao, looking at Yi Futian. He obviously still had the idea that he needed magic weapons. If he could equip the elders in his family, they would be able to directly sweep into the Ziwei realm. They were not able to wield the full power of the weapons from the spatial sacred hall due to their level. Their true power could only be unleashed in the hands of Renhuangs. "Are you serious?" whispered Yi Futian. 5 weapons was not enough? Why did he feel like this guy had just ruined the mood? By that point, all of the fighting had calmed down. The heirs all appeared within the 9 statues, and no one else was bothering Yu Xing. 2 Renhuangs had already fallen. The people of the Celestial Worthy Temple had fled, and the Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation had been killed. Who else would dare interfere? As for the other battles, Qin Lin of the Slaughtering World's inheritance had been seized. Although the Slaughtering World was not weak, they were not strong enough to withstand attacks from many other forces. They had no choice but to give up their spot. Futian. At that moment, the sword master of Lihan flew downward and landed beside Yi Futian. He had recalled his powerful sword will, but even so, he still looked like a sharp sword. Yi Futian smiled brightly when he saw him. He had a perfect divine wheel and had the power to kill a Renhuang with a single strike. He was so happy for him. He remembered that he and the sword master of Lihin had misunderstood each other the first time they had met. At that time, he had fought his way to the 33rd layer of Lihin heaven and defeated Wang Chuan. But the sword master of Lihin had not only not blamed him for this, but he had also given his sword to Yi Wuqian. Afterward, the sword that he had given Yi Wuqian had played a key role in the Battle of the Empty Realm. After that, he had participated in the Battle of the Crimson Dragon Realm. As far as Yi Futian was concerned, he owed him several times over. He was a man of measure and grandeur. Otherwise, even given a chance like he had just had, he would not have been able to forge a perfect divine wheel. Now, seeing that the sword master had finally reached the level that he had been pursuing for so long, and had, in fact, succeeded far beyond his hopes, he was naturally very happy for his friend. "You have a perfect divine wheel, showing that your following of the way is flawless. I hope that your sword will one day sweep through the 3,000 realms of the Great Path," said Yi Futian with a smile. "I can feel that my sword has become incredibly strong. In the past, I felt His Majesty's power, and thus challenged him on purpose in order to learn more. But now that I've formed my own wheel, I can feel that it is different. It is a flawless feeling." "Is this what is called a flawless divine wheel?" the sword master of Lihin asked. It seemed that he still did not really understand divine wheels. "Yes," said Yi Futian with a nod. "Even people who rule an entire realm, like Lord Tai Xian, will not necessarily have perfect wheels. As far as I know, the god's relic is a special place. When added to the fact that you reforged yourself, this allowed you to forge your perfect wheel. There are few people in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path who have done this." When he had been in the ancestral land of the Divine Palace, the mysterious person there had told him some of this. Cultivating at the ancestral land would give one the chance to forge a perfect wheel. Thus, he speculated that the god's relic and the ancient Renhuang who had fallen here were different. He must have been a Renhuang from before the collapse of the heavens. The sword master of Lihin was shocked when he heard what Yi Futian said. He could feel that his wheel of the Great Path was different, and the previous battle had proved his strength. But he had not thought that it was quite this extraordinary. If that was the case, then he, a swordsman who had come from Emperor Xia's realm, had become one of the top swordsmen in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path in a single step? Would he have to abandon His Majesty then? This made him feel very strange. After all, he had followed Emperor Xia for many years. "Perhaps this is fate," said the sword master of Lihin with a smile. He was not terribly excited. Swordsmen had to focus on swordsmanship. No matter how strong or weak they are, they needed to have an indomitable will to move forward. It was the same for saints and Renhuangs. It was the same in the past and now. He would follow his own sword path to the end. "Congratulations," came a voice. It was Yaya. She and the sword master of Lihin were old friends. In the past, the two strongest swordsmen in Emperor Xia's realm, the sword master of Lihin, and the sword saint of the void were often compared to each other. "Yi Futian is the one who gave me this chance. I have taken the first step onto the Renhuang Plain, and I will wait for you here," said the sword master of Lihin. Given the relationship between Yi Futian and Yaya, he would certainly not deny her an opportunity. Said Yaya with a nod. She looked at Yi Futian. Feeling Yaya's eyes on him, Yi Futian shifted his gaze and looked at Yu Sheng. "It's taking him a long time." Yi Futian had a strong desire to survive. The sword master had been lucky enough to find a chance to break through to the next level. He had no way of guaranteeing that Yaya would be able to have a chance to forge a perfect wheel. He had no choice but to play dead. Yaya stared at him, but in reality, she did not care too much. She would not force the issue. As they were speaking, someone came out of his statue. It was Shen Hao. In the instant that he stepped out, the statue that was bathed in light from the celestial palace above disappeared. He opened his eyes, and a beam of divine light shot out of them, incredibly sharp. He seemed to have changed. He swept his gaze over the people before him, then at those beside him. Next, Jian Qizhu, Nan Luoshan, and the others finished as well. They came out of their statues one by one, each statue disappearing into nothing once they exited. It was as if they never existed. Once they exited, some of them looked at Yi Futian and the sword master of Lihan, and others looked at Yu Xing. Although they had been inheriting the will of the statues, they knew what had been happening outside. The battle that had just taken place had been brilliant. Moreover, a swordsman who had forged a perfect wheel of the great path had appeared. And Yi Futian had given his own chance for an inheritance to his friend. Before he had even reached the Renhuang plain, he had given his opportunity to another. It did not need to be said that this Yi Futian was an extraordinary person with incredible talent. Yu Xing was the last one to enter a statue. Thus, he was the last one to come out. As he opened his eyes and stepped out, the great path resonated within him. He looked at Yi Futian, and Yi Futian looked back at him with a bright smile. Then the statue disappeared like an illusion. At that moment, the light coming down from the celestial palace, which had been restrained at first, burst with brilliance. Boom! A fierce rumbling sound rang out as the palace began shaking. An invisible force had covered the sky stairwell that went up to the palace, but now it collapsed and split apart. Soon, the sky stairwell disappeared, making it seem like the celestial palace was no longer rooted to the ground. It burst with incomparably brilliant light, and one beam of the light shot up into the clouds like a bridge connecting the palace to the sky. Is the final inheritance going to appear? Everyone trembled on the inside. They held their breath in anticipation. This was the first time anyone on the trip to the God's Relic had gotten this far. This was the first time they had gotten to the end. What was hidden here? Chapter 1646 Shadow of the Emperor. Inside the relic, everyone was looking up at the heavenly palace as if it were the real divine residence. Numerous rays of sunlight sprinkled down from the sky above, and the light beam that penetrated downwards had activated the passage to heaven. The divine will of some Renhuang-level cultivators had moved in that direction, but they found that their will was blocked and could not penetrate the brilliance of the sun's rays. Heaven has opened, Yi Futian murmured. The view in front of him was incredibly beautiful. What's that? Above the heavenly palace, an illusory shadow loomed, gradually solidifying. It slowly turned into an extremely sacred figure, standing high above the heavenly palace. It seemed to be the true divine God. Is that the master of God's relic? Many people wondered. After they came here, they had speculated, and so had Jianqi Zhu. All four sides of the relic led to this place. And judging from all angles, this place was clearly the location of a supreme palace. This supreme being was once the master of this place. Whether it was the treasure inside the spatial sacred hall, those divine trees, or the books, they all once belonged to him. Then the figure that appeared before them could very well be the existence of God. The great emperor. At this moment, everyone looked solemn, for no one in the 3,000 realms of the great path had reached that level. This was someone who stood at the top of cultivation, the being that was truly supreme. Whether it was the number one genius of the Tianshan Academy, the heir to the Shan clan, or even the princess of the Nantian Divine Kingdom, each had a look of respect in their eyes. No matter if this supreme being still existed in the world, they dared not be disrespectful. Many even bowed slightly to salute the supreme figure in the void, which was their way of paying respect to the supreme being. The phantom seemed to be alive, yet ethereal and untouchable. Yi Futian looked at the sky above and recalled similarities to the time when he first encountered Emperor Yi Qing. But this supreme being only had a trace of will that remained in the world. Was that trace finally awakened because someone had arrived here? What kind of place was this? After Dongwang the Great and Emperor Yi Qing unified the world, why did they open God's relic to allow the people from the 3,000 realms of the Great Path to come here to cultivate? Was it to give the cultivators of 3,000 realms of the Great Path an opportunity, so that they had a chance to create a truly perfect divine wheel? From what he knew, the two emperors were hoping that the world would preach and make martial arts prosper, so there was indeed such a possibility. So, was he coming here to receive the inheritance of this ancient great emperor? Breaking into God's relic, opening the doors to the relic, and then dissolving the will of the divine generals who guarded the heavenly palace was, in fact, like a complete inheritance. It was not only Futian who was guessing. Everyone else also had their own ideas. Those of the top forces also believed that this might be the inheritance left by the gods. The ethereal shadow that appeared at this moment, could that be the fallen great emperor from the ancient war times? They all had a strong desire and expectation in their hearts. If they could really have the chance to obtain the inheritance of the emperor's relic, such an opportunity would be completely based on luck. Among all the countless inheritances that existed within the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, none could compare to this level of inheritance. At least for now, no one had discovered an emperor's relic elsewhere. Some time ago, the demonic emperor's inheritance appeared in the heavenly mandate realm, but the demonic emperor did not show up. It may have been that the demonic emperor's will had been integrated into the demonic realm, so it was not really an inheritance from the emperor. Even Shin Hao of the Shin clan showed a very strong sense of expectation in his eyes. If he could obtain the true emperor-grade inheritance, then perhaps one day in the future, the Shin clan could stand at the peak of the 3,000 realm of the Great Path. Moreover, he would also have the opportunity to pursue the Supreme Realm. Jian Qingzhu from Tianshan Academy stared at the void, also with great anticipation. He didn't expect the great emperor to really exist in the relic. Nan Luoshan's beautiful eyes also hovered over the heavenly palace. This time, could she take it? Everyone had the same idea, and that was to obtain the inheritance. They had even forgotten about their own strength, talent, and whether they could compete with those top figures. With this kind of opportunity right in front of them, who could resist? As long as they got it, they would have the opportunity to become the top figure in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, just like Jian Qingzhu from Tianshan Academy and Shin Hao from the Shin clan. At this time, the heavenly palace shot out incomparable divine light that scattered between heaven and the earth. In an instant, countless sacred flashes of brilliance fell upon the area below the heavenly palace, as if containing the real imperial might that covered the entire range below. Feeling the incomparably brilliant glow, a figure stepped out. It was Shin Hao of the Shin clan. He walked underneath the heavenly palace and entered the area where the divine light was spilled. In an instant, a supreme pressure fell on him, and his body fell from the sky under the tremendous pressure. Seeing Shin Hao's movements, many slowly understood something. The divine light that spilled from the heavenly palace penetrated through the heaven and the earth, like a light beam that could reach into the sky. Was this the final test? Likewise, Jian Qingzhu also moved forward and stepped inside without any hesitation. After that, top figures such as Nan Luoshan, Gui Zhang, and Di Wu all entered one after another. The moment they stepped inside, will of the way exploded fiercely from their body, and their will was urged to the limit to resist the sacred glory that fell on them. But even so, they were still forced to fall downward. Go! A group of figures whizzed out, and all headed there. However, some had just entered that area when the sacred brilliance fell on their bodies. Their bodies were no longer just simply falling, but rather being slammed down before hitting the ground. Their will almost collapsed, and their faces paled. Boom, boom, boom! Bodies kept falling from above, and in just a short moment, a countless amount had fallen to the ground, hitting it hard. Some couldn't even get up. If this were the final test of the relic, it would not be easy. Even though the real god's relic was right in front of them, it didn't mean that anyone could get their hands on it. Futian and his party gathered together, Yu Xing by his side. All of them looked forward. Is the pressure this strong? Dou Zhao whispered. Emperor level. You want to try it? Futian asked. Sure, I'll give it a try. Dou Zhao nodded and stepped forward with a bang. This time he didn't hesitate to use the will of the sevenfold fighting god. When he walked, he was like a god descending upon the earth, heading toward the heavenly palace. Shin Hao, Jian Qingzhu, and the others were all under tremendous pressure, so Dou Zhao dared not give anything less than his very best. He knew exactly what level this pressure of might was. Boom! The moment Dou Zhao stepped inside, his body was suppressed downward, and under the divine pressure, his body kept falling down. It has nothing to do with realm. Futian kept his eyes forward and said, It seems to be similar to before. It is the suppression of will again. What is the purpose of this test? The sword master of Lihan whispered. He was somewhat puzzled. You probably have to go in personally to find out, Futian said as people continuously entered, with most of them being shaken off on the ground as they couldn't bear the pressure. Those whose wills were not strong enough would just lie there as if suffocating. Futian glanced at that phantom, and wondered if it could be some great emperor from the ancient times? If he urged the will of the emperor, was it enough to counter this suppression of will? Ahead of them, as Shenhao and Jian Qizhu gradually adapted to the pressure of might, they were actually able to withstand it, and began to travel upward. As they looked up at the heavenly palace, their divine will was curious to enter the palace to see what was inside. Where did that sacred beam lead? Go in, Futian said, and suddenly a group of people all stepped forward, moving towards its interior. Whether they could withstand the pressure or not, they had to try, even if it meant failure. Futian, Yuxing, Sword Master Yaya, Xia Qingyuan, and many others walked into the lower part of the heavenly palace. In just an instant Futian had felt that most sacred might of the emperor. Regardless of cultivation and realm, when the emperor's might suppressed downward, all beings were forced to prostrate. This was different from the trace of will of the emperor that he possessed. This was the true legacy of the real great emperor. Its power was beyond imagination. Infinite divine light fell down as his body was suppressed down. His tyrannical will bloomed fiercely, resisting that might. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the heavenly palace. He saw countless rays of light, a beam of light that reached into the sky, and a most sacred figure, like a god. Rather, it was a true god, standing there and overlooking everything in the world. Just a look from him, and the feeling would be unbearable. The majority of the people who were present had stepped into this space. However, except for the top figures of the major forces, everyone else was being suppressed without any doubt as they were unable to resist it. Those who could remain standing were people who had extraordinary will. Boom! At this moment, a dull sound came out, and under the heavenly palace, someone was walking up against the momentum. It turned out to be Shenhao. He urged the blood and vigor inside his body so that his whole body was now able to see through everything and detected the secrets of the heavenly palace. Would the true inheritance of the relic be inside that palace? How powerful! Many people looked at Shenhao, the strongest man in this generation of the Shen clan. Could he resist the emperor's might and inherit God's relic? Jian Qizhu is also going up. Someone looked in another direction and saw that Jian Qizhu, Nanluoshin, and Gui Zhang were all going up. Gui Zhang had turned into a golden Buddha in an attempt to resist the will of the emperor. His eyes seemed to be able to see through nothingness. Even though his divine will was not sufficient to penetrate this power and enter into the heavenly palace, he could perceive that the secrets of God's relic were inside the heavenly palace. As long as he could enter the heavenly palace with his divine will, it was possible for him to detect it, and even possible for him to receive the inheritance of the relic. In this heavenly palace, standing on God's relic, even the incarnation of the will of the great emperor had appeared. The inheritance of the great emperor must not be far away. The same idea had also occurred to Futian. His divine will went up, wanting to break through this might so that he could enter the palace and see what was inside. Futian's divine spirit headed against the flow towards the heavenly palace. However, in front of him, there seemed to be an emperor's shadow standing there and suppressing him. The countless divine lights turned into might that prevented his divine spirit from invading. It was hard to make a breakthrough. Boom! The intent of battle lingered around Futian, and even his celestial soul appeared. He opened both of his eyes and looked directly at the sky above. His eyes seemed to have turned gold, containing a dreadful divine aura. He still couldn't get in. A trace of the most sacred breath diffused from Futian's body, merging into the divine spirit and directly rushing toward the heavenly palace. There was a dull noise, which sounded as if he had been able to force open a gap. Under this pressure of might, his divine spirit invaded the heavenly palace. However, what he saw after the invasion of the divine spirit was still just chaos. He could feel that he had entered the heavenly palace, but all that he could perceive around him was the golden divine light. There was an extremely curious feeling that inside here, everything seemed to be surreal and dreamlike. Nothing could be seen or could be seen clearly. Could it be that there is nothing inside the palace? Futian thought. That's impossible. His eyes were extremely sharp, and his divine spirit faintly perceived that this heavenly palace held many mysterious auras. It was as if there were many divine items around his divine spirit. His divine spirit wanted to touch them, but couldn't perceive their exact location. They seemed close by, but also seemed to be far away and inaccessible. The omnipresent shadow of the Emperor was still imprinted in his mind. Could it be that only when one had perceived the items within the palace, could they be clearly seen and touched? Futian thought. But how? His divine spirit had entered the heavenly palace, but was of still no use. Everyone was here for the first time, and no one knew just what to do. Inheritance, inheritance. Futian's thoughts turned again and again, and many thoughts appeared in his mind instantaneously. Inside the heavenly palace, the divine spirit was under tremendous pressure at all times, and he had no time to waste. Ha! At this moment, he felt the power of another divine spirit. Obviously, the divine spirits of the others, like his, had come inside this heavenly palace. They had also encountered similar obstacles. This divine spirit was that of Jian Qizhu, the first descendant of Tianshan Academy. His divine spirit, like Futian's, had invaded the heavenly palace. At this moment, he continued to move upward, and an incomparably bright will of the way dazzled on his body to invade the heavenly palace along with his divine spirit. What is that? At this moment, Jian Qizhu seemed to perceive something. He saw that in the space seen by his divine spirit, a bright elusive light gradually solidified. It was ethereal and seemingly untouchable. At this moment, Jian Qizhu knew what to do. He did not miss such an opportunity, and was completely immersed in it. Boom! The terrifying divine might suppressed his divine spirit, causing his mind to vibrate, and his body to tremble slightly. It was as if it might collapse under the pressure at any time. Almost. A thought appeared in Jian Qingzhu's mind, and he could almost see it clearly. How could he give up at a time like this? No matter how strong the pressure was, he had to make it out. An incomparable brilliant divine light burst from Jian Qingzhu. There seemed to be countless scrolls flying into the sky, submerging Jian Qingzhu within them. He urged his own will to the limit, and the power of his divine spirit had also reached its limit. Infinite will of the way and power surged into the heavenly palace. At this moment, that illusory figure gradually became clearer and could already be seen. It turned out to be a volume of a book, radiantly dazzling to behold. Buzz! A wind blew inside the heavenly palace, and a most sacred brilliance fell down. The crowd could see that below the heavenly palace, and an even more dazzling ray of light flew out of the endless brilliant golden light. It seemed to be a book scroll. This extremely sacred scroll flew directly in the direction of Jian Qingzhu. The unearthing of the divine item. In an instant, countless people raised their heads to look at the light in the void, their eyes revealing the extreme shock they experienced. Had the divine items inside the palace come out? They also clearly saw that the book flew directly to Jian Qingzhu. Without any hesitation, Jian Qingzhu raised his hand and grabbed it. He then put it away without taking a closer look at all, which shocked many people. Jian Qingzhu of Tianshan Academy, had he inherited the relic of Heavenly Palace? Many disciples of Tianshan Academy looked at Jian Qingzhu, and they were happy for him. However, they were also a little jealous. To say that they hadn't thought of themselves would be a lie. Who didn't want to get the heritage of this relic? However, there was only one Jian Qingzhu in the world. Boom! Jian Qingzhu's body was knocked down. He had spent a lot of energy and will to resist. Before he could make out the scroll clearly, it flew out. Now, it was impossible for him to immediately repeat the whole process all over again. He would need some time to recover. What's going on? Even Jian Qingzhu himself hadn't figured it out yet. Judging from the previous situation, it seemed that as long as one could perceive and make out the things inside the palace, it was enough to make them fly out and become obtainable? And why was it this scroll? Was it a coincidence that it actually complemented what he cultivated in? Jian Qingzhu guessed that this might not be a coincidence. It was not that they were solving the secrets of the heavenly palace to receive the inheritance, but that the heavenly palace was choosing them. Moreover, the person must first be able to withstand this pressure before becoming eligible to be favored by the heavenly palace and be selected. It was almost unbearable even for him. He was almost unable to persist and risked wasting all his previous efforts. Although everyone from the 9 realms was a top genius, he understood that there were only a few who were truly qualified to compete for these items. Among these very few, there might be hope that they would encounter the same situation as him. A faint joy flashed in his eyes. As the divine object passed down from the heavenly palace, he thought that volume of the book must be a most extraordinary object that may have been left by the great emperor. It was a priceless prize. Although he was pleasantly surprised, Jian Qingzhu was in no hurry to read it. It was simply not the right time. Buzz! At this moment, another dazzling divine light flickered from the heavenly palace, and it seemed that another divine item flew down from the heavenly palace. There was a loud banging sound that came out successively, and the golden Buddha that was formed by Guizhang collapsed and shattered as if being blasted by the great path. However, Guizhang raised his hand and grabbed the flying divine item directly into his palm. He opened his palm and looked. The divine item was suspended just above his palm, and it was a seed. Virtue! Guizhang smiled and squeezed his fist, and the seed integrated into his blood. At the same time, roaring sounds continued to be heard as Guizhang's body was continually suppressed downward. The second person after Jian Qingzhu turned out to be Guizhang, which clearly was unexpected. It appeared that this master from the mountain realm possessed terrifying talent and strength. No one even thought of plundering these divine items that came out of the heavenly palace, not when the ones in question were Jian Qingzhu and Guizhang. They were at the pinnacle of their cultivation, those who had cast the perfect divine wheel of the great path. At the very least, they were the pinnacle existence in God's relic. How would plundering be possible? Whoever dared to be the first to strike would undoubtedly die, unless those top figures were fighting amongst themselves. Buzz! At this moment, 2 rays of light flew out at the same time, and suddenly 2 figures emerged at the same time, grabbing toward the rays of light. They were Shen Hao of the Shen clan and Nan Luoshan of the Nantian Divine Kingdom. Obviously, these 2 peerless figures had also perceived some object inside the heavenly palace. Futian's divine spirit was still inside the heavenly palace. He saw the divine items in the heavenly palace fly out, and he felt it the moment they did. He also knew who received what on the outside. For a moment, a thought occurred to him, and it seemed to echo with the expertise of his cultivation. A tyrannical will of the way blended into his divine spirit on the note of this thought. At this moment, his divine spirit seemed to have turned into the divine spirit of swordsmanship. He was intending on piercing the great power of heaven. Sure enough, in that elusive heavenly palace, something faintly became clear. It was as if it were being perceived by him. His divine spirit went there, and he saw a sword floating inside the heavenly palace. Or rather, it saw a sword that was transformed by a trace of sword intent. Buzz! A dazzling sword light flew out, headed towards the outside of the temple, and aimed straight at Futian. That trace of sword intent entered into his will. It was extremely terrifying with considerable destructive power, causing its body to tremble. It also fell toward the ground below. The life spirit inside Futian whistled, and the ancient tree of the world swayed toward the sword intent. That terrifying sword intent, after encountering the ancient tree of the world, actually became gentle and was then sealed inside the life spirit. Huff! Futian took a deep breath. He was just fretting about what gift to give Yaya, and this sword intent should not be any weaker than Xiaqing Yuan's lotus. That would be enough to help Yaya's enlightenment. All eyes were on Futian. Futian seemed to have also received a divine item, which appeared to be a sword. However, with the presence of the sword master of Lihan and the great battle that just took place, it would not be wise to provoke Futian. Raising his head, Futian took a step, and with a powerful intent that swept out, he took to the sky once again. Clearly, this was not enough for him. Recovered so soon? When many people saw Futian's action, they couldn't suppress their curiosity. Jian Qingzhu and the others had not even recovered when Futian went straight up again. Was this to loot the divine items in the heavenly palace now that he had gotten a taste of it? The heavenly palace was the last inheritance of the god's relic. Any divine items unearthed in the palace may contain the will of the great emperor because it was something that was used by the great emperor. Just one item would justify the whole journey here, worthy of great benefits. If someone could have gotten two at present, only a few people had gotten just one. No one dared to even dream of getting two. In years past, no one had ever come this far. This time everyone had reached the end of the relic. Now, they had even gotten the things left behind by the great emperor. It was entirely conceivable that this time, a group of top figures that could cause a great disruption to the 9 realms was in the making. Once Jian Qizhu, Shen Hao, and Nan Luoshan walked out of here, how would they change the future of cultivation? Perhaps they may become the strongest generation in many years. Divine light was shining above the heavenly palace. Yu Sheng, under the pressure of the great path, tossed and turned his own demonic might until he resembled an overpowering demonic god. As his demonic thought invaded the heavenly palace, he saw an extremely heavy and dark object. His demonic thought moved, and a rumbling sound was suddenly heard. He felt his own demonic thoughts being impacted violently, and inside the heavenly palace, a black object flew out of the bright divine light. It immediately attracted the attention of many. "What is that?" Many people postulated when they saw the black object. Even across such a long distance, they could still feel the weight of that black object. "It looks like a rock," someone whispered as the black rock gave out an extremely heavy sensation. The black rock flew directly toward Yuxing and was caught in Yuxing's palm. In an instant, the rock penetrated his body. Boom! With a loud bang, Yuxing's body was being suppressed downward, and even his domineering demonic torso seemed unable to bear it. It seemed that Yuxing had also received a corresponding divine item. Afterward, a few more divine items flew out. Many expressed a look of wonder. They found it an amazing coincidence that whoever had received divine items were basically the same people who had previously received the inheritance of the statue, except for Futian. But the statue was decoded by Futian, so he should also count for half of it. So, could it be that because they had inherited the will of the statue which made their will even stronger? Was that how they were able to resist the divine might of the heavenly palace and obtain the treasures? Or rather, it was because of their own great strength that they were qualified to inherit the statue, so that it was only natural for them to receive the divine items? Of course, the most likely possibility was that they were strong in their own right, so they inherited the statue. After that, they became even stronger, so all that had happened was completely reasonable. Everything that happened could be coincidental, but could also be a matter of strength. Out of the 10 people who had gotten the divine martial spirit, 9 happened to be those who inherited the statue, with Futian as the exception. The arrival of the slaughter world decoded the secret of the statue, but the qualification to inherit the statue was taken away by others. He didn't get the divine item, and his luck was pilfered by others. In this way, Futian was more outstanding than Qin Lin. He was the only one who did not inherit the statue but had obtained the divine item. There were also many other top figures currently under extreme pressure. Even their divine spirits had entered the heavenly palace. However, all they saw was chaos, and before they had time to make out any divine items, they were knocked out of the palace by that powerful authority of heaven. These people, including Shen Clan and many top figures in Tianshan Academy, all seemed unwilling to accept failure and tried again and again. But after one failure, they found that the pressure on the second try was even greater, or rather it was because they had consumed so much energy before. Even so, Jian Qizhu, Shen Hao, and a few others still stubbornly moved upward, standing beneath the heavenly palace. They wanted to perceive the divine items inside the palace. Aside from the divine items, Was there also God's inheritance? Not only did they think that, but Futian also thought the same. Since it was God's relic, it should have God's inheritance. This heavenly palace was the last relic, and the shadow of the emperor had already appeared. Bathed in the golden glow, an extremely brilliant radiance emerged from his body. His eyes changed and turned into golden divine eyes that could see through the ages. Boom! The moment the divine spirit rushed into the heavenly palace, a sacred phantom of the palace itself manifested in his mind and released all of its brilliant glory. Rumbling sounds were heard, and the entire heavenly palace was trembling. The emperor's shadow seemed to glance down from the sky. At this moment, there were two lines of sight that seemed to converge at the same time. Inside the heavenly palace, Futian felt that there was a great emperor standing in front of him, with his hands folded behind his back like the lord of this heavenly path. A terrifying pressure of might penetrated Futian's body, invading his eyes like the true will of the great emperor. So it is. At this moment, a sigh from ancient times seemed to sound in Futian's mind. In the next moment, the emperor's shadow disappeared, and the heavenly palace bloomed with endless rays of light that were madly falling down. Those below only felt a violent shock to their divine spirits, and it was hard for them to open their eyes. What's happening? Many people resolved to close their eyes and withdrew their divine spirit, afraid to look or even peep. Shenhao opened his divine eye, wanting to get a closer look, but a most sacred emperor's shadow appeared, and the pressure of the might stung his eyes so much that there was even a faint blood trace coming out. He let out a muffled groan and closed his eyes, daring not to peek any more. What happened? Not just Shenhao, but everyone else was asking what had happened. They didn't understand why the emperor's might suddenly became stronger and was now suppressing everyone. Only Futian's eyes were still open. Everything around him had become surreal. Countless divine lights pierced down and sprinkled on his body, like the true great emperor descending into the world. Except for him, there was no other divine spirit that dared to snoop, let alone with their physical eyes. So this was it. What was the meaning of this sigh? Afterward, the incomparable sacred light poured directly into his body, and all the light in that heavenly palace went toward him. Will of the Emperor. Futian clearly felt that this was another will of the Emperor rushing into his body. At this moment, the will of the Emperor in his body seemed to be urged completely, releasing an endless glow. Futian, with his robe fluttering, seemed like a supreme ruler. However, no one saw this spectacle at all. The ancient tree of the world swayed, blooming with extreme brilliance, swallowing up all the will that descended and glowing with extremely dazzling divine light. It's time. A thought came to Futian. With a turning of his mind, endless divine light of the great path poured into his body and converged. Inside, many life spirits appeared at the same time. An invisible will of the way turned into rounds of sacred brilliance, sweeping across the world. There were sounds of rhythm, along with sword intent. The divine light gathered as an immense shadow enveloped Futian's entire body. It was a guqin, and every string seemed to be cast by a sword with extreme sharpness. There seemed to be a series of musical notes, floating between heaven and earth, and with countless sacred brilliance raining down, the guqin gradually took shape and merged into Futian's body. The divine light of the great path, the will of the way from the ancient trees of the world, and the infinite will between heaven and earth were now unified. If someone could open their eyes, they would see that there were countless guqin appearing in this space. All the guqin merged into one from outside to inside, until finally all of them integrated inside of him and turned into the divine wheel. Someone broke through the realm? Jian Qizhu, Shenhao, and the others could no longer perceive anything in the outside world, but they had a feeling. It was an elusive feeling and unpredictable, but it was like someone was breaking through the realm, and the sound of music could be faintly heard. After a while, another immense phantom of the golden divine elephant appeared. Countless idle phantoms of the divine elephant appeared between the heaven and the earth, trampling across the sky, which was extremely magnificent. Impressive and majestic divine elephants ran over the void, and then unified into one, accompanying the radiant divine light to merge into Futian's body. Even the 10,000 bones of the divine elephant emperor inside of Yi Futian were integrated into the divine wheel. The divine will he cast was extremely radiant. Previously, the sword master of Li Hin had also released a perfect divine wheel, but it was not nearly as brilliant as Yi Futian's. Besides, this divine will had incorporated an extremely sacred breath. Boom! A tyrannical divine spirit rushed into the sky. Yi Futian felt that the whole world had become different, and his divine spirit became even stronger, as if he himself was representing the great path. Renhuang, sharing the same glory as heaven and earth, lived as long as the sun and the moon existed. At this moment, Yi Futian broke through into Renhuang realm. His pupils became even more radiant, penetrating the heavenly palace, and looking at the line opened by the heaven and earth, his divine spirit seemed to rush into it. At this moment, Yi Futian's divine spirit seemed to travel through time and space. He saw an extremely spectacular scene, and his heart trembled violently. What is that? His heart trembled fiercely because of what he saw. What could be the meaning of all this? Boom! An incomparable divine might of the great path descended as if the heavenly path was now closing. The eye of heaven was also closed. Yi Futian's divine spirit was shaken and knocked back, and afterward, the divine light gradually dimmed. The heavenly palace, likewise, became dimmer as well. Yi Futian retracted the power he had released, and everything seemed to return to normal. All eyes opened, looking at everything outside. What had happened just now? The heavenly palace is closed. Many people saw the closure of the heavenly palace as the divine light dissipated, and the emperor's shadow had also disappeared. What is happening? No one knew. They looked at each other, and then they realized that Yi Futian's temperament seemed to have changed. Renhuang. Many people's eyes narrowed as they scrutinized Yi Futian. How could he have broken through in such a short time? Unless he had received some great advantage? However, Yi Futian had swallowed many fruits of the way before, and he already had the opportunity to make a breakthrough. By lingering without breaking through, the will of the way inside of him was sufficiently strong that it could almost support him in casting the divine wheel of the great path. It's just that before he didn't break through into the Renhuang realm when he could, but chose to do it now that made one wonder about his timing. Yi Futian didn't notice the other's gaze, for his gaze was still focused above the void. It was something he could not describe, but that he had seen before. Outside the sky dome, he seemed to see countless other spaces, as if those were all parts of God's relic. At this moment, he remembered something he had heard before, another name for God's relic. Tomb of the Gods. The heavenly path collapsed in ancient times. Could this be the tomb of the gods left by the fall of the gods? Was God's relic part of the tomb of the gods? He could not imagine what was in there, and who was in control of its entrance. Countless questions seemed to make him forget the joy of breaking through. What he saw just now had a great impact on him. Did you see what happened before? Jian Qingzhu asked Yi Futian. He had sensed that someone was breaking through the realm, and now it was proven that his perception was correct. Yi Futian had the breakthrough, at a time when he couldn't have seen anything. Then, did Yi Futian see anything? I saw it, Yi Futian said. Suddenly, all eyes narrowed and stared at him. I saw the awakening of the great emperor, which resonated with me, so he bestowed his inheritance to me. I felt the call of the gods and saw the inheritance of the gods. As witnessed by the gods, and as destiny dictated, I have proven the way and broke through the realm, Yi Futian announced with a most solemn voice. However, everyone's expressions changed. This guy was now in Renhuang realm. Could he behave more appropriately? Dongwang the Great awakened and resonated with Yi Futian, bestowing his teachings upon Yi Futian. The various deities bore witness to this, and Yi Futian's breakthrough was mandated by the heavens. This was practically. Although this was a Renhuang proving his way, for members of the top forces of the realms, Renhuangs were not existences that dwelt high above. Why would deities come to witness a Renhuang breaking through the plane? Mandate? What mandate? The top figures of the 9 realms had seen countless powerful existences as well as monstrous figures. They themselves were such figures. They had never seen someone blow his own horn to such an extent. Yi Futian practically had no sense of shame. If he was a child of destiny, then what did Jian Qizhu, Shen Hao, and Nan Luoshan amount to? How was it that he was the only one that saw the deities? No one believed Yi Futian's nonsense. However, there were some who were still suspicious of whether or not Yi Futian had obtained any divine item. Or, he might not have been able to see anything like the others. Under that pressure, he had chosen to prove his way and become a Renhuang, bearing the divine might. Did you or did you not get any divine items? In the direction of Shen Clan, Xingyuan asked in a cold tone as he stared at Yi Futian. He had been pathetically defeated by Yi Futian before this. Now, he had seen Yi Futian and Yu Xing both obtain divine items with his own eyes. Some schemes naturally arose in his mind. Yi Futian looked towards Xingyuan and answered, I did not. Then, why did you choose to break through the plane just now? Xingyuan continued pestering him. Yi Futian swept an indifferent glance at Xingyuan. His gaze was as though he was looking at an idiot. Yi Futian did not answer this question. He turned and walked away. He had already answered the question of whether or not he had obtained something. No one believed him. Instead, they continued asking him the same question again. When he gave the opposite answer, they still did not believe him. If that was so, why did he need to answer them? No matter how he responded, it would be meaningless. Whether you believe the former or the latter, suit yourself, Yi Futian said plainly. He was not answering Xingyuan, but instead said this to the crowd. Asking was meaningless. Responding was also meaningless. They would believe whatever they wanted to believe. Xingyuan narrowed his eyes. He had accepted that Yi Futian had not obtained anything at all. In the situation just now, everyone had their eyes shut. Even Jian Qizhu had questioned Yi Futian. It was obvious that even Jian Qizhu could not see anything at that time. Hence, Xingyuan would of course not believe Yi Futian to be more outstanding than everyone here. However, the fact that Yi Futian had broken through the plane made Xingyuan's imagination run wild. Or it might be that Xingyuan did not covet what Yi Futian had obtained later, but rather the divine item that Yi Futian had obtained prior to this. Xingyuan turned his gaze towards Shen Hao. Right now, Xingyuan could not decide which was the truth. Before this, Xingyuan had lost to Yi Futian. Now that Yi Futian had proven his way, his divine will was at least at the celestial level and could possibly be flawless. Counting in the Sword Master of Lihan, unless Shen Hao joined in the fight, otherwise the Shen clan would not be able to deal with Yi Futian's group. Jian Qingzhu did not ask any more questions. It seemed that there was no way to clear out the truth of the closing of the heavenly palace. It might have been due to God's relic itself. The 10 of them had obtained divine items. It might be that this heavenly palace only had 10 divine items. It was hard to tell. The others who had obtained divine items also did not inquire further. They each had their own spoils that were also treasures compatible with their own cultivation methods. This already made them very satisfied. This trip had not been in vain. Once they left this place, they would certainly study the divine items in detail and incorporate it into their training. Each person had their own fortunes. Once they obtained their own share, it was impossible for them to want to seize the shares of others. Aside from themselves, there were another 9 people. Would they seize all of the divine items for themselves? If they only focused on one person, would other people have the same idea as them and come over to seize theirs? Each person had their own fateful encounter. They would sooner or later face each other on their path of cultivation, and see who would emerge at the top of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Those who were scheming were all those who had not obtained divine items. This included the crowd aside from the 10 of them, such as Xingyuan from the Shen clan and the cultivators of the other forces. However, the ability of Yi Futian, the Sword Master of Lihan, and the rest of their group was a powerful deterrent. Even if anyone had any ideas, they would most likely be unable to successfully seize the divine items from them. The battle prior to this had already proven many things. How are you doing? The Sword Master of Lihan revealed a look of anticipation in his gaze when he saw Yi Futian walking over. With Yi Futian's talent, the divine will of the Great Path that he forged should be a flawless one. Yi Futian did not need to reconstruct his great path like the sword master of Lihin had done. With a smile from Yi Futian, the sword master of Lihin understood what he meant. As he had expected, Yi Futian had forged a flawless divine wheel. Sword master of Lihin, after we leave this place, let's go find His Highness to have a few drinks, Yi Futian said with a smile. The sword master of Lihin was stunned. He then smiled at Yi Futian and said, You rascal! Even though you are a Renhuang, His Highness is still His Highness. As the sword master of Lihin said this, he glanced over at Xia Qingyuan. He did not know how far the relationship between Yi Futian and the princess had progressed. Back then, the princess had watched as Yi Futian ascended Lihin Heaven's 33rd layer of heaven. The sword master of Lihin naturally had hopes for the two of them. Xia Qingyuan also glared fiercely at Yi Futian. What did he mean when he said he was going to have drinks with her father? Of course, I am only going to find His Highness to have a drink with him. I have no other intentions, Yi Futian said with a smile when he saw Xia Qingyuan's murderous gaze. The sword master of Lihin nodded his head. His Highness had been at the Renhuang plane for many years. Although he was a lower-level Renhuang, his plane should still be higher than their own. His divine wheel was at least at the peak of the second tier. It was even possible that he had a third-tier divine wheel. However, the level of Emperor Xia's divine will should not be high. Although the sword master of Lihin had not fought Emperor Xia before, he could faintly sense that flawless divine wheels had a suppressive effect on other divine wheels. That meant that he had a more powerful great path. If he was against someone with a flawed divine wheel, he might be able to take on his opponent, even though his opponent was on a higher plane than he was. Of course, the sword master of Lihin needed to actually pull it off before he could know for sure. Although he had previously slain Renhuangs, they were all Renhuangs who had just reached the Renhuang plane for the first time in God's relic. Yaya! Yi Futian looked at Yaya beside him. Yaya raised her head slightly and looked at him. I got you your present, Yi Futian said and smiled. Along the way, when facing many life-and-death situations, if it wasn't for Yaya protecting him, he would have already died many times. He had long considered Yaya to be his own sister. He would not hesitate to give her even a divine item. The moment he obtained the divine item, he immediately thought of Yaya. Oh, Yaya calmly responded. Yi Futian blinked. Was that all to her reaction? He did not feel any sense of accomplishment. Let's go. While we still have time, let's see whether we can cultivate here, Yi Futian said. This relic was special and different from the outside world. As he said this, he immediately headed off in the direction of the divine tree. The rest saw Yi Futian leave. No one chased after him. Let us also go and have a look, someone said. Even though the heavenly palace had already closed, they still had some time. They should take a look and see whether there were other fateful encounters in other corners of God's relic. They did not need to waste time here. Dou Zhao followed behind Yi Futian. He mysteriously walked up to Yi Futian's side and asked, Did you actually have anything to do with the heavenly palace closing? I have already said. Dongwang the Great awakened and bestowed me his teachings. The various deities bore witness to this and my breakthrough was mandated by the heavens, Yi Futian replied. The corner of Dou Zhao's mouth twitched, saying, There is no one else here. Can't you tell us the truth? I am telling you the truth, but you don't believe me. Yi Futian didn't bother to elaborate further. He was not lying. Seeing Yi Futian's expression, Dou Zhao knew that he had been ignored. Dou Zhao could never fully understand Yi Futian. Who are you exactly? Where are you from? Dou Zhao muttered. Was this fellow really from the Tianhe Realm Sky River Temple? Why did Dou Zhao feel like the origins of Yi Futian were somewhat suspicious? His talent was astonishingly high. Yi Futian brought Yaya to the willow tree, where Gui Zhang was cultivating beneath just now. This old willow tree seemed ordinary, but Gui Zhang had comprehended the way and transformed into a Buddha here. Surely, this was a great place for meditating. Yaya, sit under the tree, Yi Futian ordered. Yaya sat down under the willow tree obediently. She raised her head to look at Yi Futian. Futian sat opposite Yaya, saying, "When I received the divine item, I have refined it into my will. You need my guidance in order to control it." Yaya nodded her head. Then, a dazzling sword will lit up from Futian's gabella and it entered into Yaya's mind along with his will. "I will assist you in refining it," a voice sounded in Yaya's mind. In an instant, both their gabellas were seemingly connected by a streak of brilliant sword flash. The willow tree waved, stirring up a rustle. A formless sword will was born out of the blue in their surroundings and it gushed towards Yaya. The corner of Dou Zhao's mouth twitched. It was a divine item excavated from the heavenly palace. The divine item might very possibly contain the will of Dongwang the Great. Futian gave it away so easily? Why hadn't he known Futian sooner? It was not too late for him to get close to Futian now, right? Futian presented the opportunity in Sword City to the Sword Master of Lihan, allowing the latter to forge a flawless divine wheel. Then, he passed the teachings of the statue to Yu Xing. Now, he gave Yaya the divine item of the heavenly palace. It seemed like he had also gifted Xia Qingyuan a fateful encounter. When he thought of all these, Dou Zhao had made up his mind. From now on, Futian would be his sworn brother. He would not leave Futian no matter what. He was the dignified descendant of Fighting God. Since he had acknowledged Futian as his sworn brother, they would share all their resources in the future. After a while, Futian opened his eyes. Yaya's body was shining. Endless sword will descended and encircled her, forming a cocoon of swords. The willow tree swayed and rustled. The leaves moved without any wind. Gradually, Futian and the rest could sense a mysterious aura coming from the willow tree. This rocking willow tree seemed to have stirred up endless will, causing a storm of the great path to suddenly appear in this vast space. The storm surged frenziedly towards Yaya. "What tree is this?" Dou Zhao was shocked. The slender branches of the willow tree draped down, enveloping Yaya's body. The great path descended continuously, and formed some sort of resonance with Yaya's body. Futian could vaguely see an illusory figure. It was none other than the ethereal shadow of the Emperor. "Has Dongwang the Great cultivated here before?" Dou Zhao asked Futian, who was standing beside him. Futian nodded. Hopefully, Yaya would have a similar fateful encounter like that of the Sword Master of Lihan. As time passed, Yaya was completely enveloped by the willow tree and the unceasing will. At the same time, countless streaks of light suddenly brightened up God's relic. Doors of space suddenly appeared at every corner of the relic. It was as though a spatial divine item had connected God's relic with the outside world. Most likely only Dongwang the Great had the ability to create such a scene. When everyone saw these doors of space, they understood that it was time to leave. In God's relic, many people raised their heads in yearning, attempting to search for an opportunity at the very last minute. However, in the end, they crossed the doors of space and disappeared from sight. One by one, the cultivators left. Those who left first were people who were most disappointed with the outcome of their trip. "It's time to go," Futian murmured while staring at Yaya. If they were given a little more time to cultivate, it would be the best. Perhaps Yaya would have the opportunity to prove her way in God's relic. However, from the looks of it, it was too late now. Sword will surged. Yaya's figure broke out of the cocoon of swords. The sword will she emanated was sharp and intense. She looked at Futian. From Yaya's gaze, Futian knew that even though she had yet to prove her way, she was not far from doing so. "Let's head out," Futian said. After that, those who followed him started flying up into the sky. Dou Zhao took a step upwards. When he was in midair, he suddenly looked down. Then, he turned around and walked up to the willow tree. He hugged the enormous trunk of the willow tree with both his arms. His arms could only cover a small portion of the trunk. Without any premonition, he exerted his strength. Rumble. An intense sound could be heard. The willow tree shook as though it had sensed danger. However, Dou Zhao did not have any sympathy for it. His body shone with divine light. He activated the will of the Fighting God and directly pulled the willow tree from the ground. Under the wide-eyed look of Futian, who was in midair, Dou Zhao uprooted the willow tree and then carried the huge willow tree as he traveled in the air. Impressive! Impressive! Yi Futian stared at Dou Zhao in adoration. As expected of the dignified descendant of the fighting god. In the city of the ruins, doors of space appeared in various locations. Many silhouettes walked out from them, appearing in different locations. After they emerged, they took a deep breath and looked back at the door of space, seemingly with a sense of nostalgia. As expected, the will that they sensed in this space paled into significance when compared with that in God's relic, especially when compared with the area of the heavenly palace. The will in the two spaces could not even be considered to be on the same level. However, they were also aware that in this lifetime, it was possible that they would never have the chance to enter the city of the ruins again. This was unless their planes remained stagnant, and they never reached the Renhuang Plain. This was also not what they wanted. If they could not reach the Renhuang Plain in 50 years, their cultivation journey would be near its end. Clearly, everyone hoped that they could have a better future. More and more people emerged from the doors of space. They divided themselves into groups. Members of the same force all walked out of the same door and also appeared in the same location. Yi Futian's group also came out of God's relic. They were all together. Yi Futian looked at Dou Zhao, who had just appeared, and asked, "Have you hidden the willow tree?" A glint of embarrassment flashed past Dou Zhao's eyes. However, he bit the bullet and said, "You have also reaped many treasures from God's relic. Talk about the pot calling the kettle black. The willow tree was also a treasure. Their behaviors were no different from each other." "You're right." Yi Futian pondered for a moment, and realized he could not refute Dou Zhao's words. Dou Zhao's expression returned to normal. Speaking of treasures, most likely, Yi Futian was the biggest winner among all who entered God's relic this time around. This fellow had obtained a spatial sacred hall, which was full of treasures. In comparison, Dou Zhao had only plucked a tree. When he thought of the difference between them, Dou Zhao felt despondent. However, Dou Zhao stared at Yi Futian with a fervent gaze, saying, "Yi Futian, we have faced life and death situations together during this trip. From now on, you are my sworn brother. I am the dignified descendant of fighting God, and I have unwavering loyalty. I only make friends based on one's personality and not one's origins." "You're loyal." Yi Futian was somewhat touched. "You're right," Dou Zhao continued. "In the future, feel free to call me for any matters. My resources are yours." Yi Futian blinked. Wait a minute. What did he mean by, "My resources are yours"? In that case, did it mean that Dou Zhao could also claim Yi Futian's resources as his? Why did Yi Futian feel like this was somewhat sketchy? When he thought of such a possibility, he stared at Dou Zhao with a strange look. "What are you staring at?" Dou Zhao saw Yi Futian's gaze. What kind of look was that? He was so cautious. "Let's not rush into becoming sworn brothers. It will be better if we start as friends," Yi Futian said after pondering for a moment. He couldn't help but be cautious of Dou Zhao. "You!" Dou Zhao pointed at Yi Futian, stunned. He had not imagined this fellow to be this kind of man. In any case, he was the descendant of fighting God. "Fine. Regardless of whether or not you recognize me as your sworn brother, I have considered you to be my brother," Dou Zhao proclaimed. His righteousness soared through his words. Yi Futian had to agree to Dou Zhao's idea no matter if he wanted him as a brother or not. "This brat is more shameless than me." Little Condor, who was beside them, stared at Dou Zhao wide-eyed. This brat wanted to be Yi Futian's third brother? In that case, wouldn't Dou Zhao be a rank higher than him? This was impossible. Dou Zhao had to line up and wait for his turn. Everyone around Yi Futian also stared at Dou Zhao with perplexed looks. They were impressed. However, even though this heir of Dou tribe was somewhat shameless, he was quite interesting. One by one, many cultivators came out from God's relic. Numerous powerful wills covered the area where they were at. Before this, many top figures had left when God's relic opened. Then, as time passed, many top figures were waiting outside for their juniors to return. After all, among these proud sons of heaven that had entered God's relic, some of them were from impressive backgrounds. For example, Nan Luotian was the only daughter of Emperor Nan and Empress Luo. How could the Nantian divine kingdom not attach importance to her? After everyone had emerged from God's relic, the doors of space gradually disappeared. Within the city of the ruins, the unparalleled space will of the way also dissipated. Everything returned to its original state, as though nothing had ever happened. Brilliant lights shone. Up above, a carriage traveled across the sky, entering the city of the ruins. Futian clearly sensed that many wills were sweeping across him. They were not aimed at him. Instead, it was the major figures of the top forces searching for their own juniors. "Do Zhao!" a voice cried out. Do Zhao turned around and saw a group of people walking over. The leader of the group was a burly middle-aged man with an extremely dominating presence. There was strong pressure coming from his body. He was a top figure among the Do tribe. "Second uncle," Do Zhao greeted when he saw the person who had come over. "How was it? Did you get anything?" Do Zhao's second uncle's voice was like thunder. It was extremely loud and clear. He was full of energy. "I have not become a Renhuang. However, that is not important. In God's relic, I have reaped the greatest benefit," Do Zhao replied. "Oh?" The major figure of the Do tribe revealed a look of mild interest and asked, "What benefit did you manage to obtain?" "I have gained a brother," Do Zhao said in a serious tone. He pointed somewhat proudly at Futian and said, "This is the brother that I have sworn to in God's relic, Futian." Futian's face darkened. Was this person forcefully swearing himself as his brother? Do Zhao's second uncle's gaze turned towards Futian. His gaze was dignified as he appraised Futian. "Junior's name is Futian," Futian greeted as a thought flashed past in his mind. Do Zhao was too shameless. Not bad. The gaze of Do Zhao's second uncle seemed to contain divine light. With his plane, he naturally could tell that Futian was somewhat extraordinary. He said, "Do Zhao is a proud fellow. Since he is willing to be sworn brothers with you, he must have noticed something extraordinary about you. If you have a chance in the future, please come visit our Do tribe." A proud fellow? Futian glanced at Do Zhao. He could not tell. "Many thanks, senior. If I get the chance, I will surely pay a visit," Futian said as he nodded his head. "Futian," a voice called out. Lord Taishian, as well as Sky River Great Elder, walked over together. They had always been around the area, observing the activity in this place. When they saw that the door of God's relic had opened, they came over. "Lord Taishian, teacher," Futian greeted them from afar. "You have become a Renhuang." The two of them looked at Futian. Lord Taishian revealed a smile. Futian nodded his head. Do Zhao's second uncle, who was beside them, recognized Lord Taishian when he saw him. This was the person from the higher heavens realm that had broken through the plane. From the looks of it, Futian's relationship with Lord Taishian was not ordinary. Lord Taishian and Sky River Great Elder looked at the Sword Master of Lihan. Before entering God's relic, the Sword Master of Lihan appeared very ordinary to them. However, now, he actually had an extraordinary temperament. He had also proven his way at the Renhuang Plain. Xiaqing Yuan Yaya and Yu Xing also showed changes in their temperament. From the looks of it, they had reaped many benefits from this trip. In midair, the major figures of the other top forces also arrived, one after another. In one specific corner with the strongest group, a carriage of phoenix opened a path, and clouds filled the sky. There were many cultivators there. Two silhouettes emerged from the carriage. The man was a rare handsome figure. The woman's appearance was stunning, as though she was a goddess. "Emperor Nan, Empress Luo." Many people bowed slightly in their direction. Even the major figures of the top forces also bowed and greeted them. Emperor Nan was the ruler of Nantian Divine Kingdom. Empress Luo was his queen. The two of them had come here in person. Many major figures of the top forces also had to bow and greet them when they saw them. Emperor Nan nodded slightly. His gaze instead turned towards Nan Luotian. His eyes revealed a doting smile. Although Nan Luotian was already a Renhuang, she was still his daughter. No matter what her cultivation plane was, that would never change. You have broken through to the Renhuang plane. It seems like our princess has come across a fateful encounter, Emperor Nan said while smiling. Why did father come personally? Nan Luotian asked. Other people envied her. However, she herself was not too happy about it. She even secretly sighed inside. She was already a Renhuang, and her parents were still worried about her. We were just passing by, so we dropped in to take a look. Even though Emperor Nan was a major figure at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, before Nan Luotian, he showed no signs of majesty. He had clearly come over intentionally to escort her back, but he claimed that they were just passing by. After all, they only had Nan Luotian as a daughter. God's relic was renowned as the place where proud sons of heaven fell. How could they not be worried? Some people were born with a starting point much higher than countless others. Many people who saw the scene play out over here lamented. This was especially true for those who were sideline members of the top forces. Even though they had entered God's relic, they were only there as support. Others could only admire the background of Nan Luotian. Emperor Nan was one of the giants of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. It was difficult to even meet him on normal days. For his daughter, he had come to wait to escort her back home. Junior's name is Shenhao. Greetings to Emperor Nan and Empress Luo. A handsome figure appeared below Emperor Nan. The figure bowed when he saw them. Emperor Nan looked at Shenhao. He nodded in acknowledgement and asked, Are you a junior from Shen clan? Yes. Shenhao nodded. Not bad. Emperor Nan nodded briefly and said nothing more. Shenhao was an outstanding junior of Shen clan, but with Emperor Nan's status, it was sufficient for him to give a one-line comment. Junior will take my leave now. Shenhao also didn't say much. After he glanced at Nan Luotian, he turned around and left. There were many proud sons of heaven in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Similarly, there were many exceptional maidens. However, among their generation, it was hard to find another woman with talent and status like Nan Luotian. The seniors of Shen clan saw what Shenhao did as well. They didn't comment on it. If Shenhao could build a good relationship with Nan Luotian, Shen clan would naturally be happy about it. At the same time, terrifying auras could be sensed coming from various corners of the City of the Ruins. Murderous intent was hidden in those auras. Many cultivators had returned from God's relic with bountiful rewards after seizing their fateful encounters. However, there were some people who stayed behind forever in God's relic. They had lost their lives in the relic. One of them was Gai Shir of Golden Divine Nation. Right now, the team from Golden Divine Nation emanated dazzling lights as they traversed the space. They strode decisively in the sky and stopped in midair. They unleashed their might downwards. Their might was churning with murderous intent. Below them was the party of Futian. Futian raised his head slightly. The golden halo was blinding. His gaze was calm. He had expected this situation. He had killed Gai Shir. He knew that he would surely face some trouble after he came out from God's relic. However, it was impossible for him to have kept Gai Shir alive. The latter had attempted to kill him a few times. They would sooner or later be arch-nemeses. Lord Taishian frowned as his gaze swept across the sky. The leader of the incoming group was the divine general who brought Gai Shir to Taishian Mountain for a visit in the past. Futian. Another chilly voice rang. The aura of the dynastic overlord of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was terrifying. It swept towards Futian. Half of the people from the Heavenly Mandate dynasty who entered God's relic had actually been killed. They suffered severe losses. Even Tianyu was heavily injured. Moreover, he seemed to be greatly traumatized. Chapter 16 51 Provocation. The voice of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty dynastic overlord resounded in the space. For an instant, it surprised many people, especially the forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm. The cultivators of divine elephants were the first to walk over to Futian's side. Let's take a look, the cultivators of dragon gods also said. After that, Sky Demon Court, 10,000 Divine Mountain, and the other forces also came over. Very quickly, many cultivators were heading over to the area where Futian was. For an instant, it drew the attention of many top figures. Futian. Some cultivators of the top forces that had emerged from God's relic mumbled when they heard this name. Then they said, "Let's go over and take a look." This person was unknown to others before he entered God's relic. However, he stirred up a storm of controversy in God's relic. Compared to Futian, the cultivators of Tianshan Academy, as well as Shan Clan, had far fewer conflicts. This was because no one dared to contend with them. If they were asked who had been the most active in God's relic, their answer would definitely be Futian. The people who gathered around the area naturally included the members of some of the forces that had grudges against Futian. He had offended many forces in God's relic. Some of their grudges ran deep while some were shallow. Of course, the reason why Futian's name was such a strong attraction was that he and Xing each had a divine item. They were the only group of people that had obtained 2 divine items. What's going on? Lord Taishuan's plane was high. He instantly sensed that something was off in the city of the ruins. Why were cultivators from various forces heading in their direction? He glanced at Futian, who was in front of him. What did this fellow do in God's relic? Emperor Xia and Demon Peacock Emperor came later. Their planes were not that high, so they had come a bit later. When they saw the changes in Futian, the Sword Master of Lihan and Xia Qingyuan's temperament, Emperor Xia and Demon Peacock Emperor revealed bizarre expressions. The two of them glanced at each other and saw the look of astonishment in each other's eyes. They were all Renhuangs now. The Sword Master of Lihan had also proven his way. However, right now, it seemed as though they did not have time to reminisce. Futian raised his head and glanced towards the Divine General of the Golden Divine Nation as well as the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty Dynastic Overlord. He asked, "Gentlemen, what business do you have with me?" Having reached the Renhuang Plain, Futian's temperament had also changed. A faint light of Renhuang circled his body. Currently, he was also an emperor-like figure. Rumble. Golden divine light shone down. The killing intent of the cultivator of Golden Divine Nation was intense. Gai Shir was the most outstanding figure among the princes of the Golden Divine Nation. The Divine General was in charge of escorting him into God's relic. However, Gai Shir was killed in God's relic. "What is the meaning of this, sir?" An astonishing aura similarly swept out from Sky River Great Elder's body. His aura held off the dazzling aura from the cultivator of Golden Divine Nation. Lord Taishuan also frowned as his gaze swept over towards the silhouette in midair. "What happened?" Many senior figures of the top forces asked their juniors who had emerged from God's relic. The cultivators of Sky Demon Court, dragon gods as well as divine elephants all asked this at the same time. "The members of Golden Divine Nation tried to kill Futian in God's relic and got killed instead. Prince Gai Shir was killed. Many cultivators of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty clashed with Futian's side. Many were also killed. Tianyu was humiliatingly defeated by Futian with one spear strike." The members of the various forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm briefly talked about what had happened. The crowd immediately revealed strange expressions. Had this fellow caused such a ruckus in God's relic? The Crown Prince of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty Tianyu was renowned as being born supreme. The dynastic overlord placed extremely high expectations on him. Had he been defeated by a strike from Futian's spear? From the looks of it, the dispute over the talents among the current generation of the Heavenly Mandate realm could already come to a close. Tianyu, a monstrous presence who was believed to be standing at the peak of the Heavenly Mandate realm, was defeated with a spear strike. "Lord Taishuan, Futian killed the prince of my Golden Divine Nation in God's relic. I will be sure to take Futian with me," the Divine General of the Golden Divine Nation said in a cold tone. Lord Taishuan turned his gaze towards Futian. Futian replied in a mocking tone, "Senior of Golden Divine Nation, you surely jest. Last time, outside of the Divine Palace, Gai Shir had tried to kill me once. I let him go that time. In God's relic, your people tried to kill me, relying on having a Renhuang with them. May I ask, was I supposed to just stand there and let your golden divine nation prince kill me? As for the heavenly mandate dynasty, you are even more laughable. Your crown prince, who you consider to be born supreme and without equal in the heavenly mandate realm, could not even take a stab from my spear. I spared his life. Since the dynastic overlord is a huge figure in the heavenly mandate realm, I need to spare him the humiliation. You defeated him with one spear strike and spared his life? The dynastic overlord's heart trembled. He finally knew what sort of trauma Etienne had faced. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Back then, he had wanted to immediately kill Futian. He never imagined that Futian had actually grown so fast. Futian had now become the prick in Etienne's heart. The dynastic overlord had spent so much effort on Etienne. When Etienne was still young, the dynastic overlord had sent him to cultivate in the divine palace. The dynastic overlord believed that his son, Etienne, was born supreme. Even if Etienne could not dominate the 9 realms, he would at least be without equal in the heavenly mandate realm. However, a prodigy like Gu Donglu had appeared. Now Futian was another one. Violet Heavenly Palace also arrived at the scene. They also discovered what had transpired in God's relic. The members of their Violet Heavenly Palace had suffered greatly in God's relic and had been cast aside. Lord Taishian, the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty has a grudge with this young man. I hope that you will not interfere, the dynastic overlord said as he looked at Lord Taishian. Ever since Lord Taishian broke through to the next plane, dynastic overlord became very cautious of him. He was a figure on the same level as Gu Tianxing back in the day. Etienne was crowned as someone who was born supreme, yet in the end, he was as pathetic as a drowned mouse. Futian taunted. No wonder the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty is going downhill. You lack tolerance. Even the Purple Gold Rat Clan has forsaken you for a better alliance. Purple Gold Rat Clan. When members of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty heard Futian mentioning the Purple Gold Rat Clan, their facial expressions turned extremely ugly. These vermin! The members of Heavenly Mandate Dynasty cursed as their gazes swept towards the Purple Gold Rats. Coincidentally, the Purple Gold Rat Emperor had come in person. Right now, he was still in a daze and did not understand what had happened. You owe me an explanation, the dynastic overlord said as he glanced at the Purple Gold Rat Emperor. The Purple Gold Rat Emperor emanated a terrifying aura. His gaze was fixed on Shu Huang's son. What happened exactly? He questioned. Grandfather, Etienne indeed pales into insignificance when compared to Futian. Why should we collaborate with the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty? Shu Huang's son voiced up. This time, I have worked with Futian and have reaped many benefits. Our clan got a few top-class ritual implements. Fine. The dynastic overlord roared when he heard Shu Huangsun's words. Very well. What do you think about this? Purple Gold Rat Emperor's face was clouded with anger. This rascal had actually collaborated with Futian in God's relic to fight against the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty without consulting him first. Their Purple Gold Rat clan had put in a lot of effort all these years to reach their current status. Shu Huangsun's treachery would undoubtedly put them in an even more difficult situation. They would be belittled by both alliances. Not to mention their relationship with the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty was now up in flames. Right now, the Purple Gold Rat Emperor was holding a wolf by the ears. Apart from handing Shu Huang's son over to the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, he couldn't think of a better way to resolve this grudge. However, his grandson said that he had gotten a few top-class ritual implements. Since the Purple Gold Rats have forsaken darkness for light, I will let bygones be bygones. In the future, we can still collaborate when the opportunity arises, Futian said loudly. The aura of the dynastic overlord churned, and his murderous intent was petrifying. Was Purple Gold Rat Clan planning to betray the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty now? How many ritual implements did you get? What rank are they? Purple Gold Rat Emperor asked Shu Huang's son through secret transmission. 3. All of them are top-ranked. They will make grandfather stronger. There are both offensive and defensive ritual implements. I have chosen them especially for you, Shu Huang's son replied. He was very filial. Purple Gold Rat Emperor silently nodded his head in approval. With those ritual implements, he might be able to fight against the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Since it had come to this, it was too late now to explain anything. Purple Gold Rat Emperor could only play along. Brother E, I am sorry, Purple Gold Rat Emperor said. Clearly, he had made a decision, and he did not plan to give the Heavenly Mandate dynasty an explanation. It meant that their alliance had fallen apart. The collaboration between Purple Gold Rat Clan and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had ended. In reality, this was no longer as simple as terminating a partnership. It was impossible for the Heavenly Mandate dynasty to tolerate this act of betraying and sneakily attacking them. The Purple Gold Rat Clan was more detestable than those enemies that came at them directly. Well done! The dynastic overlord exclaimed. Then, he didn't look at the Purple Gold Rat Emperor again. He would remember this grudge. When they returned to their realm, he would pay him back. However, now was not the time for it. Futian watched everything in silence. After he obtained the treasures in the spatial sacred hall, he did not treat the Purple Gold Rat Clan shabbily. He had done so exactly for this moment. He would let the Purple Gold Rats improve their abilities. In turn, they would fight against the Heavenly Mandate dynasty in the future. It was such a perfect plan. Emperor Xia and Demon Peacock Emperor glanced at Futian with discerning gazes. Of course, they knew of Futian's trick. This fellow was digging a pit for the two top forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm. Lord Taixian, the Divine General of Golden Divine Nation, couldn't help but cue for Lord Taixian again, since the latter still remained silent. Be it the Divine General or Dynastic Overlord, most likely either of them were a match for Lord Taixian now. Hence, everything depended on Lord Taixian's stand. The incident has been made clear. The two juniors attacked Futian when they were in God's Relic, but their skills were weaker than that of Futian. Therefore, there is nothing left to be said. As seniors, it is not befitting of your status to come and demand that I hand over a junior. Lord Taixian looked at both of them and said, Whatever happened in the relic, it is a matter among the juniors. What is done. That's all. The cultivators of the two top forces fell silent. It seemed like Lord Taixian was going to interfere in this matter. Lord Taixian has advanced to the next level, but the Golden Divine Nation has been rooted in the higher heavens realm for many years. Our strength is not something Taixian Mountain can compare with. Lord Taixian is shielding someone who is not related to you. Is he worth your care? The Divine General of Golden Divine Nation challenged. If the deceased was any other man, perhaps he could accept the fact. However, it was Gai Sure. Even the Divine General could not bring himself to inform His Highness of this news. Futian has trained in Taixian Mountain before. Even though I didn't accept him as my disciple, he is still counted as one. Now, he is trained by my good friend. He is not unrelated to me. Lord Taixian responded indifferently. If you plan to escalate this feud between the juniors to a battle between Golden Divine Nation and Taixian Mountain, it's your decision. The Divine General wanted to use the Golden Divine Nation to pressure him? Benefactor Yi explored God's relic with great ease. He seized the spatial sacred hall that contained countless top-ranked ritual implements. Even though many of the ritual implements have been given to others, there was still a treasure trove left untouched. Moreover, he obtained the divine item left by the great emperor. He is such a talent. It is impossible for you to want to take him away easily, sir. A voice sounded abruptly. Many top figures narrowed their eyes when they heard the words. Futian had obtained a treasure trove? Chapter 1652 Joining the Battle. A treasure trove in the God's Relic. What did it signify? Even the hearts of the top figures leapt when they heard about it. When Futian heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a glint of murderous intent. He stared in the direction of Shinshin clan. The person who spoke up was naturally a member of the Shinshin clan. That bold monk had threatened him when they were in the God's Relic. In the end, he didn't collaborate with the Shinshin clan, and they chose to join the alliance of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty. Shinshin clan left after they were defeated. Surely, they must have felt dissatisfied. Right now, as the monk brought this topic up, His motive was execrable. There were plenty of treasures in the god's relic. Many people obtained them. Even though I seized the treasure trove, I have distributed most of the treasures to the forces in my alliance. I kept very few of them. Futian retorted with a cold voice. Bald monk, your sneak attack in the god's relic failed. Now that we have left the relic, you are still plotting evil schemes. Are you so desperate to enter purgatory? Futian released streaks of Renhuang's might to pressure the monk. The cultivators of the Xinxin clan frowned. A Renhuang blocked in front of everyone. He put his palms together, and his gaze was stern. My Xinxin clan disciple has merely spoken the truth. There is no need for benefactor Yi to be enraged by his words. The monk's words are not false. Even though he has given out many treasures to others, he still kept a huge portion to himself. He kept all the top-ranked Renhuang ritual implements. Someone testified for the member of Xinxin clan. The speaker was a swordsman of the Heavenly Sword Hall. Sword Saint of Avicii, the leader of Heavenly Sword Hall, was killed by Futian when they were in God's relic. Many of the remaining members were killed too. Only a few of them came out alive. Their situation was pitiful. Indeed. We saw that with our own eyes. A cultivator of School of the Emperor Star agreed. Shenhao stood in midair in the distance. His gaze was sharp as it shot over to where Futian was. He actually obtained another treasure trove before this. Is this person the inheritor of Sky River Great Elder? An elder of Shen clan asked. Shenhao nodded. How are his ability and talents? The Shen clan elder asked. Very impressive. He was one of the 10 people who managed to obtain a divine item in the end. He utilized the might of the heavenly palace to prove his way. His divine will is probably a flawless one, Shenhao said. His words caused the cultivators of Shen clan to reveal strange looks as they glanced over at Sky River Great Elder. Back then, Sky River Great Elder had also cultivated in the Shen clan. They were quite familiar with him. They never expected that after so many years, the last inheritor that he chose actually had such talent. No wonder Sky River Great Elder had sent Futian into God's relic. Your lot did not dare nor had the ability to snatch the treasures in God's relic. Now that you have come out of God's relic, are you preparing to ask your seniors to do it for you? Dou Zhao said as he looked at those who had spoken. You all are a disgrace to your ancestors. Dou Zhao, you yourself have stooped so low. You must have benefited greatly from following behind Futian. It seems that you feel very proud. The cultivators of School of the Emperor Star continued. Their tone was unfriendly. Show yourself. Dou Zhao could no longer hold his temper. He took a step forward and yelled at the other party while pointing at them. The expression of the cultivators of the School of the Emperor Star turned ugly. The senior figures also frowned. Don't just hide behind there and instigate. Come out and try to seize the treasures from Futian if you dare. Dou Zhao roared. Many people have obtained treasures in God's relic. You all really know how to choose your targets. You all did not have the ability to seize the treasures when we were in God's relic. Now that you see a chance, you are preparing to instigate your seniors to act? Why don't we let Futian just stand here, and if you dare to come out alone to take his treasures, I, Dou Zhao, will call you Lord. If you don't dare to do so, then just shut up and keep quiet behind there. Don't just hide among the crowd and yell. It is such a disgrace. Dou Zhao's thunderous voice caused everyone's eardrums to tremble. The expressions of the members of the School of the Emperor Star turned even uglier. Right now, Golden Divine Nation and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty were against Futian. These fellows were standing behind, throwing oil into the fire. They were undoubtedly putting Futian in a very disadvantageous position. If each and every force wanted to intervene, it would become very troublesome. Rumble. Right at that moment, an unparalleled divine might descended from afar, causing many people to raise their heads to look up to the sky above. The pressure from the might was domineering. It immediately pressed down on the entire city of the ruins. Many prominent figures looked up into the sky. From the distance, the brilliant divine light of the great path shone down from above. In an instant, golden divine light flooded the sky, blinding the eyes of those present. The gazes of the top figures pierced the sky above. The silhouette of an unparalleled deity seemed to be traversing the space, heading in their direction. Before his person had arrived, the pressure of his might was already felt. Emperor Nan looked up into the sky in the distance. He had not imagined that the Lord of Golden Divine Nation would come in person. From the looks of it, Golden Divine Nation Dynastic Overlord had high expectations for Gai Shir. Gai Shir's death caused him to personally come to the City of the Ruins. I have heard that Lord Taishian has shattered the shackles of the plane. I wonder how your current ability is now. A voice came from the sky and was extremely domineering. Lord Taishian looked up into the sky. The might of the great path from his body enveloped the heavens and the earth. He then took a step forward. His silhouette disappeared immediately. In an instant, he seemed to have traversed hundreds of miles. Far off in the sky above, the roar of the great path rumbled. The space shook, and the two of them seemed to be battling in the sky. However, even over here, everyone else could feel how frightening their attacks were. Many people revealed strange looks. They never imagined that they would witness a battle between figures at the peak of the realms. Silhouettes flew up into the sky. Their will swept out across the sky as they observed the battle from afar. Even figures like Emperor Nan were somewhat interested in the battle. In the 9 realms, battles of such caliber were rarely seen. It was hard to come across one in several years. The reason why Emperor Nan had personally come to escort his daughter Nan Luoshan back home was that there would always be some commotion after God's relic closed. He was worried, and he doted upon Nan Luoshan greatly. Hence he had come in person. With him present, no accidents would happen. Futian glanced at the sky above. The two of them seemed to be battling far away. He did not know how far away they were. Even his will could not cover such a far-off distance, let alone his eyesight. They could only hear faint rumbles and a faint melody. Lord Taishian mastered the song of the lost divine. Futian wondered whether Lord Taishian could put up a fight against the Golden Divine Nation Dynastic Overlord. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty Dynastic Overlord had a cold and stern expression. Seeing that Lord Taishian had disappeared, his gaze fell on Futian. Right now, who else could protect Futian? Capture him. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty Dynastic Overlord immediately ordered. In an instant, his might of waves swept over the space. However, at this moment, a palm print struck out directly at the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty Dynastic Overlord. He looked towards his attacker. To his surprise, it was Sky River Great Elder. Rumble. A fierce will swept over the land. In an instant, an astonishing storm of the great paths swept up in the surrounding space. The City of the Ruins could not withstand a battle of such caliber. Many top figures defended their juniors from the waves of the great path. The Heavenly Mandate Dynasty Dynastic Overlord and Sky River Great Elder began to battle. Both of them were at the same plane. They were both upper-level Renhuangs at the 9th tier of the Divine Wheel. Many cultivators were shocked. They had not expected that the Dynastic Overlord and Sky River Great Elder would engage in battle right away. Second uncle, Futian is my sworn brother. You can't stay out of this, Do Zhao said as he looked at his second uncle. Second uncle glanced at Do Zhao, surprised. This kind of battle would involve many parties. Even though Do Zhao was carefree, he was someone who considered the bigger picture. After all, Do Zhao was trained to be the next tribe leader of Do tribe. He was the only one among the younger generations who could unleash the will of sevenfold fighting god. His intelligence was without question. If he involved himself in the battle, Do tribe might offend the forces that were at feud with Futian. Do Zhao, are you sure? Second uncle secretly transmitted his voice and questioned Do Zhao. Their eyes were locked on to each other. I'm sure, Do Zhao said while nodding his head. Okay. Do Zhao's second uncle said no more. Do Zhao was close to breaking through to the Renhuang plain. Since he was trained as the successor of the tribe, he would sooner or later be in control of the entire Do tribe. Up until this point, this matter was probably Do Zhao's first decision, which would affect the outcome of the conflict among the top forces. Since Do Zhao was so determined about it, then he would obey his command. Bang! As soon as he agreed, an extremely powerful will of fighting God erupted from his body. His body was encircled in brilliant light, as though fighting God had descended into the world. He shot up into the sky, sending a punch in the direction of the divine general of Golden Divine Nation, who was pursuing Futian. Bang! There was the sound of explosions. The punch directly traversed the sky. The arm of a golden god of war that was 1,000 meters long appeared in the sky. The punch crashed towards the opponent's spear, immediately adhering to the opponent's attack and shooting up to the sky. This punch directly traversed hundreds of miles, shooting up to the battlefield high in the sky. The Dou tribe joined the battle. Many thanks, Futian said to Dou Zhao. Since we are sharing our fortunes, we will naturally endure the hardship together. Dou Zhao replied while looking at Futian. I am a dignified descendant of fighting God. I am not who you imagine me to be. You are loyal, Futian said with a smile. A huge battle instantly erupted in the sky above. Many auras were pressing down in this direction. Although the cultivators of many forces had yet to attack, they were eyeing to do so intently. For example, the forces that bore grudges against Futian, such as the Snow Divine Kingdom, Emperor Star Realm, Heavenly Sword Hall, Violet Heavenly Palace, and Prison Fort Clan, as well as Martial God Clan from the Central Emperor Realm, all stood at one side with their gazes staring in this direction. Wu Zhan's gaze was exceptionally sharp. If it weren't for Futian, the spatial sacred hall would have been theirs for the taking. Their Renhuang, Wu Meng, had died at the hands of Futian. Aside from them, many other forces like the Shenxing Clan, Celestial Worthy Temple, Clan of the God of Ghosts, Divine Capital of Xiling, and Fate World were also staring at the battlefield. All of them stayed out of the battle for now. They were observing how the situation would change. Of course, there were many forces, which had good relationships with Futian, such as the Alliance forces from the Heavenly Mandate Realm. The cultivators of divine elephants had been following Futian closely. They had a close relationship, to begin with. Besides that, there were dragon gods and sky demon court. At the moment, the seniors were all communicating with their juniors through secret sound transmissions to find out what had happened in God's relic. After they knew what had happened, their hearts trembled slightly. The strongest cultivator among the younger generation of the Heavenly Mandate Realm was undoubtedly Futian. Aside from the forces of the Heavenly Mandate Realm, there were still a few forces that looked kindly on Futian, such as Yuanyang Clan and Clan of the Seven Slayers. Futian's gaze swept over the battlefield in the sky above. His body gradually floated up into the air with his long spear in hand. It emanated astonishing fighting will and was extremely sharp. This scene caused the gazes of many people to be glued onto him. Futian seemed to be preparing to personally join the fray. He was the center of this storm. If he made a move, he would be putting himself in danger. However, Futian was not bothered by this concern. Now, he had proven his way and had entered into the Renhuang Plain. He had forged a perfect divine wheel. He was confident that he could defend himself. Of course, he was qualified to join the battle. Chapter 1653 Divine Intervention. Besides Futian, the Renhuangs of Dou tribe and Taishan Mountain also flew up into the sky. A gaze locked on Futian. Someone asked, "Are you capable of handling this?" Futian turned and saw a beautiful face. It was none other than Taishan House Master, Empress Yen, who recommended him to Taishan Mountain in the past. "House Master, you underestimate me," Futian replied wryly. His body shot up into the sky in a straight line. Empress Yen blinked. Both she and the String Emperor followed behind Futian and flew up into the sky. They were worried that he might be harmed. After all, this fellow had just broken through to the Renhuang Plain not long ago. His plane was still not stable. In a battle between the Renhuangs of the top forces, a moment of carelessness would result in death. The two dynastic overlords of Golden Divine Nation, as well as the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty, had personally come here. This battle was not just a simple spar. The other party would really try to kill Futian. Be careful. The String Emperor swept a glance at the sky above. He saw a powerful Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation heading over towards Futian. The String Emperor extended his 5 long and slender fingers. He grabbed at the air, and countless strings of the Great Path seemed to appear in the heavens above and block the attack from the other party. He plucked the strings of the Great Path with his hand, and sword will swept out. String Emperor's body immediately leapt over Futian's figure and shot up into the air as he forced the other party back. "Many thanks, Senior," Futian said. His gaze swept towards the other direction. Then, with a flash of his silhouette, he headed in that direction. Over there was a cultivator of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty at the Renhuang Plain. His plane was that of a lower-level Renhuang, and his divine wheel was only at the 2nd tier. The Renhuang saw Futian heading towards him. A cold look flashed past in the eyes of the Renhuang. The divine wheel in his body burst forth, and his will swept out. Even though Futian's talent was extraordinary, he had just broken through to the Renhuang Plain. Was Futian planning on using him to try out his powers? Buzz. Futian swept a glance at his opponent and directly traversed the space. After reaching the Renhuang Plain, his speed was even quicker. In an instant, he immediately landed in front of his opponent and engaged in close-quarter combat. The expression of the Renhuang changed slightly. Futian was acting so presumptuous. Futian had just proven his way, and he dared to engage in close-quarter combat. Futian's figure became way, and his divine wheel of the Great Path emanated a gleaming divine light. A terrifying storm of massacre brewed with him at the center. A spear appeared in his hand as well. He attacked violently without hesitation. Bang! The spears collided. The onlookers were blinded by a dazzling light. The next moment, the Renhuang disappeared. The will of the Renhuang still lingered in the space, yet his figure was nowhere to be found. He had been penetrated by the spear and turned into dust. Instant kill! Everyone widened their eyes when they saw what happened. It was as though the person that Futian had killed was not a Renhuang. The Renhuang did not even manage to defend himself, and was killed instantly by a strike from Futian's spear. He most likely did not even know how he was killed. The divine wheel of the Great Path was forged when a cultivator broke through to the Renhuang Plain. There was a stark difference between every tier of the divine wheel. The might of the will, unleashed by a 2nd-tier divine wheel that resonated with the Great Path, could surely suppress the will unleashed by a 1st-tier divine wheel. However, even so, the Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was instantly killed with a spear strike. He did not even have the opportunity to use his power. The difference in divine wheels. Upon seeing this scene, everyone conjectured that the Renhuang of Heavenly Mandate dynasty most likely had little experience in fighting against other Renhuangs. Some top forces from the Central Emperor realm had the best understanding of how much a difference it would make for cultivators with different tiers of divine wheels to engage in a battle. Futian instantly killed his opponent with a spear strike. It proved that the difference between their 2 divine wheels was huge and could not be overcome at all. Even though the Renhuang of the Heavenly Mandate dynasty was on a higher level, he was still killed in one shot. Moreover, Futian had not even shown his divine wheel of the Great Path. Even for top forces, a cultivator at the Renhuang Plain was considered the mainstay of a force. It was hard to cultivate a Renhuang. However, when battles arose, a Renhuang was killed so easily. It only took a strike from the spear. In the sky below, Emperor Xia raised his head. His face twitched when he saw the spear that Futian wielded. He looked at the Demon Peacock Emperor beside him. The Demon Peacock Emperor also looked at him. There were looks of astonishment in both of their eyes. Futian was a Renhuang just like them. How powerful was his ability now? Rumble. Suddenly, an enormous power of the Great Path spurted towards Futian. Swiftly, Futian turned around and thrust his spear forward. Like a meteorite, his spear shattered the incoming spear. However, an alarming pressure surrounded his body all of a sudden. A body forged of gold appeared above Futian. The figure was brilliant. His divine wheel of the Great Path shone. He was a golden ancient god. Futian had seen this person before. Back then, this person had even attacked Futian. It was none other than the Prince of Golden Divine Nation and the elder brother of Gai Shir, Gai Jiotian. Last time, outside of Divine Palace, Gai Shir had lost to Yi Futian. This Gai Jiotian was overbearing. Right now, Gai Jiotian one again came charging towards him. The pair of golden eyes contained fierce, murderous intent. Yi Futian killed his younger brother. He did not say anything, merely standing proudly in the sky. All around him, figures of golden ancient gods descended from the sky. They suppressed this side of the sky. Gai Jiotian was like a deity that shone with the sun and the moon. The light of the divine wheel of the great path swept out. The golden ancient gods pounced downwards. The divine sound could be faintly heard. It was the sigh of the divine god. Gai Jiotian was a lower-level Renhuang at the third tier of the divine wheel. Yi Futian exclaimed internally when he sensed his opponent's aura. His opponent was at the same level as Empress Yin. Back when they were outside of the divine palace, Yi Futian had fought against Empress Yin. Gai Jiotian's divine wheel was at the celestial level. As the crown prince of Golden Divine Nation, the divine will that he had forged was naturally not ordinary. It was a celestial level, third-tier divine wheel. One could imagine the domineering might of his divine wheel. "Let's go," Emperor Xia said. He and the demon peacock emperor were ready to lend a hand. Their divine wheels were only at the third tier. Moreover, theirs were gold-level divine wheels. In other words, Gai Jiotian, the crown prince of the Golden Divine Nation, was stronger than both of them. Although Yi Futian had exceptional talent, he had just broken through to the Renhuang plane. With Yi Futian's first-tier divine wheel, the difference between his ability and his opponent's was too great. How could he possibly win in this battle? Right now, battles were happening at every corner of the sky. There were few people left. Emperor Xia and Demon Peacock Emperor could no longer sit out of this. "Your Highness, please wait," a voice rang. Emperor Xia turned around and saw the Sword Master of Lihan. The former put on a perplexed look. "Your Highness, let's watch for a while more," the Sword Master of Lihan suggested. Sword Master of Lihan, the difference in tiers between Yi Futian and his opponent is huge. Emperor Xia raised his concern. The level of divine wheels can make up for the difference in tiers. The Sword Master of Lihan said, "If Yi Futian really can handle him, only then will we join the battle. Even if Yi Futian could not defeat his opponent, he would not be crushed in a short amount of time. He definitely had the power to put up a fight." The level of divine wheel? Emperor Xia revealed a shock expression. The level of Gai Jiotian's divine wheel was already very high. It dazzled with a blinding divine light. Could it be that the level of Yi Futian's divine wheel was even higher? Despite having doubts, Emperor Xia accepted the suggestion of the Sword Master of Lihan. He didn't join the battle. He looked at the battle in the sky and was ready to lend a hand when necessary. In the sky, Yi Futian stood undeterred as he was flooded by the golden statues. From inside his body, brilliant light suddenly burst forth. This light covered the sky and pierced the endless space. It was as though there was divine light of the great path circling his figure. The worldly great path resonated with his. He truly achieved the state of becoming one with the world. In the sky above Yi Futian, a dazzling strange phenomenon appeared. Endless wool of the great path appeared like waterfalls that churned towards Yi Futian's body. Dazzling divine light radiated outwards, covering thousands of miles. It could truly be called the divine wheel of the great path. Its divine light covered the sky. His divine wheel is flawless. It is at the divine level. The major figures of the 9 realms lowered their heads and looked over in Yi Futian's direction. In their eyes there were only flawless or flawed divine wheels. Only a flawless divine wheel was a complete divine wheel of the great path. Only then could it be considered divine. Divine light covered the sky, radiating 3,000 miles. When Emperor Xia saw this divine wheel, his heart trembled inside him. At this moment, he felt that his own divine wheel was a joke. Could the divine wheel that he forged when he reached the Renhuang Plain truly be considered a divine wheel of the great path? If he were to compare his divine will with that of Yi Futian, his own would probably pale into insignificance. Flawless. This was a truly flawless divine wheel. The heavens revealed strange phenomena, and divine light covered the sky. Many people were mesmerized by this gorgeous scene. Although many cultivators that had forged flawless divine wheels had appeared in God's relic, in reality, those were all the flawless divine wheels that normal cultivators would encounter. Once outside of God's relic, among the innumerable cultivators of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, how many had flawless divine wheels? In the heavenly mandate realm, before Futian, there were none who had flawless divine wheels. Even the top figures of the realm did not have flawless divine wheels. This also meant that the difficulty of forging a flawless divine wheel was far greater than the difficulty of becoming a top force. Once one completed this step, it was possible for them to stand at the peak of the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Even Emperor Nan and the cultivators of the Shin clan were paying close attention to Futian. Strange looks flashed past in their gazes. Not only did Futian have a flawless divine wheel, but divine phenomena had also appeared. Did this person have a huge fateful encounter in God's relic? Emperor Nan asked Nan Luoshan, who was beside him. He should have from the looks of it. A strange look flashed past Nan Luoshan's beautiful gaze. This person's divine will was actually even more dazzling than her own. Endless strings of the Great Path seemed to appear around them. The sound of qin could be heard playing on its own. With the Great Path as its strings, it actually suppressed the sigh of the divine god. Beams of radiant divine light shot out like flawlessly sharp swords. They pierced towards the statues of the golden ancient gods. An intense rumbling sound thundered. No one knew how much will the divine wheel of the Great Path that Futian forged had consumed. Futian had consumed so many fruits of the way. With the support of the World Tree, the foundation of his Great Path was extremely solid. A first-tier divine wheel is going against a third-tier divine wheel. The crowd revealed bizarre expressions. The aura on Futian's body was actually not at a disadvantage at the slightest. His power of the Great Path also showed no signs of being suppressed. Gai Jiotian's facial expression changed slightly. A flawless divine wheel. This was the goal of all the disciples of Golden Divine Nation all this while, but Gai Jiotian had failed to forge one. Initially, Gai sure had a chance to forge a flawless divine will upon entering God's relic this time. However, he had been killed by Futian and had perished. Even though Futian had a flawless divine will, what of it? There was still a difference between their two planes. He did not believe that the tier of Futian's divine will could overcome it. Gai Jiotian's divine will was also at the celestial level. Gai Jiotian raised his hand. The heavens and earth resonated, and the Great Path roared. A palm print directly struck out from his palm. In an instant, a gigantic golden palm print appeared in the sky above Futian's head. Patterns of the Great Path seemed to be carved on the palm print. It appeared like the face of a deity. It was as though a deity had descended from the heavens and wanted to destroy all of existence. Aside from a flawless divine wheel, the other divine wheels were all common level. Futian extended his left hand. He pointed a finger at the heavens, and countless divine swords resonated. A storm of sword chi swept out and formed a sky-shattering sword. It immediately shattered the gigantic palm print. The divine swords pierced through the sky. Gai Jiotian once again shot out a palm print to block them. A perfect wheel of the Great Path! Gai Jiotian's heart trembled. Would this be enough to ignore the difference in their levels? This was a flawless divine wheel, whereas his was at the celestial level. Why was there still such a huge gap? Futian was a bit surprised as well. In fact, he had just ascended to the Renhuang plane. Although he had forged that perfect divine wheel, he did not know how big the gap between the two of them was or how powerful his combat ability was. After all, this was his first battle since becoming a Renhuang. It seemed he was even more powerful than he would have imagined. Gai Jiotian was no ordinary person. He was one of the eminent talents of the Golden Divine Nation with a divine wheel at the celestial level. But in this conflict, Futian did not feel any pressure from his divine wheel. Thinking of this, he pulled his spear back. It seemed like he was thinking too much. He did not need to fight Gai Jiotian. His body was bathed in brilliant divine light, and the power of the Great Path was falling upon him. As he was bathed in the dazzling light of the great path, the white-haired Renhuang in the air looked like a god. Everyone was in a daze as they watched. Had he really just ascended to the Renhuang plane? Many mid-level Renhuangs were not that glorious. Even some of the core members of great powers did not understand why he was like this. There was clearly a huge gap between the two of them. Had the elder not said that the distance between levels on the Renhuang plane was like the distance between heaven and earth, that there was a huge disparity in terms of strength? So what was happening right before their eyes? Futian seemed to be subverting their views on cultivation. The sound of shrieking swords swept out, merging with the music. He was using the great path as his strings, and each string seemed to be made of swords. The music that was playing seemed to be the song of the lost divine. And the sword will was the sword will of the fleeting divine sword. Futian stretched out a finger and seemed to pluck the strings of the great path. For a time, the great path flowed backward. Endless sword light pierced through the air, destroying everything in its path. Countless swords shrieked out, cutting their way through the sky. Boom! Gai Jiotian felt that he was surrounded by the countless strings of the great path. As the endless sword will shot towards him, he formed a seal with both hands. The divine music wrapped around him. It was the sound of the sigh of the divine god. His body shone with golden light as if he had transformed into a golden god. His divine majesty pressed all around him, suffocating everyone. As the swords reached him, they were blocked by the golden statues all around him. At the same time, he lifted his hand and slammed it out towards Futian. At that moment, countless golden gods shot out towards him, and the image of a massive golden god appeared in the sky. This strike seemed to contain the fury of a god and the fury of Gai Jiotian. It swept through the air. Under the music, the countless strings of the great path resonated with the endless sword will. The power of Futian's divine will burst out. At that moment, he shone with the radiance of heaven and earth as he used the worldly great path to its fullest extent. Thousands of beams of light fell like waterfalls. At this time, Futian seemed like an immortal, like a god of the 9 heavens. His silver hair danced in the wind. His features had always been handsome, but now they were incomparably heroic. Now that he had become a Renhuang, he had a Renhuang-level aura. The light that was bursting from him now made a few of the women, who had not cultivated to a high level, stare at him in a daze. Xia Qingyuan stared mutely at the figure in the air. It seemed that he was the only person that existed in her eyes. Beside her, Emperor Xia trembled on the inside. He looked at his daughter and sighed. His own precious daughter had fallen for Futian. The poison already ran deep. But the young man was quite good-looking. Even if he was only 70 or 80% as handsome, divine light bloomed in the sky. Futian pointed up. At that moment, it seemed like a divine sword had been drawn and was cutting through the heavens. The light from that single sword stretched out for 3,000 miles. Many people seemed like they couldn't tell that it was a sword. They only saw a beam of light, an endless sword was shot through the heavens. The beam of light crashed into the descending golden god, causing many more beams of light to burst out. The golden god was pierced through, and a hole appeared in it, after which it cracked and shattered. At the same time, the divine sword light descended in front of Gai Jiotian. Gai Jiotian thrust out his hands with a cry. When the sword reached him, there was a loud rumbling sound as cracks appeared in his divine will, making his will rapidly weaken. Go and find Gai Shir. Futian waved his hands over the strings of the great path. The image of the sword swallowed up the sky. The sword transformed into a sword-shaped storm. Gai Jiotian's body broke apart piece by piece until it became nothing. In an instant, his body completely disappeared. Only sword will was left where he had been. A second Renhuang of the Golden Divine Nation had been lost. He had been killed by Futian. He had not shown any mercy. This time he had killed the man himself. Gai Jiotian had wanted to kill him, and now he was dead. It was kill or be killed. Killing one or killing two, there was no difference between them. Given the power of the Golden Divine Nation, they could absolutely not forgive him. They had wanted to kill him. Under this situation, he naturally had to weaken them. The Golden Divine Nation had hidden reserves of power and countless cultivators. But they could not all come to the City of the Ruins. Only a few Renhuangs had come. He killed him! Everyone's hearts trembled. Yi Futian, who had just reached the Renhuang Plain, had slain Gai Jiutian with his third-tiered divine wheel. There had been a competition. When he had unleashed his divine wheel, his opponent had been doomed. How great had the gap between them been? Many of the great figures from top powers sighed inwardly. Not even 10 people had forged perfect divine wheels on this trip to the God's Relic. These 10 people included Jian Qingzhu of Tianshan Academy, Shen Hao of the Shen clan, and Nan Luoshan, the daughter of Emperor Nan. But now, they all remembered only one of them. Yi Futian. Yi Futian's first battle at the Renhuang Plain had been enough to make his name resonate throughout the 9 realms. "I'm getting old," whispered Emperor Xia, but he smiled brightly. As the ruler of Emperor Xia's realm, he suddenly felt old and feeble. He had watched Yi Futian grow from a weak young man into who he was now. In this battle, he had cut down Gai Jiutian, which implied that even he, Emperor Xia, was no match for him. How could he not sigh at this? No need to sigh. There are few people like him in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path, said the Demon Peacock Emperor. Emperor Xia nodded. He naturally understood this, but when he thought of the family background that Yi Futian had hidden, he felt a bit relieved. He was so used to Yi Futian causing trouble in Emperor Xia's realm that he seemed to have forgotten his possible origin. "Qingyuan, how has your relationship with him developed?" Emperor Xia asked. Xia Qingyuan looked at her father. "What? How had it developed? Don't blame me for asking. Time waits for no man." Emperor Xia felt gloomy. He knew that this young man would become a great force in Emperor Xia's realm. If he didn't get a handle on things now, well, it was not like he could fight him. "It's not like you think," said Xia Qingyuan, blushing. "No? Then where did you get your opportunity to ascend from?" Emperor Xia asked. "Don't think I don't see what's going on." He did not believe that Xia Qingyuan could have seized the chance on her own. Without a doubt, Yi Futian had helped her. This kid was still very empathetic. He knew how to hurt people. "You are thinking too much, father." Xia Qingyuan looked at her father frankly, then lowered her head. "Oh, daughter, you are too cold. Sometimes you have to take the initiative," urged Emperor Xia. It was no wonder that he was so urgent. At that moment, Yi Futian had Lord Taixian and the Sky River Great Elder behind him. There were many beautiful women in the 9 supreme realms. There was the woman from Brahma's pure sky not far away, and many beautiful goddesses. They were all threats. In addition, there were Nan Luoshan of the Nantian Divine Kingdom, and Chang Shi of Yu Divine Palace, who were like goddesses themselves. They were both glorious and fair, making them threats as well. "Kong Xian, come here. Your father has a few things to tell you," said the Demon Peacock Emperor to his daughter. Emperor Xia was stunned. He looked at the Demon Peacock Emperor, and his face darkened. "You had better not be getting any ideas, Peacock," he warned. "It's a fair competition," said the Demon Peacock Emperor disdainfully. Emperor Xia scolded him. "Old peacock people and demons have different paths. You should not be so shameless. What do you know? This way, there will be more feelings between them. I might turn hostile. Should I be afraid of you?" Before this, the two of them had shared drinks and entertainment. Now they were speaking of turning hostile towards each other. Beside them, Xia Qingyuan and Kong Xian were shocked into silence. They looked at each other, then looked away. There was a bit of killing intent in their eyes. It was not only Emperor Xia and the Demon Peacock Emperor. All the demon emperors of the Heavenly Mandate realm had this same idea. He had a perfect divine wheel and was the foremost person in the Heavenly Mandate realm. At this moment, Yi Futian could sweep away anyone of his generation, no matter if they were human or demon. Suddenly, the great figures all thought of the prophecy that the Heavenly Mandate realm would change. At first, they had thought it would be because of Gu Tianqing and Gu Donglu, but it seemed that they had guessed wrong. Wait, a prophecy? A prophecy about Yi Futian? Did the prophet ever see Futian before he died? A great figure from the demon realm asked his elder. I believe so, or at least heard his voice. Someone answered. He did see him. Futian was the last person he saw before he passed away, said a demon emperor. But at that time, no one had paid attention to this. It had just been a coincidence. But now it seemed like, perhaps it was not a coincidence. He was the foremost member of the younger generation of the heavenly mandate realm. He had forged a perfect divine will and was incredibly heroic. He was perhaps one of the top figures in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. If the prophet had seen him, he would certainly have been able to tell how extraordinary he was. If the prophet had seen it back then they all realized a possibility, and their eyes involuntarily narrowed. Had the prophet died because of Futian? However, even though Futian was incredibly talented, why would the prophet have chosen to pass away? There must be a secret hidden in all of this. Some secret is being kept. We should not let it out nor bring it up again, ordered the demon emperor. It seemed that they had been pulled into some sort of secret. Had the prophet chosen to die in order to keep this secret? Thinking of this, they looked at Futian differently. If they had guessed correctly, Futian would be the one to change the heavenly mandate realm in the future. In fact, he might even rule it in the future. Many of the forces of the demon realm had good relations with him. They might benefit from the changes he would bring. Chapter 1655 Besieged on all sides. This battle would make all the cultivators of the 9 realms remember Futian. Previously, the Shin clan had not cared about the Sky River Great Elder's heir, but now it looked like they had underestimated him. It certainly makes sense that Lord Yi was the one to get the treasures in the sacred hall and was the first to open the gate of the great emperor. He reached enlightenment under the imperial palace. This genius who received the divine items of the great path and the inheritance of an ancient emperor is truly magnificent. The person sighed as he said this. It seemed that he admired him greatly. Now it looks like the people of the Shin clan guessed right. Even though Lord Ye's talent is unmatched in the 9 realms, he did not break through to the Renhuang level until he was under the celestial palace. At that time, I had a vision. I saw that Lord Yi really gained something, which must be the inheritance of the great emperor, and thus proved his worthiness to be a Renhuang. Continued the person, chattering excitedly. He came from the Tianhe realm and strode through mountains of knives and seas of blood as he defeated all the proud sons of heaven beneath the celestial palace. The great emperor awakened at his summons, and he inherited his will. All the gods witnessed this in accordance with heaven's will. I believe what Lord Yi said. He truly saw all the gods there in the god's relic. This person seemed to have unlimited admiration and adoration for Futian. He praised him without end. Those who did not know the character of the people from the Shin clan would be fooled by this man's solemn, serious, and sacred expression, especially because he was a monk. This monk from the Shin clan was named 7 Evils. He was an independent member of the clan, was truly an evil monk. As he said this, everyone looked at him. Everyone had previously thought that Futian had been lying to them. Now, seeing his perfect divine will and his incomparable talent, in addition to the fact that someone like 7 Evils was so entranced by him, it seemed that it was a bit more believable. The elders of the various forces looked at him as well. A cultivator from the Shin clan directly asked, "What does he mean?" All of the great powers had questioned those who had gone to the god's relic. Now they had their answers and were lost in thought. The god's relic was also called the grave of the gods. Could it be that he had really inherited something, seen something? Futian's people looked upset at 7 Evils' words, especially Yu Xing. Terrible murderous intent flashed in his eyes. When Futian had said that, he had just been speaking casually, without thinking. No one believed him. But this was different. When someone else said it, it gave it some weight, made it materialize. This evil monk's words would get people killed. The great forces were ready to act, and they were all watching. They could make a decision at any time. The monk's words would harden their resolve. Futian heard it as well, and his eyes went cold. He looked at 7 Evils. He could clearly feel powerful lines of thought sweeping out from him. The cultivators of the top forces were basically unscrupulous, but why would they care about a junior like him? Although he was a Renhuang with unparalleled talent, there was still a huge difference between him and the giants of the top forces. If you believe what you're saying, why don't you and the people of the Shinshin clan do something about it? Yi Futian looked at Seven Evils coldly. There is no enmity between us, Lord Yi. Why would we do this? Seven Evils' voice was sincere. Those who did not know him would probably believe him. However, you have obtained all the treasures of an entire trove, more than one person can possibly use. Now all the top forces are here, so why don't we share them? This would let all of the top powers greatly increase in strength. Wouldn't that be wonderful? As for the divine item you got, you could let the 9 realms see it and enrich their experience. What do you think, Lord Yi? Seven Evils spoke very generously, and on behalf of others. He seemed perfectly impartial, but he was actually very insidious. He had brought all of the 9 realms into it by asking Yi Futian to share the divine implements and bring out his divine item. He meant for Yi Futian to divide up his spoils. Moreover, if this situation actually happened, it would not be as simple as just sharing out the objects. Yi Futian would certainly die, which showed just how wicked Seven Evils was. As he said this, Yi Futian could feel the people from the top forces all looking at him a little more intensely. It seemed that they were ready to act and could attack at any moment. At this moment, Yi Futian was still on the battlefield. The Renhuang from the Golden Divine Nation had seen Gai Jiutian die, and his fighting will had burst forth, making the very air tremble. But Dou Zhao's second uncle was also at the level of a god of war with shocking power. He would not give him a chance to divert his attention. High up in the sky, the battle between Lord Taixian and the dynastic overlord of the Golden Divine Nation was causing waves of pressure to sweep downward. The air trembled. The dynastic overlord must have sensed that he had lost a son. Yi Futian cast his gaze around the battlefield. The Renhuangs from Taixian Mountain and the Dou tribe were engaged in battle, for which he was very grateful. Did you really obtain a divine item and the inheritance of the great emperor, nephew? Came a voice. One of the cultivators from the top powers was looking at him, and had called him nephew. Yi Futian had seen the man before he had gone to the god's relic. The Sky River Great Elder had brought him to all of the top forces of the Central Imperial Realm in order to convince them to bring him to the god's relic. This person was the vice headmaster of the Sky Reaching School. He had been refused by him, probably so as to not stir up the Sky River Great Elder. Disciples of the Sky Reaching School had naturally gone to the god's relic as well, but they had not been very noticeable. They must not have been the most outstanding students. After all, there were so many forces there, and many of them did not have a strong sense of power. However, this man calling him nephew gave people the feeling that he was trying to win Yi Futian's affection by artifice. Moreover, he had an ulterior motive in asking this question. He was bringing up the fact that he and the Sky River Great Elder were once friends. Of course, said Yi Futian. And I was not the only one who felt the power of the great emperor beneath the celestial palace. All the cultivators did. And they all received their own inheritances as well. Moreover, 10 people received divine items from the celestial palace. Oh, said the vice headmaster of the Sky Reaching School with a slight nod. In the past several trips to the god's realm, no one had this much good fortune. You had such a wonderful opportunity to go to a treasure trove. Could you bring out your treasures to show us? If there are ones that we like, we can trade you our own treasures for them. The vice headmaster of the Sky Reaching School had reached a bottleneck in his cultivation, and with his power as well. He needed an opportunity to improve. Although he hadn't been able to go to the god's relic, he had heard that Yi Futian had gained some top-level ritual implements. He wanted to see if any of them were special and if they would give him a chance to advance a step. Thus, he had said what he did. Trade? Yi Futian looked at the vice headmaster of the Sky Reaching School. Did he think he was an idiot? Yi Futian, you killed Wu Meng, a Renhuang of the martial god's clan. How can we solve this issue between us? Said Wu Zhan. He was taking advantage of the situation. Yi Futian was in a dangerous position now. The Golden Divine Nation and the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty both wanted to kill him. Although he was incredibly talented, he was in a precarious situation. The slightest bit of carelessness would destroy him. In this situation, did he value his treasures more than his life? The Prison Fort clan lost the Renhuang as well, said a cultivator from the Prison Fort clan. The Celestial Worthy Temple was supposed to have received the inheritance from one of the statues, said a cultivator from the Celestial Worthy Temple. All of them were coming to Yi Futian to settle accounts. In reality, Yi Futian had already shown mercy in the god's relic, as he had not acted as decisively as he could have. After seizing the treasures within the spatial sacred hall, he had let almost everyone go, fearing just this sort of situation. But the others did not seem to appreciate it. You are all cultivators from top forces, and yet you are seeking out a junior to settle accounts for the conflicts that happened in the god's relic. Don't you think that is shameful? Asked a cultivator from the Yuanyang clan. They had gained 5 ritual implements, and according to Yuan Hong they had a good relationship with Yi Futian, so it was not difficult for them to pay back his goodwill. You and your clan gained some powerful ritual implements. Of course you don't care, said a cultivator from the Martial Gods clan mockingly. The battle had still not calmed down. Waves were rising, and there were enemies on all sides. Yi Futian was in a bad situation right now. The conflict in the god's relic was caused by things that happened there. Why don't you go and find the others who obtained divine items? Asked the cultivator from the Yuanyang clan. So, the powers that obtain ritual implements are not prepared to share them with the other forces of the 9 realms. Of course, since you have these items, your power will increase greatly. It is a good idea for you to defend him then, said the cultivator from the Martial Gods clan with a cold smile. You all want ritual implements? Yi Futian asked them all. We will trade you for them. We won't take them for nothing, said the vice headmaster of the Sky-Reaching School. He was saying it like he was trying to let Yi Futian save face. Yi Futian watched as they drew nearer to him, all staring at him. He knew that they would not let this go easily. Although he was completely protected from the attacks of the Heavenly Mandate Dynasty and the Golden Divine Nation, it would not be easy to escape. Magical treasures moved men's hearts, and there had been more treasures in the spatial sacred hall than any of the top forces of the 9 realms had. This showed how incredible this was. It was enough to change the situation of a top power, or even several top powers. This would make even the top figures of the realms have greedy thoughts. After all, this was the world of cultivation, and everyone in the world sought to increase their power. Chapter 1656 Yi Futian the Conman? Yi Futian looked at all the forces coming towards him. All of them bore him some sort of grudge, making them very unhappy with him. They would not let this chance get away from them. You are all being unreasonable, came a voice. Yi Futian turned and saw a cultivator step out. He looked at the crowd and said, Common people can only cultivate to seek the way, while we of the top forces had the chance to compete fairly at the god's relic. Many of you had grand adventures there. You are all leaders of top forces. Don't you think it is shameful to bully someone who has just reached the Renhuang level like this? Yi Futian looked at the man who was speaking. He was from Shanxia Divine Palace. Yi Futian had once entered the ancestral land of the Divine Palace, making it so that he had a natural affinity with them. However, he was still moved by someone from the Divine Palace speaking on his behalf. The predatory nature of the world of cultivation has never changed, said one of the top cultivators of the Sky Demon Court. Both the worlds of demons and humans. It was just that the demon world was more direct about it, and humans were a bit more polite. For example, the vice headmaster of the Sky-Reaching School had called him nephew, saying that he would trade for the treasures. In reality, he was just trying to seize things for himself. You all are indeed bullying him, said a cultivator from the Dragon Gods. Some cultivators from the Divine Elephants strode forward as well. Suddenly, there were quite a few people standing behind Yi Futian. They had not cooperated with the Golden Divine Realm previously. The enmity between Yi Futian and the Heavenly Mandate dynasty had originally been put aside, but these people were now taking advantage of the situation. They could not stand for it. Many of the forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm had obtained treasures and had direct connections to Yi Futian. They could not just sit by and watch this happen to him. However, the other forces just swept cold gazes over the cultivators from the Heavenly Mandate realm. Although there were many of them, there were not enough. At that moment, the number of forces who wanted divine arms for themselves was extremely great. And there were many powers there from the most powerful realm, like the Central Imperial realm. The Shin clan had been there all along, watching everything like a tiger watching its prey. They naturally did not have any good feelings towards Yi Futian. After all, he was the disciple of the Sky River Great Elder. In addition to this, the Martial Gods clan, the Celestial Worthy Temple, and the Sky Reaching School each had very powerful formations. Yi Futian knew that if he wanted to get out of here in one piece, he would need several powerful forces to speak up for him. Elder! Yi Futian called towards a man in the distance. There were many heroic figures around him, such as Jianqi Zhu. They came from Tianshan Academy. The cultivator from Tianshan Academy furrowed his brow, a look of surprise coming over his face. He answered telepathically. Do you have something to say to me? I have heard that Tianshan Academy is the premier holy land for cultivation in the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. Once this is all over, several friends and I would like to go there to seek the way for a time. Would that be possible? Asked Yi Futian. Tianshan Academy was indeed the foremost holy land for cultivation. There must have been many cultivators there with powerful spells. When he had time, he would bring Yu Xing, Xia Qingyuan, Yaya, and some others there to spend some time shut away in cultivation. The elder from Tianshan Academy looked surprised at this. When all this was over? The question now was whether or not Yi Futian would be able to escape in one piece. Was he asking them for help? Given Yi Futian's talent that had allowed him to forge a perfect divine wheel, there was no question that he would be able to get into Tianshan Academy. And his friends would probably be powerful as well. I was immersed in celestial radiance along with Jianqi Zhu and the others from Tianshan Academy, all of us gaining an opportunity from heaven. Thus, I want to spend some time devoted to cultivation. I also gained some ritual implements in the God's Relic. If you permit my friends and me to come to Tianshan Academy and cultivate, I will not be stingy with them. I am willing to give out 10 of them as a reward, letting you choose which types you want. We can allow this. And my friends and I will pass the test of the classics just like our own disciples. The 10 ritual implements could be said to be an initial investment, but it was conditional. The first condition was that they needed to extricate themselves from the present situation, and the second was that Yi Futian would be able to bring some other with him to Tianshan Academy. The other thing was, how long would he cultivate at Tianshan Academy? For that whole time, the danger he was in would face the whole academy. Thus, they needed this initial investment. Right now, the only thing he had in abundance was ritual implements. He did not want to give any of them to those forces who wanted to forcibly take them from him. But it was either give them up or lose his life. Why not share some of them out to save himself? 10? A look of surprise came over the elder from Tianshan Academy's face. He understood that Yi Futian was sacrificing a lot to escape. You can choose the first one on the way, said Yi Futian. Very well, answered the elder. However, there are many forces who want your ritual implements. Even though I have agreed, the others will not necessarily allow us to leave. I understand. Your promise is enough, elder, answered Yi Futian. Their thoughts were exchanged extremely quickly, so this all happened very quickly. But even so, many people looked shocked when they saw Yi Futian standing there in a daze. He seemed to be struggling and hesitant. I have often heard your name spoken, said Yi Futian to Emperor Nan telepathically. He guessed that Emperor Nan was the strongest of the people gathered here today. This powerful figure from the Nantian Divine Kingdom had come personally in order to pick up Nan Luoshan. The other top forces of the Central Imperial Realm had not come in such power. Thus, as far as Yi Futian was concerned, Emperor Nan was the most important person here in the God's Relic right now. Moreover, he had not been trying to steal his treasures. He had just been watching from the side. Emperor Nan looked at him when he heard his telepathic message. If you have something to say, just say it. He knew that this man wanted him to help him. Okay, said Futian telepathically. Previously, I consulted with the elder of Tianshan Academy. After this affair is over, I will go and study there for a time. I will have a great appreciation for the people of the Central Imperial Realm. Princess Luoshan performed admirably in the God's Relic. If I had a chance, I would like to give her some advice. I obtained some ritual implements in the God's Relic, of which I would be willing to give 5 to her. Emperor Nan was a powerful figure, so he didn't necessarily need any ritual implements. But Nan Luoshan was relatively weak, and so ritual implements would be incredibly precious for her. Moreover, Emperor Nan doted upon his daughter. In addition, since Tianshan Academy had already made their decision, Emperor Nan now had this chance to make his answer as well. Emperor Nan looked deeply at Futian. This man could not bear to part with his treasures, but he knew that he had to make sacrifices in a situation like this. Thus, he had promised treasures to Tianshan Academy and the Nantian Divine Kingdom, in order to ask for their help. Fine, if Tianshan Academy is also willing, I will help you break free of this situation, answered Emperor Nan. Since he was after Tianshan Academy, he had a chance to see if Futian was tricking them. If he wasn't being honest, then he wouldn't have to help him. Thank you, Your Highness, said Futian with a nod. Now that 2 great forces had agreed to help him, things were looking better. Nephew Yi, why don't you give us your answer? Said the vice headmaster of the Sky-Reaching School. Given the current situation, there was no point in delaying anymore. Futian looked at the vice headmaster of the Sky-Reaching School. 3 of the great powers of the Central Emperor Realm had already been pulled into this: the Yuanyang clan, Tianshan Academy, and the Nantian Divine Kingdom. Their current formation was very strong. Goddess Xiao, he said telepathically. This time, his target was Xiaomuyu of the Xiao clan. A look of surprise came over her face when she heard this. She cast a cold glance at Futian and asked telepathically, "What are you doing?" This man had not been the least bit polite before. He had given her divine lotus spear to Xiaoqing Yuan. Now he spoke to her so sweetly. Was he going to promise to become her son-in-law? I have offended you greatly. In order to make up for it, I will give you 3 ritual implements, answered Futian. Xiaomuyu's gaze hardened. Did he think that was enough? Was he trying to get them to help him? I'm afraid we will not be able to help you in this situation, said Xiaomuyu. Don't worry, goddess. I have already convinced Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan to help me. As long as you stand behind them, it will be enough. I will repay you for that with 3 ritual implements, said Futian. Xiaomuyu looked at Futian. He had actually convinced Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan? If he had the Xiao clan behind him as well, he could really get out of this. But why had he chosen her? It had been simple for Futian to choose her. Although there was bad blood between them and Xiaomuyu did not like him, the Xiao clan had still not directly gotten involved. Under that situation, he was willing to give her 3 ritual implements, which would make them a bit more powerful. After all, the Xiao clan, the Martial Gods clan, the Sky-Reaching School, the Celestial Worthy Temple, and the Shin clan all came from the Central Imperial Realm. Xiaomuyu thought for a moment, then answered telepathically, I will try. Obviously, she did not have the right to decide. She had to ask her elder. Good, thank you, goddess, said Futian. Xiaomuyu looked at him. Right now, he was speaking very kindly. Obviously, he wasn't trying to seduce her or anything, right? After Futian and Xiaomuyu spoke, he turned to Geizang of the Mountain Realm and said telepathically, Master, the 2 of us have a connection. I have many ritual implements, and I am willing to give 2 of them to you. What? Geizang was dumbfounded by this. He looked at Futian with his golden eyes. Do you need Tianxian Temple to save you? He asked. If you wish. I saw you under the divine tree back then, and could feel that it was fated. It is good that I have many ritual implements. If I get out of here, I will let you choose 2 of them, with no exceptions, said Yi Futian. He was living like a con man. Tianxian Temple was the greatest temple in the mountain realm, and would be able to crush the Shinshin clan later. Excellent. Guizang put his hands together and bowed to Yi Futian. Goddess Chang 11, you shocked everyone in the God's Relic with your magnificence, and all the women in the world envy you. After today, I will be willing to give you 2 ritual implements, Yi Futian said telepathically to Chang 11 of Yu Divine Palace. Yu Divine Palace was the most powerful force in the Shadow Realm along with Yi Man's Snow Divine Kingdom. Chang 11 looked at Yi Futian. She had shocked everyone, and everyone envied her? You do not need to think too much. I don't need an answer yet. As long as I leave here alive, I will fulfill my promise, continued Yi Futian. Brilliant light shone from Chang 11. She stood there like a goddess of 9 heavens. A look of surprise flashed in her eyes. Did this man have some intentions towards her? Chapter 1657 Solved by taking advantage of the situation. It was no wonder that Chang 11 would be thinking this. If Yi Futian had asked her to help him, she would be able to understand that. However, Yi Futian had just spoken several sentences full of admiration for her, and had said that he would give her several ritual implements for free. This made her speechless. In that case, thank you, Lord Yi, she answered. The white-haired young man before her was a powerful figure, but who knew if he would be able to extricate himself from his current situation? Nephew Yi, so many people are waiting for you. Why don't you talk to us? Said the vice-headmaster of the sky-reaching school with a little bit of coldness in his voice. Was he delaying? Why was he being silent? The great battle in the air had been inconclusive for a while, and even now that Yi Futian had won, he had found himself in this present situation. It was not good that he was facing so many top forces. All right, said Yi Futian with a nod. Since you mentioned it, I will naturally not refuse you. In that case, why don't we trade right now? Tell me which ritual implements you want. However, the divine arms are precious, and the items you trade them for must be the treasures of your clan. What is the strongest cultivation technique of the sky-reaching school? The vice-headmaster's eyes narrowed slightly when he heard this. A cold light shot out of them. He wanted the strongest cultivation method of the sky-reaching school in trade? Was he dreaming? The other top forces all seem unconcerned. This man was a genius who had forged a perfect divine wheel. He certainly was well aware of the situation he was facing. I am your master's old friend, and thus I call you nephew. I wish to help you escape, but if you are going to be like this, I'm afraid I won't be able to, said the vice-headmaster of the sky-reaching school calmly, as if he really had Yi Futian's best interests in mind. Old friends? Yi Futian could feel the sarcasm rising within him. When one was in dire straits, it was much easier to see people's true faces. When his master had married a daughter of the Shin clan, they had probably been good friends then. Now that he had stabbed his friend in the back twice, he was not being even the least bit polite. In that case, what do you wish to trade? Asked Yi Futian. You have just entered the Renhuang Plain. I will trade things that will be useful to your cultivation, said the vice-headmaster of the sky-reaching school. This was highway robbery. Is that so? Said Yi Futian with a smile. Do you really think I need techniques of that level? Why don't you have your disciples try me? If any of your lower-level Renhuangs can beat me, I will accept this. The cultivators of the sky-reaching school were gradually losing patience. Was he playing dumb? In that case, you're on your own, said the vice-headmaster. Thank you, master. If this is the way it is, then I won't trade, said Yi Futian. He looked at the others and said, I will remember all of your goodwill. A look of surprise came over everyone's face. Did Yi Futian think this was finished? Enough, why do you feel the need to bully a junior like this? At that moment, a group of figures approached them. They were the cultivators from Tianshan Academy. The one at their head looked at Yi Futian and the others and said, According to Jian Qi Zhu, many people forged perfect divine wheels on this trip to the God's Relic. This is a gift from the great emperor. We are a place of cultivation for all the 3,000 realms of the Great Path. It is good that all of you are here now, as we are pleased to extend an invitation to all of the proud sons of heaven here to come to Tianshan Academy for a sparring session. If we get a chance, we will definitely come, said many of the people from top forces, nodding. Many of them wanted to go and see Tianshan Academy. Excellent, said the elder of Tianshan Academy with a nod. Yi Futian, you have forged a perfect divine wheel. You may come to Tianshan Academy whenever you want and test out our disciples. I will certainly do so, said Yi Futian with a bow. Great, said the elder with a nod. This scene stunned many of the people from top forces. What did this mean? Things were not finished here, and yet Tianshan Academy was inviting Yi Futian to go there and cultivate? Luoshan has also always wanted to go to Tianshan Academy. Since you are giving out invitations, can she go as well? Asked Emperor Nan. Nan Luoshan is incredibly talented. If she is willing to join us, she is certainly welcome. I'm sure our disciples would be happy to have her, said the elder with a smile. Nan Luoshan was thought to be one of the most outstanding women in the Central Emperor realm. Whether it was due to her talent or due to her looks, she would be welcome in Tianshan Academy. Excellent, said Emperor Nan with a slight nod. There have been many conflicts during this trip to the God's Relic, but those are all in the past, and we don't need to pursue them any farther. Now that Tianshan Academy has made this invitation, we can all send our disciples there. The future of the world of cultivators will eventually be placed in their generation's hands. The elder from Tianshan Academy continued speaking with Emperor Nan, making the battlefield all around them fall silent. Was Emperor Nan speaking on Yi Futian's behalf as well? The words of Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan carried a lot of weight here. Especially Emperor Nan, who was the strongest person here. Moreover, the top forces of the Central Emperor realm would not lightly offend Emperor Nan. After all, without some major conflict, who would dare offend someone who stood at the peak of the realm? But Yi Futian did not know either Emperor Nan or the elder of Tianshan Academy. So why would they speak on his behalf? Could it be? When they thought of this, their faces turned uncomfortable. Had Yi Futian been asking for help during his silence? If that was the case, had they just played the role of matchmaker between Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan? Not only were Emperor Nan and Tianshan Academy doing a good thing, but they might also get some ritual implements out of it. After this trip is over, I will not stop you from going wherever you wish to go, nephew, said the vice-headmaster of the Sky-Reaching School. Were Tianshan Academy and the Nantian Divine Kingdom going to take all the spoils for themselves? You are the Sky River Great Elder's friend, so why would you try to seize his disciple anyway? You are not acting as an elder should. You have lost some prestige today. At that moment, another voice rang out. Everyone turned to see who it was. It was a cultivator of the Shao clan. There were many opportunities within the God's Relic, but if Yi Futian does not want to trade them, then he doesn't have to. It is shameful for you all to try and force him like this, continued the cultivator of the Shao clan. Now that Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan had gotten involved, he naturally did not mind joining in. Of course, if Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan had not spoken before him, he would not have dared to offend the other great powers. The techniques of the Sky-Reaching School truly do not let people see through you, said a cultivator from the Yuanyang clan. The four top powers of the Central Emperor realm had all shown their attitudes. A surprised look came over Yuan Hong's face. He had not thought that Yi Futian would use this trick. The people who wanted to seize his ritual implements would not get them. Yi Futian was preparing to give them to those who had not tried to steal them. This was very similar to the alliance that had taken place in the God's Relic. Many people's expressions changed. The situation seemed to be changing. Excellent! At that moment, a divine voice seemed to flow around them like the sound of a great bell. A monk of Tianxian Temple in the mountain realm clasped his hands together and said, In our realm, those of the Shinshin clan are traitors against holiness who falsely use the name of Buddha. But they always do despicable things. Now they want to stir up trouble here. Do not believe them. Lord Yi has forged a perfect divine wheel. He is someone with an important fate. Do not do him any harm. Had Yi Futian purchased Tianxian Temple's loyalty as well? I have often heard the name of Tianshan Academy, the foremost place for cultivation in the 3,000 realms of the divine path, said Chang 11 of the Yu clan. I am willing to go there for a period of time. Now that Emperor Yi has broken through to the Renhuang plane and forged a perfect divine wheel, I would like the chance to test his capabilities. How can I not accept your invitation? Said Yi Futian with a smile and a nod. Everything was going as he had planned. Everything in the world was based on momentum. Previously, he was beset on all sides, and everyone wanted to be his enemy. This was one kind of momentum. Under this situation, no one would speak for him. But now Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan had gotten involved, along with the Shao clan, and the power behind him had become a kind of momentum as well. He had just said he would give ritual implements to Tianxian Temple and Yu Divine Palace, so they were giving a little bit of their strength in return. This accelerated the situation. In reality, although Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan had said they would support him, that didn't mean they would succeed. But they went into it with an attitude of wanting to try. What happened next made both the cultivator of Tianshan Academy and Emperor Nan look at Yi Futian. This momentum trick was quite good. In this way, the Nantian Divine Kingdom, the Shao clan, the Yuanyang clan, and more would have their power increased by the ritual implements that Yi Futian would give them. In contrast, those that had wanted to seize them would not get any. Having the other realms on the same level as them get stronger would be equivalent to them getting weaker. When others advanced, those who did not advance took a step backward. This many of the people from the sky reaching school look upset. Had they been the catalyst that brought their enemies together? Now Yi Futian's side consisted of Tianshan Academy, Emperor Nan, the Yuanyang realm, the Shao clan, Tianxian Temple, the Dou tribe, Taishian Mountain, and some of the forces of the Heavenly Mandate realm. The Divine Palace and the clan of the Seven Slayers would stand with him as well. With this powerful formation, it would be extremely difficult to seize anything from Yi Futian. For a time, no one spoke. Yi Futian saw that everyone was silent, then clasped his hands together and said, "Thank you all for showing consideration for me. However, as long as you are all still willing to trade equivalent items, I will have no objections. Of course, I do not have too many ritual implements myself. After all, I need to give many of them to my friends and elders, after which I'm afraid there won't be many left. Those who wish to trade with me had better do it soon." Everyone stared at Yi Futian. Had he done this on purpose? He was going to share them. The people of the powerful forces felt their hearts twitch. Who was he going to share them with? It went without saying. They would not get any. If none of you have anything else to say, I will be done here. If you wish to find me, you may go to Tianshan Academy, where I will be cultivating for a while. Continued Yi Futian. He was not lying. He was not prepared to go anywhere else. He was ready to spend some time cultivating. Both his cultivation and the aftermath of what had happened here today would need time. What had happened here today would cause a lot of problems when it spread throughout the realms. At some point, the people who had been sent to the celestial gate of vast heaven would probably seek him out when they got word. He did not know where Yu Wuchen and the others were cultivating, and the cultivators of the celestial gate were scattered throughout the realms. Once his cultivation was stabilized, and the chaos had subsided, the celestial gate of vast heaven could be reorganized, and they could return to the heavenly mandate realm. But before that, he had to deal with the Golden Divine Nation. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.